What is up, chatters? Ugh. Oh man. Early stream. Yeah. Where's this dude's username? JMOS. Oh, what up? Early stream indeed, chat. Is my mic on the game working? Oh wait, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Bet. Yeah, I'm ready to go. Early stream indeed. Yo, Hunters, next one at 20. You streamed last night? Yeah.
You're East Coast?
Yeah, I'm East Coast. I mean, it doesn't matter what server though.
We should have the same ping.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can start it. You can queue up.
Oh wait. Oh, I didn't know I was host. I gave you host. No, I didn't know I was host. Yeah, I streamed yesterday. It was Xbox Showcase.
Right,
I was gonna stream again, but
plan. We're about to lock one character and one character only.
Are we running dive or what you want to run?
Yeah, we can run dive.
I mean, if you're playing BP, I mean, I can play like any DPS. I can run dive. I'll play like Black Cat or something if it's open or something. I don't know. Doesn't matter.
All right, bet.
Early streams are late streams for me, bro. You'd be fine. I'll send you the thingy, or actually I'll knock if that works. I don't know.
What happened?
I'll knock on your thingy. I don't know how that works, but I think it works. There we go. Can't wait for P4 and P6. Yeah, that shit's gonna be fire. That shit'll be fire. Is my YouTube stream up? Oh, it's not up. What? Oh, the YouTube stream isn't up yet. Whoops, my bad. Bro, I need to stream out. Bro, all I'm seeing on Twitter right now is just Persona shit. It's pretty funny. It's just straight up Persona shit. It's just straight up Persona shit, bro. You excited for Cyclops or what?
I mean, to be honest, I'm more excited about the balance changes, to be honest.
Oh, well, of course. Well, because this patch is pretty bad, but you're not gonna play him?
Bro, nah, deadass. Nah, I might play him. If he's fun, I'll play him.
I see.
But if he's boring, hell no.
Or what do you think he's gonna be? Tank
probably a hit scan.
Hit scan? Oh, yeah. He'd probably be like Emma Frost, but like always at 100 or something. I don't know. If I had to guess, it's probably gonna be like I'm a Frost, but like I always at 100 or something. I don't know.
I just hope he's fun, bro, with some type of movement.
Yeah. P6 theories are goated. The P6 theories. What are the P6 theories?
Wait, it's a good map.
Wait, it's a good map for VP. Well, what's his worst map?
No, wait, this map is good, but only. Today? Oh, no, this is best map.
Oh, his best
his
map?
Worst map is
oh shit.
My order is sharp.
The other 2099 map.
Spider Islands.
Yep. That one's trash.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
This character's gonna get banned for sure. Yes, Nintendo Direct is indeed confirmed for tomorrow.
Team, y'all got a mic? Hello?
Any micers? Any micers? Son, nobody has a mic, bro?
Nice.
Oh, this is crazy. Nobody got a mic. That's wild. In the big 2026, none of y'all got mics. That's crazy.
All right, we'll ban Penny here.
In the big 26, none of these guys have mics. It's actually ridiculous. All these game news is insane. Yeah, it is insane. Yo, is my YouTube stream up? Oh, it is up. What's up, Richie? What's up, Miam? How you doing? Oh, it's my TikTok stream. I can't see. Hold on. Yeah, my TikTok's still fucked, but I'm working on getting it fixed. I thought I was gonna be able to ignore the issues, but nah, it's getting worse and worse. It's getting worse and worse, so I can't just ignore it. Yeah, Nintendo Direct tomorrow.
You'll need a top-notch team.
And my black cat got banned.
They call me
DD might be overkill.
But Daredevil will do.
DD in this ring might be overkill. Wait, this might be overkill. I don't know if I should play DD here. Are you like practicing? Are we playing to win or what? Like,
I mean, you know, if we win, we win. If we lose, we lose.
Okay, yeah. Because I'm not playing like. I mean, I don't care what happens. It's just that like,
yep,
I don't want to like steamroll them. You know, like I don't know. This would be like kind of smurfing.
Round one, go!
Hell no, nah, man, I'm steamrolling. I don't care.
you evil.
Hell yeah.
This guy is evil.
Get ready.
I feel that. Besides, season's about to reset anyway, so it don't matter.
Did we? You retreated.
Bro said he's steamrolling. Oh, he playing for the steamroll.
You don't know what I've lost. My team, my family, Sam, Rain, Danny.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
All right, let's get it.
3, 2, 1.
That was Bucky.
Hear them getting closer. I'll gladly take some protection.
Yeah, but Bucky, Jeff. I'm on to Jeff.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Jeff dead.
What the fuck? Who's that?
You're on my radar.
These guys are getting steamrolled.
Don't hit me. I need to damage you.
I'm ready to go back in if you want.
Oh yeah, I'm waiting for that, Jeff.
Yeah, bet. Oh, you even need me. They got a thing already.
No way.
They got a thing already, bro. That's crazy.
Go crazy, go crazy.
You older than me, are you not?
I don't know. How old are you?
How old do you think I am?
Like 32.
What? Bro, what? Lower.
25.
Lower.
Damn. 23.
Higher.
24.
I mean, well, there's nothing between 20.
So you're okay. I mean, technically you're still punk though.
Bro, you're Unk. What do you? If I'm Unk, you're Unk. What?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
I'm dead. Ain't nothing wrong with being an Unk, man. I like being an Unk.
Ain't nothing wrong with it, indeed. Somebody gotta be Unk.
Wait, Luna, can I get snowball?
Someone gotta be Unk.
You're on my radar.
In the back line.
I can't help you right now. Hold on. This Bucky's on me. Oh my god, they ulted. Yeah, that's both. I'm gonna go in after this. I'm going on Luna. My god. Bro, they on me. God damn. That's Bucky ult gone. I got Bucky ulted and thing, and then Mr. Fantastic chased my ass. Holy shit.
Only 60 seconds left.
Nice.
Joy's Glaive. He's a good artist. Does he still make music? I don't know. I don't remember.
Fast! Grace us with victory!
Oh my fucking god, this character's so annoying. There's so much anti-dodge. They're noobs. Oh my fucking god. You said what?
Rock cooked me, bro.
All patched up.
Bro, they have so much anti-dive.
I see.
Okay, she went through the wall.
Minute and 8 seconds. Oh, it's Andy. Nice. Jeff,
That's much better.
Jeff one.
Our enemies are near. I see.
Nice.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint.
Wait, we can take portal, to be honest.
Oh fuck.
This is a team effort.
White Fox is one. Oh, you killed her. Nice.
We must get to safety. Let's form a super group. Push through. We must not stop. That one hurts.
What?
That's much better.
Another hit for Luna.
Bro, these guys on me. Oh my god. Oh my god, these guys are on me. Holy shit.
There they are. You're halfway there. Keep going.
Holy fuck. Yo, Batman, thanks for the 2. God, dude. Oh, let me unmute alerts. Blood switch to rogue. These guys are on me. Holy fuck. So much anti-dive. What rank is this? This is GM. Those accounts in placements. So this counts diamond. But like, GM level.
I'm not here yet. What up?
God, bro.
Only 60 seconds left.
Again!
Yo, Miss Fantastic, Fantastic.
Turn around. They're on your
Does that finish healing me, please?
He's one.
Down to 30 seconds. Vehicle reached
Kill him,
a
kill him.
checkpoint.
There you go.
Keep up the
I was there.
momentum.
Just 1 HP.
All right, we're cooking. Let's go.
So Solar.
Wait,
Thank you for
Luna, got
horizontal. No problem, dude.
one shot. Luna.
Turn around. Quick.
Bro, this guy, oh my god, they're CCing me so much. It's tenacity, bro.
All patched up.
No,
That guy
thing no-
fell off the map. Bro, that guy was on me so hard he fell off the map.
We will guide Spider Zero to the Weaver.
Only 60 seconds left.
Look at thing. Look at thing.
The fire is silenced.
Thing one. Thing one. Alright, thing one. There we go.
Down to 30 seconds.
Bro, this guy is so annoying to kill, bro. God.
They're down 2 supports actually.
Shuffleboard, old man.
Nice.
The current score
Nice,
is
nice.
3, 2.
How many ults? I don't fucking know. A lot.
Time to switch things up.
Like a lot, bro. That shit was crazy.
You're on.
Half the tinkle is
The right
crazy.
heroes could make all the difference.
They call me Detox now. The Daredevil will do.
They trying to run. Dang, it's too much dive. Cannot dive this. Ain't no way. Have to what? He said he has to tinkle. Bro said, be right back. He has to fucking tinkle, bro. Fucking. What rank is this? Diamond GM. This counts in placement, so it's not placed yet. This counts usually GM though.
Round 2.
I hate DD, but this gameplay looks addicting.
Gladly do it again if it helps.
Hey man. Cyberpunk and Wolverine. Put myself with the Wolverine ending for Cyberpunk. Make sure you're not picking up the game.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Wait, what?
Stay strong.
The game spoils the ending of the show, or like what? What do you mean by that?
You ready to go bust some skulls out there, Hornhead?
That depends. Do we know?
Yo,
if our
Nintendo Direct
opponents
tomorrow. We gotta make
actually
that bingo
guilty
later.
of anything?
Annoying the
We gotta
hell
make
out
that
of
bingo
me.
later.
That's more than enough.
Wouldn't stand up in court, but in this case, I'll allow it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I can get tints on my car for 35% off. Y'all think it's worth it? What in the hell am I reading?
Man couldn't take me down. These guys wasted their chance.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I got things cooldowns. The shift gone.
Hey, that rocket was AFK. What the? Wait, I'm gonna go in 3 seconds.
Oh, they got a Hawkeye now. Damn. He didn't die. He's getting healed so much. Triple healer, that's why. These guys are triple healer. I'm over here wondering why this guy didn't die. That makes sense.
Oh, that's so valid.
Wait, we're down. Wait, he actually. Wait, he wasn't joking?
Better stop that vehicle.
And gotta pee.
How long do you gotta take to pee? What?
Bro lives in a match. You got to walk 15 minutes there.
Like
and back.
what?
Stop them.
That's much better.
No, this guy lived.
Emma Bond.
He's back. He's back from SP. It's winnable.
He was joking. He wasn't joking.
Got you, Boone. I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention.
Where did he go? Oh my fucking god, this thing, bro, is so annoying. So annoying.
I'm hit the back. 3, 2.
Turn around, quick.
I got a.
I'm coming, hold on. Oh, they ulti. Get out of there, get out of there, get out of there.
Yo, what?
Get out of there, get out of there. I can re-hit, I can re-hit. We going on. Bet. He coming back, he coming back for you. Yeah, you probably dead. Wait.
never
You're alive, you're alive.
Actually, just saved me.
Oh, Hawkeye ulting, hide. Oh, no, man, we got rocket ult.
I'm in the back lines again. 3.
Wait, hold
First
on.
TP.
I found one of them.
This thing is just camping it. Oh my god, this Hawkeye does so much damage. God, these guys are annoying. We get Hawkeye, no jump. Hawkeye, no jump. He's dead.
Oh my god.
W.
4, 3, 2, 0.
That was overkill, I'm not gonna lie. Nah, the dive duel is wicked. The dive duel is wicked work. Nah, Thing can't even stop us. Too much dive. Yeah, not a bad first game. Not a bad first game, chat. I was gonna do something or say something, but I don't remember what it was anymore. What was it? If I was those healers, I would have been heated. Son, they didn't ban Daredevil. Like, what's? I mean, even if they did ban Daredevil, I would just play a different dive character. I forgot how painful cutting onions is. Cutting onions. What the hell are you cutting onions for? What character you dream of having a Tokon? Tokon. Character for Tokon. I want Psylocke.
Felicia's here. Guess it's your lucky day.
Wish you would say hi to me. What are you talking about? You a celebrity, Feisty. When you gonna say hi to me?
Double KO.
When you gonna say hi to me?
Good fortune for me.
Make my day. When you gonna say hi to me?
Double KO.
What are you up to, Feisty?
You won't be needing that.
It's fine. Afternoon. Nothing?
Why I'm in charge.
What the? Hit up a stream then. Put up a little stream then. Guess let's pay some bills.
Double KO.
Let's pay some bills. Grocery store. Oh snap. What'd you buy?
You won't be needing that.
What you buy? Pay some bills later. Later? What the? You just spent money. If anything, you gotta do it now.
Good fortune for me. Me. Double KO. Give me that luck. Really?
I'll boot it right now if you give me 10 subs. I don't got 10 sub money. Chad, somebody trying to gift their 10 sub? Actually, give me the 10 so she can boot up. How about that? Somebody give me 10 and she'll boot up. Somebody give me 10 and then she'll boot up her stream. That's a pretty good trade, though.
Fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
That's a lie? That don't even sound right? What you mean?
Vanish from this match.
I'm gonna get her to stream if you give me. So basically how that works is that you give me the money and I'll do everything in my power to get her to boot up stream. That's green indeed. And then I don't, and he pockets the money. No, we'll worry about that when we get to that stage. We're not at that stage yet. One step at a time. Come on, guys. One step at a time. One step at a time. It still says he don't got 10 sub. I don't. I just spent like how much on hold on. How's this? My bad. I just spent a lot on getting some videos edited. Like the tournament video. That video cost a lot of money, you know.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
See, once it goes step by step, you really see the outcome. Just trust the process. Exactly. You never know what will happen. So it all starts with you. So go ahead and like just slide me a little 10 gifted, and then I fucks a little good joker up. I mean, I guess we take it one step at a time. It all starts with you. You make a difference. Like I played Overwatch the other day. You were there for that, right? I did my placements. I placed what did I place, chat? I streamed Overwatch for like 4 hours the other night.
They'll be coming in 30
You missed it.
seconds. Stay strong.
My friend forced me to play Overwatch with him. Where is it?
Yes, I'm very impressed. Can we focus on the battle and not?
Oh, this is VOD right here. I played for like 4 hours. I placed but I don't remember what I placed. I think I placed plat, if I remember correctly.
4, 3.
I didn't lose a single placement match. The game free. That game free. That's Elo hell. Oh shit. I played Emery every match. Or if I wasn't on Emery, I think I played Genji once. They had anti-dive, so I got off Genji though. I think I played Emery every match.
He's going.
I don't remember who else I played. I played Tracer one match, but I got off Tracer instantly. God damn, cooking.
He's trying to blade this you.
Hell no, he can't. Not at all. I have way too much time on this character. Hell no. Hell no. It's gonna take a lot for someone to blade diff me. I'm not gonna lie. The only person that can probably blade diff me is Avenue, because he has like fucking millions of hours on this fucking character.
Go help him.
I can't believe she just tried to solo on me in there as if I can't fly.
Tell him. Tell him. Get that Thor. Oh, she just solo ulted me. What the fuck?
good as new.
That guy's so
I had you covered. Behold the god of thunder! Taste cold steel. Next time, put up a fight.
You stopped them in their tracks.
So the down was 1. That guy doesn't die there, really? That was 1.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, video done render.
I fucked up.
Oh, they're dino ult. Hold on.
The only healer.
Careful, they're dino ult. I have ult. If you guys want to do a combo or something.
Some things you just can't control.
I just got walked down.
Dang it, I couldn't make it to the most
Better stop that vehicle. There's still a chance to stop them.
Where'd that guy come from? What the hell?
I'm hit. Cover me.
He didn't mean to do that. Oh, yes, he did.
doesn't have ult.
He was still missing L bar.
Dang
They
it.
hit a checkpoint.
It's all good. It's all good.
Might be a good time to stop them.
Wait, I got him. Oh, what the heck?
Why did he? Oh, what? That's weird.
Don't worry, if you take those, we take those.
But let's see a new 3D Mario tomorrow. I think we're gonna see. I'll talk about it later because if I start talking, I'm not gonna stop talking about it. When we make the bingo later.
Behold the god of thunder!
These guys won't stay together or play together, so I can ult them. I can only get like one person my ult. They're not playing next to each other. So weird. They have like a mobile team. Yeah, let's use the White Fox ult. Nice. Oh my god. Actually taking me for a trip.
I'm switching for the sake of this Iron Fist because he's pissing me off.
Nah.
This. All right, I'm going Iron Fist. Let's go.
Taste cold steel. As good as new.
What's up, Reborn? How you doing?
Call and the Iron Fist.
Better stop that vehicle. Come closer. I can feel you. I'm hit. Cover me.
Behind. Thank you.
Oh yeah, we in there. We in there.
Oh, throw it back. Hold on. Dino's anti.
I had you covered.
Oh yeah, we in there.
Slice and dice.
Where's this girl going? She's backpedaling. Holy shit. Fight or something.
Taste cold steel.
Alright, well, bring him down here.
That's behind us.
This guy just ulted me. What?
Only 60 seconds
That's
left.
crazy.
Co-op time. You're ready.
Dino can die. He's anti. Oh, I'm trapped.
The god of thunder!
Jeez. Prehistoric protection. Ah, so lucky I had to reload.
Yeah, every time.
Oh, he just comes right back with a fucking rocket. What the fuck is playing in my ear?
The current score is
I hate Spotify.
0,
Like, how does he get to this?
3.
Honestly,
Time to switch things
What?
I see why this dinosaur's banned, bro.
Yeah, Dino's cancer. You have to ban the Dino. He's really good at
Literally.
anti-dive. So I'm just trying to focus him like crazy.
So do you play Luna at all?
No, I
So yeah, how you
I was
doing?
gonna say I was gonna go Luna and maybe we get just a bunch of poke if we can. To be honest.
I'm just getting countered on Fox, and I'm better at Cloak than I am Luna, so.
Damn.
You got it. We're gonna hope all that Doom match paid off.
Round 2, go!
Tell him get off fist. It's painful. What's wrong with the fist? Rank is this? Plat. What's wrong with the fist? We're trying to go to Dino.
30 seconds.
I'm trying to kill the Dino, bro.
Get ready.
Games is Marvel Rivals, bro. You know what game this is?
Does Danny know you borrowed?
Son, how you don't know what the game is?
Where I'm from, Quinlan needed a new protector, so Sholal blessed me with power.
Don't really care who's got the power as long as they put it to good
With our fists together, iron and stone.
It's Roblox. Alright, buddy.
4,
Alright, buddy.
2, 1.
Thanks, machine.
Oh, I need to look at that Avatar trailer. Kiyoshi's trailer.
It's behind. Oh, I'm sorry, I fucking looked him up.
God.
Kill Dino, kill Dino.
I'm good to go.
Oh my god, I have to keep this 3 people with me.
Yo, she's so tough. But yeah, I better see you in that 2x scale slam. I think they're announcing the people today. I better see you in there.
This course should solve Morocco's Ultron problem.
I'm praying.
You're right. Here come the bad guys. You're halfway there. Keep going.
Yeah, I ain't signing for this one. Too busy. And also, I mean, the next ones are gonna be for games he hasn't done yet. So like, I don't know, shit. That could be Avatar, Tokon, or something. I don't know.
Alright, press 1.
Oh, that fucking sucks. I can't get a good ult on this team. This team is so annoying to ult. I can't ever get a good ult on them. They all play so far apart, and they have so much mobility.
Oh, sorry, I'm trying to look at everybody.
I don't want with the Dino. I don't want with the tanks. Like Iron Fist just dashes out. Elsa just dashes out. Like they all have so much dashes. I don't like all this Luna. But she's playing so fucking far behind the team.
Something seems fishy here.
Can't even get to her.
I could use this.
Hope it's Avatar. I mean, I don't really care what it is. But I mean, they're 100% gonna do one for Tokon.
Yep, one. Wait,
I'll cloak it.
No, that's my whole team, dude.
I only dodged because I was mid animation, so it didn't work for me.
I'm sorry.
Dinosaur died. Yeah, he bit the other dinosaur, grabbed his ass, and they both. And he threw him off the map. But kamikaze. Yeah, I parried that, but I'm dead as fuck.
That one hurts. Morocco needs a serious
Loki might be cooked. I can't lie. Well, these guys are also spread out. Damn.
Yeah, this dude is just all over the place. Sure.
Only 60 seconds left.
The stakes just got the hunt is on.
The Thor and the Dino is why I want to go rocket, but then at the same time, this freaking Iron Fist exists.
Oh, he's dead.
They're down with walk.
We can walk with my ult here if we want.
I'm ready to put on a show. Down to 30 seconds.
Dino.
Why is he thinking it beat me? What?
Beep.
They have a VP. What the fuck?
They're just trying to
They're
stall
portaling.
blind.
They're portaling. I'm gonna ult the portal.
Nice. Got you.
Easy target. You're not in this alone.
Nice.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Blade only? I'm not playing blade only. Oh, this is not the blade only account now.
Just had to make some swaps.
Here they come.
What?
One shot.
There is no way,
You know,
bro.
Black
This
Panther
character is so bad.
is better than Iron Fist.
That
I will
didn't
take
kill.
that.
Yeah, he's easier to fucking patty kick through.
And just counter in general. I can go white box off that. I can go flip a dagger off that. Bubble saves everything.
Open season.
I'm taking so much damage.
This is real firepower!
You gotta bounce.
Just walk on his farm. Just kite that ult.
Or a dagger.
Just to the left.
That was too easy.
Elsa's just
Okay,
hanging
I
out
mean, I
behind us.
guess.
I'll cloak it.
Blade gonna win? This character's ass, yo.
Only 60 seconds left.
Back in the game.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Open season.
They're down one. Walk up. Oh, I'm so mad, bro. It's fucking DPS Luna, bro.
GT is behind us.
Yo, Ski, what's up, dude?
By the Extron's done some serious damage, but we can.
I'm playing DD.
Sometimes
Down to 30
helps to
seconds.
have a teammate who sees things differently.
Two, I got two.
Bet.
The dragon unleashed!
On the
Get ready.
What the fuck?
Final 10 seconds.
You guys are going too far. I can't see.
Oh my god, I'm out of
Stand
healing.
point. Remember, over.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Behold the god of thunder! Hellfire.
GG's.
GG's.
Final score. 1, 2, 3.
Goddamn.
Well, you can't expect to win.
That throw was crazy. Holy shit. Nah, they had a crazy
Bro, I
ass
was
throw.
healing them, bro.
Could not
Nah,
even.
their throw was
Yeah, that throw was
rocking
really
off.
fucking good. I couldn't even dive. It's my dive. They just peeled. That was a good ass
Their throw
throw.
was carrying, bro. Damn.
Which bot be like? What bot? Would you want Blade to be a tank shredder? Nope. Oh, I don't want to fight tanks. They're fucking annoying as hell to kill. There's tank shredders in the game. He doesn't need to be a tank shredder. That's when you're live. The bot on Discord?
There's a beast.
The one on Discord didn't work?
Don't make me let it out.
Oh shit, it didn't app. Oh, it's probably offline here. I can do it. I don't know why the bot broke. There, I did it.
I see you.
The beast.
So you were. Did you ever get him banned? Did you ever get banned from what KGs?
Double KO.
Ruthlessness is mercy.
Bro, Dono got bleed before Blade. I wouldn't be able to tell you, bro. I don't know. I didn't get the noti. Yikes. Maybe Twitch thinks I'm not actually live? I don't fucking know. Twitch doesn't think I'm actually live, even though I am live? I don't know. Here, let me upload tomorrow's video.
My order is sharp.
Or Black Cat.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
What video is this again? Oh. Well, we're trying to remember what video this is. Should we not banish it? Type shit. Type shit. So, Weak, know how you doing? And didn't you guys get a noti for the stream? Damn. A good thing I tweet. I got none of us banned. Fucking, we didn't ban nothing. We didn't ban. Oh my god, my black cat got banned though. God damn it.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Yo, what happened to Somjuu, ZFK?
I'll come back to 2 people not being banned. What's going on?
A little bit of trolling.
Nice, nice.
Round 1, go!
I think our entire team collectively was on our phones or something. I don't know.
My turn.
I mean, I was reading chat, so like, I have an excuse. I don't know about them. We watching the title direct tomorrow? Yep. You got a video of your setup somewhere? No. Wait, Elo am I? What rank is this? GM? Just counts on placements. My main is Celestial.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's better. That one hurts. The water yokai has been slipped. Step aside.
She's one.
Nice.
Neighbor.
Amazing.
Neighbor, no shit.
They got a thing already.
And, oh my god, no way.
Namor.
That's what I deal with
Oh
every
my
game,
god. Hella no more with squids. With thing? That's fucking ridiculous.
God damn.
Hey, good luck.
Hey, welcome to my life, man.
Oh, fuck no. What did you do?
Cook, no, get. Single slam.
Double KO. They beat halfway.
No more no dash. No more no bubble or whatever. He couldn't dash because of the thing. Oh my god, nothing is banned. It's a champion thing too. Oh my god. I have all. Hold on. I got all after this White Fox ult.
Oh my god. Digging that. We got point, we're chilling. White Fox.
She's so low. She's so low. She's so low.
Nice.
Things low. Things low.
I'm chilling. Come on in, Nick.
I die there? Oh, there's a hella across the map shooting me. I'm like, what kills me there? What?
Come on in, Neymar. Nice. Neymar, no shit.
I'm back out of sight.
You stop them in their
What's up, Kazu? How you doing? The direct is at... I don't know. Wait, what time is the direct? Is it 10 a.m.? Bro, swimsuit. That's not even a thing. What the hell, Fix? Oh, we're actually probably gonna see the next batch of skins tomorrow, huh? Or no, it'll be on Wednesday. They have a DD now. The roadmap. The roadmap is not till Wednesday, right? It's a two-door. God, this fucking DD, bro.
Down to 30 seconds.
My God, I have so much anti-diver just fucking counters. I gotta switch characters.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
I mean, I could just play Punisher and make this guy his life a living hell.
For real.
If it's on stream, I was curious. That's what's up. Yeah, I'll go Punisher after our ult.
Better stop that vehicle.
Guy is so fucking annoying. I don't know why this guy's just playing a thing. Did they use both sport ults or?
I think they have.
Double KO.
Fucking God.
There you go.
You stop them in their tracks.
He might switch thing, to be honest.
Yeah, he might.
Got him.
Damn. Nice. Nice.
There we go.
Damn.
Some assistance, please.
You stop them in their tracks.
It's the rank? This account? This is GM. Main Celestial though. Okay. I would not White Fox ult that. Yeah, don't White Fox ult a Punisher ult. That don't work. She White Fox ult a Punisher ult. That's not at work.
Good thing, good thing. Think slam, I'm going after this.
Oh, I'm dead.
My hunt
You'll
continues.
have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Step aside.
Man, Moon Knight is crazy. All right. Jesus.
Nice.
The current score is 0-1. Time to switch things up. Think which side you're on.
It's time to hang it up. I can never do that.
Top-notch team to win this one.
I can never do that.
She's sharp. My mind is
Can never do that, bro. What's the command exclamation point blade guide? All right. Yeah.
Round 2.
awesome. Slave demons. This
Dígame.
should be easy.
Oh. Grab all those. Let me pin this.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
In Japan, they still whisper.
Oh, yesterday was
the
Sub
name
Sunday.
of
Damn it, I missed it.
Amanalai, the most famous
Yesterday was
nine-tailed
Sub Sunday.
fox. You know her story?
Of course. She is one of my kin.
A cautionary tale, then?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I can't drop blade. It doesn't matter.
Yo, they don't do shit. This is
Oh my god. A fucking thing just flew at me the moment I tried to kill him. And he got pocketed like crazy.
Farewell.
You're mine.
I got one.
Back to the ocean.
Think one.
Oh my god, this rogue. Can I get a heal, yo? Oh my god. Yo, heal me, please. Please,
Nice.
bro. I need the meals, bro. I'm getting trolled. Just looking at me, yeah. Just staring at me. I just died twice. Not a single heal. This rogue is literally targeting me so hard. Not even on the payload. Oh my fucking god, bro. Bro, she's on me so hard.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. That's 3. You got them all.
It's okay, just put down the sword. Nah, I can never. Can never put down the blade. Oh, what the fuck was that? I vote. Dude, Envious is 1. This guy just fucking ulted me. That no more ulted my ass. That's fucked up. That guy's a dickhead. That guy's a fucking dickhead. What's up, Trandon? That guy's a dickhead, bro. What's up, Jamins? How you doing? Blade, you mean gun? Nah, I'm talking about blade. God, this guy's so fucking annoying.
Went stupid.
Nice, nice. Can't put down the blade. Blade is me.
Another epic victory. Big win.
I want to make DPS, but tank calls for me. Hey, bro. We'll see tomorrow what I'm gonna do for Cyclops, bro. Hopefully it's DPS, but I'm pretty sure he's gonna be DPS. Pretty sure it'll be DPS. Okay. Master X Hawks. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Yo, Kai opened apps for Streamer University. That's pretty cool. Shit, it's time to sign up. Let's go chat. We going to Streamer University. He dropped the trailer. Let me see this.
Streamer University.
I'm fighting.
It's good to be back. Where's everybody at? It's application day. Hold on.
Now, who am I gonna banish?
Give him my money. It doesn't cost money. What?
Hello?
It doesn't cost money. What are you talking about?
Anybody home?
What do you mean give him your money?
Application day. What we doing?
No boy again.
Oh my gosh. What happened to this place? Are these supposed to be the new uniforms? Damn. God. Who's there? Is that you, God? Shh. Chris, what are you doing in there? They're everywhere. Huh? They're everywhere. Who? Why is nobody here? They taking over. Who? Stop saying that. You're gonna upset them. Who?
The hell?
Chris, harder delivery hours here.
What the hell?
Wait, I have a solution. What is it? I've been working on this thing for a month. Where is it? Here. Yes. I don't know if it's gonna work. What
The hell is that? Is that a cannon?
I don't want my army. I couldn't do it myself. I told you I'm not finished. I'm not finished. God, be careful. Don't worry, I got it. It's dangerous. Don't worry. God, let me out.
Are those the applications?
Oh my gosh! I can't believe it! What?
Round
dead!
Bring
it in! This is your last semester.
30 seconds to attack. Get ready.
This your last semester is crazy. Alumni. Yo, Somjuu. Somjuu. Yo, we signed up for Shroom University or what?
4, 3,
shit, bro.
They just opened the application just now.
all you need to do
They
is
just dropped the video. Yeah. They just dropped the video.
On God?
Yeah.
Damn. Did you sign up last
We
year?
need to be there. Nah, I didn't sign up last year.
I might sign up this year, to be honest.
And why not?
Facts,
Yo,
bro.
what is banned? How is Phoenix? Whatever, bro. Yo, Phoenix no dash. Phoenix no dash. Oh my fucking god.
I got her.
Fucking god, bro. Is it mirror match? Yeah, I got ulted. Okay. That guy is so lame for that. Oh my god. Can I play the game? Oh my god, she got bubbled.
I'm behind.
Bet.
You ready?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Ooh, that's a clip. That's a clip right there. God damn. You just killed like 4 of them. They got a thing.
God damn, bro.
Wasted no
Every
time.
game, bro. It's
Oh
every
my.
game.
Oh my god.
vehicle to its destination.
Every fucking game. Nah, how do you get away with not banning that character? What the fuck?
Cause he sucks, to be honest. He's just annoying.
Yeah, I feel that.
Big slam. Big slam.
Bet. We can go after that. He did it right here. I'm ready to go on this one.
Yeah, I'm dead. I'm good.
I'm dead too. Oh, my fucking E isn't on. Oh my god, my E wasn't on. I went 8 and 20 on Blade today. I don't know why the E is even a toggle, bro. That shit should just be permanently on, bro. Or not permanently on. The fucking sword spin. If you do the sword spin, it should automatically just turn your E on. If you do sword shift with your E off. Like, there's no reason to have it off. Like, it's absolutely no reason. This character is so weird. Like, I don't even know why no sword is even a stance. I mean, sword without the E is even a stance.
Well, get her. How is he alive?
I don't fucking know. Team, what is happening?
Our Spider-Man solo altered.
How does she live that? That is embarrassing.
Nah, that's over. Get her.
Okay, that was kind of awkward, but all right.
Can always count on you, Spidey.
Bro, she just ulted to survive my ult, bro. It's that deep. And I got ulted again. Okay. Yo, Zaddy, heal me, please. Holy shit, bro. Shit is fried, bro. Yo, Flying Monkey, thanks for the 3. I appreciate it. Wait, no, that's 4 months. Yeah. 40 months, not 4. What the fuck? No, thanks, dude. Appreciate that.
Yo, WSG Infer.
What's up, man? I appreciate it, dude. Yo, any primers? Any Twitch primers? That's the real question.
pocket me.
This guy's so annoying. Oh my lord, what is happening?
Let's go something.
Bro, fucking tenacity cracked on me, bro. Like I'm getting tossed around a ring. Like holy shit. Son, he doesn't die? What the? Yo, Blaze one. Yo, why do we have?
It's the best, yo. It's the best like rogue I've ever seen.
Whoa.
Oh, great. Too late. Yo, walk with us. Let's go. Oh my fucking god, this guy keeps ulting me. This guy keeps ulting me, bro.
Yo,
the stakes.
Every time I go to the back line, I just get ulted by this freaking Deadpool. That shit hard counters Blade.
The current score is 1-2-0.
Yo, our tanks are getting bodied.
Time to switch things up.
No, that's real.
These tanks are getting fucking bodied. Holy shit.
Make all the difference.
I'll fight to end the darkness that's
Like against this top, maybe I go fist. I don't know. I could probably fist here.
I don't think it matters what we go. It's not really on us. Our tanks need to lock in.
Facts, bro.
Doesn't really matter what we play. How do Star-Lord though? Let's see if I can carry this. What's up, Yuki? Why are we surrendering? What's?
Am I low-key DPSing? I'm not getting healed.
I mean, like, are you sure you're not getting healed, bro? Like, I don't think it's a healer problem.
I died. I look at your POV. You're fighting someone in the back line. You pretty cloning someone. Like,
God damn, bro. I don't know. The healers are saying that he was in a blade ult.
no, I died. And I looked at my low-key POV and he was just fighting. Like, he was just DPSing.
Daddy issues.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
I'm about to instigate.
3, 2, 1. You have to stop that.
Oh, it's all good. We got this. Lock in. What's up, Tiger Boy? Yeah, that's just my song.
Looks like we've got ourselves a party.
Oh my god, I forgot respawn beacon.
I'm making out back.
Woo. One clip.
That road is walking now.
Yeah, she's walking us down like crazy. She's dead.
Just give him a tick. Give him a tick. Good thing. Nice.
Phoenix can die. Holy shit. Your birthday? Yo, happy birthday, dude. Phoenix just lit me up. Phoenix is F tier. Let's say you swear to God. Say you swear to God.
I unleash the Vishanti power.
Nah, I don't know how I didn't get healed there.
Can't keep me down for long.
We need help. Someone clip this!
Just what the doctor ordered. Oh, did you see that? Oh, that's the stuff.
Maybe it is our healers. God damn, they getting baked. Website leak. What? No. I don't know what you're talking about, but no. You're really cool. I don't know what you're talking about, but no. What? Oh my god, that shit's about to fucking kill me. My goodness, yo. This fucking rogue. Yo, this rogue is actually insane. Holy shit. Oh my god, that the Phoenix wasn't getting healed.
Anyone willing to help? Feeling fantastic.
Let's try this again.
I take everything! You want nothing!
This is
That guy's over, man. Look at this. Look at this. Like, it's not that deep, bro. Oh, fuck. Maybe it is that deep, bro. Maybe it is that deep.
That was
yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I don't know.
To be honest.
Holy shit, maybe it was a healer diff. What the fuck? Oh, God. God damn. No, that's bad. That's pretty bad. No, that's pretty bad, man.
I know, man. It is what it is, bro. Damn.
Damn. Bro, that's like a healer diff of doom, bro. What? 12 and 14k healing compared to almost 30k. Wait. Oh no, that's a oh nah. Maybe it wasn't the tank's fault. They was not healing nothing. Like double the deaths too. Like, yeah. It was getting fried.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
Some link confirmed is true. Link confirmed what? Play game? No, it's not canceled. One of the art directors, the head lead art director, said it's still in development. It's not canceled. If anyone's telling you it's canceled, they're just yapping, bro. It's not canceled. It's not canceled, bro. The Blade game is still in development. Cope.
The right heroes could make all the difference. Round one, go!
There's only one genuine certified Star-Lord.
He'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Playing Black Cat.
I don't mind playing hero, as long as I get something.
They left Black Cat open. What the fuck?
Far superior, though. You had something better than the sword of Dracula?
You look like a Blade game? Son. What the hell are you talking about? Ignore it. You gotta ignore it.
It's time to lock in. Let's go.
Battle starts in
Bet. They forgot to ban Black Cat. It's pretty funny.
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
TP.
Wait, do you want to play Black Cat and I'll play tank or what? Okay, well, I don't know where our healers were, but all right. Wolf no passive.
He's on. We go. Nice.
Down goes their accuracy percentage!
Team player.
Yoink! Give me that luck. Yoink! Give me that luck. Let's make a deal.
Did he hit me this? I was like, for real? Oh, my binds aren't set correctly. Oh, fuck, my binds aren't set.
Gotcha with a bubble. Hold up.
That's not, my binds aren't set correctly. I'm over here like, why the fuck did this come out? Oh, what are these binds? Yo, team, give me a sec. I gotta set my binds. I actually don't know what the fuck is binded to what, because my binds aren't set correctly.
Cat on me.
I couldn't even press Q, bro.
Bring on the chaos. Bumped and beautiful, baby!
I was actually playing fucking.
I am ready to put on a show.
Where the fuck did he go?
Good fortune for me.
Cat on me on the back.
I'm gonna.
This guy's playing payoff. This guy's so weird. Okay, man.
Grab an Iron Man.
Oh my god, he got healed. This is so whack. This is so whack, bro. God. Like, oh my fucking god. And he had more money than me, I think, too. That's so whack, bro.
You won't be
Oh, is my bind set correctly?
Coming through. You need to
No.
stop that vehicle in its
Fuck, whatever. I don't care.
You won't be needing that.
There's gonna be a fight.
I still.
Stop that vehicle.
Oh my fucking god, bro. Like, why is this guy on Penny on offense? You're so fucking weird.
Go down and support. We have Deadpool low.
Yeah, I literally cannot play this character into Penny. This is so stupid. It's actually so stupid. Like, it's like he's playing Penny on offense. I'm just gonna literally just play Starlet and kill him. Like, holy shit. Well, you're so weird, bro. Yeah, the nest is gone. Oh my god, this comp is actually so annoying.
Cut.
One.
Oh, sweet moves, right?
Bro, there's just a group.
Maximum pulse.
Oh god, this shit sucked up.
Oh, sweet moves, right?
We're fighting one player, the Penny Man. I don't believe that. The one player switches very often on the leaderboard. He may play Penny, but God for sure doesn't main Penny, that's for sure. That's like me hitting rank 1 then being called a Penny player. Just got played it once. I highly doubt.
Penny on the right with Groot.
Wow. Characters for
Whole team.
This character is annoying.
Let's try this again.
And hard.
Shit is so corny.
No, we just flank her left side. We kill her now.
I'm just running her nuts. Her nuts gone. Her nuts gone. Kill her. Oh, she lives. Okay.
Cats in the back.
Holy shit.
Son, can I get a heal, bro? You gotta stop missing me.
Cat on me, Deadpool. Okay, thanks.
Playing heal pool just a miss.
Bucky in the back.
Black out one. Black out.
Playing that heal, we missing like crazy.
Black out on point. One shot.
Nice.
Holy.
The current score is 0-1. Time to switch things up,
No cloud.
including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy.
Can't believe these guys are actually playing Penny on offense. So fucking weird. We'll punish her this time. Oh, he banned it. I'll just go moon that.
Tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
Friends call me Mark, or Stephen, or Jake.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
No, that's gonna sound just a dream. I thought we were gonna play eventually. We just couldn't schedule shit. we're not scheduling shit. I told you, it'll just happen.
Oh, sweet. I can totally heal from that.
It just happens when it happens. And also, he streams early in the morning.
The battle starts in 5.
Where did I put it? Dude, there's penny mines on the stairs. Don't die.
1.
I'm walking to it.
Hit my portal.
All right.
I'm gonna put it in a place where we have to destroy it.
Days like this.
All right, wait, hold on, wait.
Son.
Penny, stop.
Where?
Look at it and destroy it. Oh, she moved it, bro.
Got that guy. Go down one.
He's up.
I have land. Kill them. Top one. Need help.
Back again? Great.
Damn it, I can't play back out of the penny.
Yeah,
but they can.
Just annihilates our backline.
More of them.
He's one.
This'll be rise and fall. The moon.
Oh my fucking god, bro. He's 1 HP.
The moon haunts you.
It might be winnable soon.
I'm flanking on the other side. Give me a sec to set up.
And I'll do whatever it takes to keep him safe.
I am Groot.
Oh, sweet moves, right?
That's why they're not banning Black Cat, because they're a fucking penny player.
Yo, I'm behind them. I'm gonna copy the Luna ult.
I vote here.
God damn, I got counterpicked it. Oh my god, bro's on Magneto.
Walk in.
I am ready to put on a show.
That's not good. That's so annoying.
That definitely helps.
That's 3.
Oh my gosh, she's still going.
Alicia's here to steal.
They only have Fox health. We can kill it with Blade ult. We have Silent ult coming. We're down to support.
Only 60 seconds left.
Time to make some legends.
Wow. Wow, almost one clip there.
Give me that luck.
I'm back, baby.
The final 10 seconds.
Walk in. I'm clapping.
Nice.
Last fight win.
Literally. My god.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
They're back on Penny.
I can ult.
I am ready to put on a show.
That's good. We forced it up here. Just live now.
Still working.
Trust, bro. It's gonna work.
Nice deep freeze.
On the cart. Bro, dude, this cat.
I mean, I don't understand how she killed me so fast.
I know she didn't.
It's Black Cat, that's why.
It went through you.
Understand, Black Cat can kill you in like 2 seconds.
I'll up one.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, sweet moves, right?
She just gets away, okay. Damn, bro. What's up, Watch? How you doing? This fucking character, bro. Holy shit, bro. She's moving, yeah.
We dive with Venom here. I think we die here. We can't stop that. We just needed to go fast with Venom. We have 1 push left.
Well, yourself? I'm doing good. This fucking Black Cat is annoying though. We can't play Black Cat because
we got time.
You have a penny.
Our next victims.
Oh my fucking god.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh my goodness.
Final score.
Yeah, Buffalo, bro.
He said Buffalo.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Fucking Black Cat, bro. Well, the Black Cat was the problem, but fucking Penny. How do you take Ace? She had 23 bombs. Almost 40 bombs too, damn. Game's hilarious.
Oh shit! Give me that Q.
What?
How
Oh
did you get
shit.
Q?
Wait, hold on. What rank is this? Oh shit, GM 2? Wait, this is Diamond 2. How does that not work? I mean, I have another account if that doesn't work.
Let me invite me back.
Let's use InferSenpai. Yeah, I can just switch accounts. Hold on. I mean, I have a different account. Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. I'll switch my other account.
All right, back.
How the fuck that happen? Fuck, I'll play my main. I don't care. Fuck it. I'll play my main. Oh my god. Cuphead is a game. Holy shit. I be forgetting Cuphead's a game. Christ, bro. I don't know when we're gonna play that again, but that shit's, oh god. Am I excited for Cuphead 2? No. No. No, why would I be? Fuck it, I'll play my man. I don't care.
Let's get it. Let's get it. I'm telling you, bro. I need to.
Need what?
Do a beat pizza. Celestial controller only.
Controller only. Oof. Controller only sounds rough.
It's gonna be hard as hell though.
No monsters getting the best of me.
Have you played on controller before?
Yeah, I used the main controller.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Back in the days, like 2014.
Somebody's always.
Nah, but like for rivals though. I mean, I play controller for like COD and shit, but like for rivals though, I ain't never tried that.
No, I only play controller for like fighting games.
Oh, I'm saying. What fighting games did you play? Wait, what? I didn't know you play fighting games.
I used to play Street Fighters.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yup. And Mortal Kombat, got Mortal Kombat.
Wait,
You used to play fighting games or?
Yeah, I still play fighting games. Wait, who'd you play in Street Fighter? You play favorite fighting or probably be hold on. Probably fighters, I don't know. Dragon Ball Fighters. It's either Dragon Ball Fighters or Street Fighter.
I gotta look that up. Dragon Ball Fighters? What the heck?
It's pretty old. Well, it's not old, that old, but it's from like 2017. It's either that or Street Fighter 6.
My order is
Ooh,
I
okay, that game
fight
looks
to
tough.
end the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Yo, Nintendo Direct tomorrow, chat, tap in. That was like a decade now, yeah. I guess it is pretty old. I was gonna say it's not that old, but shit, we're in 26 now, huh? That's just crazy. I'm reporting you. What for what? Wait, what do you do? Helios Dragon.
Oh, we win the game.
Oh wow.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Oh, it sounds gonna have nothing to have compared to P4 and P6. Oh, we'll see. Let me open up Photoshop. I need to get the bingo open.
Round one.
Staying in the light is a constant struggle.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
He ain't an interdimensional god like Noah.
Let me open up this one for reference.
He may be in league with yet darker forces.
What did I just save this to?
Hunt him down and sever his alliances.
That's not all I plan to sever.
Can't be opened or ain't. What the fuck does that mean? Open it.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, I'm getting trolled.
You need to stop that beetle in its tracks. I like the cold.
I can hit the back line.
One. Nice pick.
Oh my goodness. That team up is so annoying. They have a Daredevil, watch out.
Daredevil dove, I think.
Yeah, he's on me, on my dad.
You in squad chat on.
Oh.
Back in the game.
Oh, whoops.
Dead.
One shot.
Power beyond sight.
I was born ready.
I'm already gone. Boom, one shot. Time for a quick exit.
You're alone, Strange.
I'm gonna hit back.
Daredevil, Daredevil.
Invis dead.
Oh, Luna, Luna. I'm walking over now. Bucky deep, Bucky one. Nice. I'm looking Thor. Thor one deep.
You're lucky I was here.
I'm going in.
I'm walking.
Oh, I got shredded.
I'm in there back. I can find it.
Strange one.
I was about to ult, but fucking Strange E does so much damage.
Look at this.
I'm cutting in.
Alright, I'm out.
Nice.
Oh, Diddler, yeah. Nice.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Lucky pull. Door deep, left side.
As good as new.
Door one.
It's not one of them.
At vault. Let me know when you're ready to go in. Where the fuck even is he?
Daredevil top left. Strange coming top left. Lucky pull. Nice. Lucky one.
God of by the eye of Agamotto.
God, okay. We're just backpedaled.
You guys want TP right now or walking?
Walk.
Hey, stop that vehicle.
Back in the game.
Oh, our Bucky spoke.
Nice. Helping.
You fucking kidding me? Both healers are answering.
I'm walking. Invis one. Top right.
Oh my fucking god, bro. Jesus Christ, that's so annoying.
The final 10 seconds.
The state, hell yeah.
We must get to safety. Be your best self. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh. Yo, Nas for 2G. Thanks for the follow. 11. I vault.
Back in the game. I was born ready.
Let me know when you're ready to go in.
How many health, dude? Nice, good pick. I'm walking. Cloak deep right side. Cloak one. Nice. Yo, Diddler on double deep. We're down below supports.
Damn.
Open season. I was born ready.
Bro said right up peak. Oh hell no.
Alright, my bad.
That's what I need.
Watch the Strange ult here. He's coming back left.
Stop them!
His name is Mo and Crow, bro. Mo and Crow is crazy, bro. Mo and Crow playing a slop character like fucking Daredevil is insane. I don't even fit.
I'm a cloak. Cloak faded top left. Cloak top left at point.
He's one. Nice.
Where stairs at? I went to an aura monster. What the?
White box near TP, Bucky pull.
Down to 30 seconds.
As good as new.
Nice deep freeze.
Oh, I got bullets just pushing.
What? How'd I end up over here? Oh my fucking god, this game, bro. It's rubber banding. This fuck ass character, bro. Like, how'd I end up over there? Like, what does that even mean?
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Keep here now.
There's still a chance.
You got pushed when you finish. I mean, yeah, but like, on my POV, it's rubber bands like crazy.
That was worse. Yeah, look like Fox left us.
Nice.
The current score is
W.
0-1. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Oh, man.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Loki kind of tired.
Round 2, go!
Vamps
30
gave me my
seconds
powers.
before you attack.
I'll
Get
make them
ready.
regret it.
It's been way too long since we did the whole agency atlas thing, Amy.
What's up, Velo? How you doing?
All of my time has been devoted to running Tiger.
Oh my lordy. Ting ting 10. Oh god.
The world with your new crew to save the world with
Hello,
your
good
old
sir.
friends. It's all
I see you against my goated tank Pinky. Pinky?
Battle starts in
That's your friend?
4, 3, 2,
That's your friend or something?
1.
Every spell cast has its price.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Y'all streaming low mode? Slacking? Slacking on the job, I see.
Yo, cap cheat, cap cheat. Cap one.
Dead.
Slacking on the job, I see.
Slice and dice.
What? Shredded me like that. So, give me a visit. Strangely funny jokes. That's pretty cool.
Slice and dice. As good as new.
Look out.
Slice and dice.
Yo, catch deep, catch deep, catch deep. He's one on point.
I can't get no fucking stacks. This is so annoying.
Got it.
Bro. God, this character sucks. I can't get any stacks. Holy fuck, I'm going to silo. Like, this character is ass.
Everything in this place feels so
How's Blade doing the actual matter? Horrible. Fucking horrible. I can't brawl. Like, they're all just running away. That guy doesn't. Oh my god, he was 1 HP. That guy was literally 1 HP.
reborn once more. Farewell.
Lucky one, not getting you.
Oh my god, I'm getting shredded.
Farewell.
I'll make him take my passive. Nice.
Oh, there's shot blood. Just got.
He doesn't die well. That's actually insane.
Nice. Nice.
They only have one healer. Gotta walk up. You guys have to walk up. We gotta kill these guys now.
Strange right side. I'm looking strange right side.
No invis shield, no invis shield.
Nice, nice, nice.
Just about let me die. What's up, crew? How you doing? I have one healer again. Oh, okay. I don't know. I just keep dying here. There's just no way. Like, I'm right behind my healer. I'm in front of my healer.
Yeah, I got I'm gonna die.
Yikes.
2, 1. Well, you can't expect it all.
Might be a troll. Put me up. Shouldn't lose that. Yeah, I don't know. We lose that. Well, whose fault was it? Fault. Let's see. I mean, we just C9. I don't think it was anyone's fault. We C9. Well, apparently someone C9. I don't know who. I was dead because, I mean, fucking, I wasn't getting healed.
Started now, bro. We're not losing another game.
Oh, bet.
It's time. I'm locked.
How the fuck did we?
I was trolling, for real.
I don't know. We C9, but I didn't get healed, so I died. We should have won that. We just C9'd. This is where I died right here, chat. Where's our healers at? Oh my god, she's right here DPSing, bro. Why is she DPSing? What's up, Boger? How you doing? Wait, why are you awake? How'd they see one right here? Another strange ulted. Ew, that's how. They got strange ulted. 11 p.m. Oh, I guess that isn't that late. Huh. Sheesh. How'd your stream go? When I was there, you were what, 7-3? You were winning like crazy. You were winning like crazy. Oh, my TikTok's bugged. Hold on, let me refresh it. It's fine. Gained like 15 per win. Okay, the last match before I left, you gained 17. It was okay. Ogre, can you stop asking to queue with me and start streaming? What the hell? I gained 14. Oh god. Okay, you actually, where'd you end at? Wait, what? Wait, that's not your account. I don't know whose account that is. Ugh. Ugh. Mr. D-tastic. Okay. Like I stole my name. I use fake name. Yeah, have you added? I just
have a really good
tried to
app,
type it in,
you know?
didn't work. You guys stole your name, damn.
Alright, you wanna do you wanna
The cap's really good. Oh, I've been
wanna
cap.
ban the cap? Okay.
Yeah.
I can play white fox if need be.
What the what?
Yeah, I'll play white fox. I'll play white fox.
The Didtastic from Mike, bro. Playing with Mike. I think Mike is probably the funniest duo I've ever played with. Like his chat just stream snipes him and just does the dumbest shit ever.
Cap last.
Or like he would just run into some wacky ass chatters every time.
It's just so good. I still want to fight it.
He just does the most Looney Tunes ass shit. Shit's hilarious.
Let's get some Devil Dino out of here or Phoenix. Who do you think would be worse?
Both.
Dino. Dino.
Alright, we'll get Dino.
About both. The hell? Like what? Fuck both of those characters.
No, we're gonna make Cap. I don't want to fight with Cap.
Alright.
He's really good. He lost 4 games for us.
Crazy used to see plus 64 back in the day. You LARP my BP? I LARP your BP? What the? Hey, you don't see me on that character. Yeah, Somjuu got you, bro. He's on BP right now. Wait, what are we okay, whatever. I don't know.
Man, we just banning random stuff at this point.
I thought y'all wanted to ban Dino, but like I guess not. I don't know.
Well, Devil Dino.
More. Announced new Spyro game? Yeah, they announced new Spyro last night at Xbox Showcase.
Yo, BP, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I don't think that's the play with Devil Dino in the game. I ain't gonna fuck with you.
Whoa. Match didn't even start yet.
It's not that I'm.
You didn't even let me cook.
The match didn't even start yet.
I'll let you cook.
Oh, they're doing the slam announcement stuff?
Let's see. We'll see.
But can we get like a
rank 1 here? Rank 1.
Can we get like a Deadpool?
Shine is in it.
You guys might be familiar with him. He's very good. He used to be a pro league player.
This would be funny.
Games. He learns fast.
Shine is in it.
I think anybody who has
Yo, Lotus made it. Let's go. Lotus made it. Let's fucking go.
Because you know they're gonna.
Is Lotus live?
I don't know. I don't know your name.
Oh, he's not live, bro. He made the slam though. That's W. I was just saying the other day. Remember he was in here? I was like, I need to see you in a slam. Let's fucking go.
I heard.
W Lotus.
Maybe it is. Listen.
Jimmy's in
The
it.
region. You know, I'm fucking ranked
Jake and
74
Bake,
Magic,
Fumi,
so.
Rated, Centrell. Oh snap! That's a lot of people.
Yeah, I think on NA it might
pretty
be
cool.
Yeah, he tough.
That's a good roster.
I'm ranked 74 Magic in NA.
Yeah, Myth is in it too. Yeah.
You have to stop.
Yeah, Somjuu's rank 1 on everything. To be honest.
Oh, okay.
$20.99.
The Magic. It's keys.
Yeah, whatever. Have a torch.
Give a BB.
We didn't go cap this time.
That's great.
We lost 4 games too.
I have a Black Widow, yeah.
Oh, they forced him on Magic.
Black Widow's low.
Nice, good shit. Alright. I thought they were gonna run Devil Dino. I ain't gonna lie. I'm sorry.
Champion Widow, by the way. Careful. They might kill you. Can we come back? Wait, can we come back?
Mac, come back.
Play a penny.
Fuck, I'm sorry.
What happened to him?
I was trying to heal you.
Makes your rivals thumbnails? Depends on which one. They almost died.
Dude, that's pro.
I got right there.
What
They have one healer. They
have no healers.
They have literally one healer.
There's a BP in that room, careful.
Oh, I'm sorry, BP. I wasn't looking. I was wondering. I was
Tender
wondering
Ninja.
then you died.
The guy plays Punisher. Champion Punisher, if I remember correctly.
Oh, nah, he's terrible, bro.
Dude, he's so cute. What the?
Almost of all.
He's over there.
Crazy, go crazy.
I got counter ulted.
Damn. It's only support.
Don't lead him to me. What the hell? God, that ult is so bad.
What do what?
I went through. It's alright.
Still with them.
Yeah, I knew I was gonna die there. Sorry.
Did this dude Somjuu just ult? Did you just ult that guy?
Valid, bro, valid.
You're crazy.
Bro, it's about sending a message, man.
The only rivals knew is Prime. My Prime. Yeah, like I can't top that.
So I just realized I played with their VP. He's really fucking awful.
They have 2 healers now. They have 2 healers. They're down to Adam.
Like I don't get why this character's still like this. This stupid ass kick, bro. Like rework this character already.
I was trying to keep myself alive. I had no.
What is that range? Holy balls. How is that still like that? That's so crazy, man.
Deadpool healing right now, so be careful.
I will TP now.
We could TP, but I don't think TP is gonna. Yeah.
Roblox Prime.
Come on.
I should have touched for them.
That's unfortunate, dude. That's unfortunate. Pull back. Oh, fuck. Sorry.
Hmm. Oh my god, I cannot even flank or anything. Shit is. That guy's dead. What the fuck was that guy doing?
Alright, I almost have ult.
Hilarious.
I'm dead. Sorry, guys. I was trying to keep you up.
Yo, whoever kept the widow, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah, we gotta kill that widow. That widow's taking.
Blah. Blah.
Double kill.
Sayonara.
You're mine. Somebody stop that vehicle. Only 60 seconds left.
I feel like I'm not doing a lot, but somehow it is, so. I'm about to say. Hit you. It's 4 o'clock.
I tried to keep you up.
My aim is so ass today. Oh my god. I'm missing so much shots.
Got him. Kobe.
What a fucking Kobe of a brutal.
It was on point.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? That guy was so low. That guy is so low, bro. Oh, someone just hit a fat ass ult, I think. Oh my god, we lose that! We actually just lost that because of the Adam ult. Oh my god.
Sorry.
Yeah. Bro, that Adam ult was fat. He got everybody on their team.
Alright, that's fine. We can hold him. We can hold. And we can get a good foot.
What the hell? Oops. Think I'll get kind of ulted this time. I don't even need to ult. Last move difference is supposed to wedding fit on Insta. Bro, what? What are you talking about?
I almost have white
He doesn't
voxel.
off the healers.
What are you
I almost have
talking
white
about?
voxel. They're gonna portal. No,
Is
no.
that a strange out also? Which
Careful there, mister.
Alright, let's go.
Is that actually you, Sam?
Yeah.
I'm about to go ult them.
That's crazy.
Oh, this guy's chasing, man. Actually, I'll wait. Because they have to use their ult first. Oh my fucking god. Why is this guy right here? Oh, he died. Oh, Mary, I'm married. You know I was married.
I'm back. Step aside.
No. That's the problem.
I will. Wait, did they use any ults?
They're body blocking it, by the way, dude.
Did they use support ults or what?
You can go right.
Don't give them another inch.
Go right, guy, go right, go right.
Okay, like, I don't even... I guess I dashed into the queue. That killed me, I'm crying.
Yo, Loki, you could have cut that, bro.
Yeah, bro, I got one shot than what I got there.
It's alright. It's alright.
Nah,
we got this.
bro. I knew it, bro. Once they cap
We
first point,
got
bro,
it.
the Widow's free, bro.
I was gonna do something, but now I don't remember. Oh, let me pull up Sage M streaming now. I'll look at the rest of the roster.
Order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
These are the coaches? Wait, it's duo coaches? What the fuck is this format? That's a lot of coaches.
All right, let me make this.
Want me to
real
say
quick.
White Fox,
Yeah,
or you
I
guys want me
think
to play different?
Ari was not
either?
very popular in the last.
Now you go, bro. Just play whatever you feel comfortable playing.
In terms of like.
Oh,
the
so the
like,
players don't have to play with the coach
coaches
this
did,
time.
like,
That's actually
but
much
the-
better.
the-
I was gonna say either,
That
yeah.
shit
players
was so
themselves
annoying,
don't
bro.
play a lot of Ari
Because like
now,
how it would go is that since the game is duos and like you have to play with your coach, the coaches would just literally like not really tag a lot.
Before you attack.
They're not gonna tag a lot, or they're just gonna go first and then like use whoever the fucking they're playing with as like a sidekick to call assist. It's basically just a 1v1 between coaches.
If it's good to see me, why not crack a smile?
So it's better that it's like this. When is Cyclops? Tomorrow. Tomorrow.
How smiling works.
Now, obviously, Senna and Thresh are out. We can use their art.
The battle
so we don't
starts
just
in
have the
5.
Let me see the rest of the roster.
3,
valuable,
2.
good vibes. I think that
All you need to
must
do
be
is
her.
Was this everybody?
Speech.
Got it?
Or is there like 2 pages of this?
Empire will not fall. Not my doom's hand. We are in this round.
Step aside.
Prepare yourselves.
Damage sustained. Recover. We got a
BP behind. Nice.
God, this
You
guy
have to
was...
kill this Widow. You gotta kill this Widow.
Yeah, time for them now.
I'm fucking baking in here.
Oh, sorry, Luna.
Alright, we just gotta call out who's diving.
What's up,
bro.
4-2-Z?
We have to dive this Widow.
No way you're married.
I'm
You
trying
were
to
on
get
Bizarre
behind.
Date yesterday? Okay, I'm obviously joking. What? If I was
Your VP
married, I'm
so
sure
bad.
you would know.
Yeah, I know.
Yo, Widow's far in the...
Oops.
Trying to keep you out, Bema.
This guy's so weird, bro.
Our foe is here.
This will do
I'm
I'm about
behind
to play
him.
Star-Lord.
Yeah, we might need a second tank here, I'm not gonna lie.
Trying to play Sonic into this guy is so fucking annoying. I gotta kill this guy. Oh, they banned Star-Lord. Oh my god, they banned all the floors.
It's beginning. We need a second tank here.
I'll play second tank.
The only things.
Fucking Dino.
I got Widow Mark. Got Widow Mark.
No, you fucking pushed him away. Oh my god, you pushed him away. Oh my lordy, I was about to grab him, but she pushed him away. I'm seeing her put up on the Super Arrows page, watching the videos. I appreciate that, dude.
They wasted all. This is good. Enter down.
The Rivals Twitch page. I said Twitch Rivals. Whoops.
Tremble before fast! Man, I gotta make another beacon.
Only 60 seconds left.
Yeah, I'll go left.
Can't even get to the guy. Oh man.
This guy's talking so much shit playing support, bro.
Yeah,
like, shut up and heal.
Down to 30 seconds.
There's Strange to the right.
Sitting in the back.
Yeah, he's Strange in the back. Oh, that guy's dead. You guys can get a portal going. I'm out ult this.
We're just on point. We're just on point.
Take point. Take point.
By the eye of Agamotto!
No supports, you guys gotta try and
BB1. Nice, bro.
We got this, we got this.
Oh,
Good.
that's fine. No
You're
problem.
so terrible, bro.
Good shit.
Then a direct tomorrow? That's a direct tomorrow, yes.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I almost have white box.
Look who I found.
Got on them? Yep. What time? I think at 10.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't checked. I don't remember what time was on it.
TP's on point.
I tried to save you.
God, bro. 7? Yeah, it's 10 then. 10 EST for me.
Tremble before blast!
Why was that guy standing still? Was this? Was he typing? What was that?
Anyone willing to help? Get that vehicle moving again.
The one up.
I will.
Look at me, look at me, look at me.
The peak is still on point, by the way. It's like coming in.
You're halfway
I
there.
got this.
Keep going. Only 60 seconds left.
Yo, we can push up here. Let's push up here.
And Biz, you ult the torch and then stab it.
Need assistance. Look out there.
Massive ult? Yep.
Someone shooting from afar.
I am ready to Put on a show.
Supernova!
Come on.
Did we just double support all?
I think
That might be GG's.
No healers.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, fucking stranger. Fucking stranger. Oh.
too late for that, man.
That's GG's.
GG's. Good try, guys.
I don't know why the Invis ulted. Yeah, I don't know why the Invis ulted. Just double supported.
Bro, just press tab. Just press tab, bro. Like 17 and 15, man. I don't know. My Invis died 16 times.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's not you can really do about that. Panicle? Bro, he calmed it though. He calmed it though. How'd he double support? Oh, he calmed it. I don't know. Like, you don't just calm that and then you just still like, I don't fucking know. That's so troll. That's insane. Like, he calmed it too and the Invis still ulted. Like, I don't know. During the gym, yeah. Like, I don't know.
You watched it? You watched the Streamer University trailer?
Yeah, it was sick.
All right, I'm gonna watch it right now. Hold up, BRB.
Go for it. Okay.
So all the coaches will play all against each other. So like round one.
Good. All the coaches fight each other.
These guys will all fight each other. Then these two will all fight each other. Then these two will fight each other. Then you swap. And they all fight different people until everybody fights all 5 other teams. And same thing with the students as well. So we'll take the 2 highest students on the team and put them in a lobby, and they'll fight all the other 2 highest students on every team. And the students 3 and 4, the newest players on every team will fight against each other. Same thing. So there will not be coaching at the same time. It's not simultaneous coaching, but it is a chance for everybody to play at the same time, get lots of matches in. And then once the game days are over, that's when you reconvene with your team. And then you come up with like, okay, watch my matches. I got owned in my match by this guy playing Thresh and he was just spamming. What do I do? And then your coach is like, all right, let me give you some tips. You know, let me give you some tips about what to do about this. You know, so yes, there's not simultaneous coaching, but the big thing about this is that in a normal round robin for the slam, right? You know, you would play like once against each of the other teams, so like 5 matches in a day or something. But for this, you play 5 matches in a round.
5 matches in a round.
And then you play 5 matches in the next round. And then you play 5 matches in the next round. So the volume of games you get is a lot higher than in our other formats. Which means that you get to play the game a lot more. Which I think is really nice. And the work you put in as an individual is like still pretty important. Yeah, it's all first to 2. Yeah, it's all first to 2. Yeah, it's a pretty long game day. We're deciding on whether it's going to be 3 or 4 rounds, depending on time and energy people have. I think playing 4 rounds is really fun.
Oh, they announced a new challenger
like
tournament shit too.
But it depends on how everybody's doing. Depends on how everybody's doing. It also means you have less downtime of just like sitting there and waiting.
Team Shine, Karku, Kyle, Doki, Feisty.
Like, you know, like
Raw Pro, Jurassic Blood Thunder, Ricky.
An hour. Like, I'm just
Beckman, Fee, Abby, Ricky.
There, it means, you know,
Coney, Huntress, Tashi, Skull. Ah, cool. June 18th?
Each one takes about an hour. We're going to do another.
This is the same day as the slam, or am I tripping?
I'm sure somebody will be streaming. I'm going to gather the gamers and do it again. We did it, and it takes about 40 minutes. To play. From 40 to 45 minutes is how long it took us.
If you're not careful,
Which,
mate,
you know, it is a lot of matches back to back to back to back, but it's fun that way. Because like as you play, you're learning and doing.
But we don't have 2 healers.
We're gonna be building.
Yo, why we don't have a healer?
Y'all suck. The day after, it depends on how fast we.
All right, whoever dies first switches. How about that?
We do have to try an account.
No, I'm good.
No. Well, not you. You're a tank. Other than a tank, yeah. Whichever DPS dies first, switches the heals. Most I'm good.
Back. Everyone but PP switch.
Yo, Phoenix, that's you. Bro, lock in, bro. Chill out. Just switch. It's not that deep. Like, bro, just switch, brother. Like, come on. You need to watch the best of 3. Get your ass on a healer. Yo, get your ass on a healer. This was the best of 3, bro. Go try to phone fake.
Oh, you want it so long. I just put the wall, my beacon down to psycho killer.
Yo, what am I?
That was a no rig at Doom. Did you see that? Bucky's won. Bucky won.
Nice.
Oh my god, the cart almost went in. Where was a minute? What's this map? This is a new map. This came out with what, Deadpool?
Here is an enemy to pursue.
He stopped them in their
You're mine. Amplifier in preparation.
I got my ultimate. I'm back on the corner. Hopefully residence that. Does come back around the corners.
How much range?
Oops.
No way, bro.
Yeah.
There's Wolverine on the point. Wolverine on the point. Wolverine on the point.
My hunt's not over yet. Got you good.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Blazing gunshot.
Okay. Well, there's indeed a grabber, yep. Another torch? Damn. So many torches today. Yeah, I'll just ban Star-Lord. It's like probably his best counter. Okay. That was one. Don't recognize you? Probably. No time to look at her right now. God, bro. The torch was 1 HP, but no one shot him except me.
Those guys are about to shoot at us.
That man dies.
We got 3, 2, 1.
Oh, this is annoying.
Push up a little bit, push up a little bit with this. Let me die. Run. Unlucky hold. Heal him up. 5 seconds to res. I'll res in 5, 3, 2.
That's so annoying. I dashed the wall mistake. Okay, I mean, I guess.
I res on Luna. Go.
Okay.
Die back here, res up, die back here. Got your res again.
He's one.
Depot.
No, that doesn't seem like one. I'm on this say, like, well, I shot him. That's not one. So many torches today. This shit is getting exhausting. I must say.
So sorry.
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh, buddy.
Don't go down quite so easy, love. Love that kid.
Better stop that vehicle.
Some health would do nicely.
I have all of that.
Supernova! Oh, much better. Cheers, mate.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
That
They don't have TP.
Oh man.
Bro, what's going on?
That sucks.
Alpha's up. On point. Come behind this point, come behind the bus. Get all the juice.
That girl just got a fat ult. Well, not fat ult, but
That was fun, wasn't it? That was a lot of fun.
There you go.
That was funsies.
it was a horrible ult, but it works.
0.
Oh, you call this fun, bro?
1.
Did I
Time to switch things up.
say it something
including
else?
which side
Yeah, bro, I'm
you're
going
on.
flank Luna, bro.
You'll need a
Not
top
if I
notch
do it
team
first.
to win this one.
Who's ready
I'll go
to
flank
go
Rocket.
hunting?
Not if I do it first. Flank Jet, fuck it.
Bully
Not if
little
I
kids
do.
on it. Wait, what are y'all talking about?
God, he's so cold.
They killed controller players. What they do controller? Controller finally got balanced. You mean? That shit was busted. That shit was busted. What are you talking about?
Round 2. Go.
Play Phoenix at one time.
Is an outdated term.
My
Gene Grey and I are one now.
That shit was busted.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hulk, you look remarkable. A lot has changed since the Defenders' days, Doc.
Rank is this? Celestial / GM1. We're predicting some nerfs for the buff tomorrow. I mean, for the patch tomorrow. I should probably make that. I'll make that after this. The reveal Scott is tomorrow. Psychology gets revealed tomorrow.
2, 1.
I'll check. I'll make it after this match.
Thanks for the boost.
Well. Who do we call cold?
Feel rusty on this character. I haven't played this character in a while.
There's a black cat behind. Yep, he's behind us, alright.
Yo, kill it right here.
No shield on Venom, One shot.
I got messed up hard.
Thanks for the boost.
Okay. Thing to get the proc on him. Okay. Okay, this girl just doesn't die.
90% my ult. So. Ultimate's point. Or not.
Okay, like they just let the strange walk past them and just. She just ignored him. What is that? Cloak just straight up ignored him.
I thought I would live through it. I guess not.
That's insane. Is she like sleeping or something? Like wake up?
He doesn't want to die. Oh my god, he's crazy goated.
A shield never hurts.
Kill!
What's up? No one's even died yet.
Good on.
Still on my right.
It's on the left side.
Oh my god.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Looking towards.
Okay, man.
Your ass one. I'm still here. I'm healing you guys above.
Okay, man.
Corner. I might just TP.
Reborn again. Good time.
I don't feel like playing this character. This character is so boring.
Only 60 seconds left.
Be careful here. A foe has revealed themselves.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Thanks for the boost.
This is up. Press is up. I'm ulting as soon as I get it. 90%.
Brother.
Actually,
Oh my god. Okay, well, I gotta know.
Strange is one on point. Beat him up. He's one. Absolutely one. Strange is one. Go strange. Oh, my ult for a next push. We're gonna need it for one person. There we go.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh my god, frozen 3, 2.
See, I told you what. Oh, the slam shit? Bro, I don't know how you didn't get in.
Invisible.
Still back a little bit. Card's still slow.
Happy Lotus gotta know.
No, just
You 100% are getting into a slam this year, though. If it's not this one, it'll be the next one, hopefully. I don't know how you ain't get in, because you're one of the few people that actually like do content consistently for that game.
Up then a shield, overshield.
Luna's on the left.
You know she's frozen, right?
Ridiculous that you don't get in.
Go in there.
Oh, ulted nothing.
Okay, I'm on it.
I didn't know where they were. They were all like so spread out.
No overshield. He's low, he's off it. Cat 2.
That's just unlucky though, because there's a lot of new people this time.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Strange.
Venom diving again. Venom on card again. He's a stagger.
I am ready to put on a show.
God, this stranger is so fucking annoying.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Thanks for the boost.
Am I even missing, or is she just eye framing it? It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell with that character.
I like
Let's
this
keep going. Keep applying, that's true. I mean, the same thing, the literal same exact thing happened to Lotus. He finally got into one. I was talking to him. I was like,
Cat.
when I'm gonna see you on a slam? He says he keeps applying. He just never get in. He finally got in though. That's pretty cool to see.
Get up here.
Okay.
Frozen, turn around. Oh my god. Kill her.
Strange gonna do something?
On top of the bus, guys.
Strange, what is this Strange next to me doing? Is he gonna kill something?
Finish him off. One shot. I got it. Oh my god.
Nice. Oh my god, I had them solo and Strange just like, I don't know, he's just looking at him or something.
Okay. 90%. Get back. I'm gonna keep you, Brody. Hold up.
This is all so much bigger than me.
Alted, stay up. Big push. Res up. Stay on the cart, we have to stay on the cart. Do Venom. You guys are down the score.
Okay, can I play the game, please?
We gotta play aggro Mal right here. Heals are coming. Alt on point. Stay on point. Let's go. Kill the Luna, bro. Everybody look at the Luna.
No way.
That sucks.
Yo,
Cloak ult on the point.
Yo,
Bro,
that was the best game I've ever played in my entire life, bro. I mean,
How the fuck do we lose that? That's so stupid. Yo, why do we keep losing against torches?
bro, that's what I'm saying. That was the greatest performance I've ever played.
I don't know how we lose that.
Yo.
Oh man. For all torch meta, ain't no torch meta now. I should have just played Psylocke.
Get a queue up on.
I keep forgetting. We hitting down if we keep this up? Yeah, whatever. My rank resets like what, this Friday? We're gonna be a new season, so I don't really care.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Science. Someone's got to guard the galaxy. Might as well be me.
Play Starlord this time. Get these fucking torches out of here, bro. How does the Rivals Creator Program work? You just gotta be a Rivals. There's like requirements. You gotta be like a Rivals creator. When you're in a coaching video, never. I'm not a coach. I don't know what type of question is that. I'm not a coach. I play for the vibes. Why would I do a coaching video? The Starlord skin? Yeah, it's a Battle Pass skin. Yo, we just not banning anything. Yeah, we are trolling. How many lords do I have? I think like 9, I think. I think 9.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Oh wait, no, I'm 9. I'm tripping. I'm thinking about something else. How much do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whose order was one more? Oh wait, no, that's a different account. 8. I was thinking about my other account. That's why I said 9. I'm like 1 or 2 matches off of Lord on. Well, not 1 or 2. I think one. Actually, I think 1 or 2. I think I'm close on Wanda, Daredevil, and I don't remember the last character I'm close on. I forgot.
Well, look at you.
Yo, Tony Croissant, what's up,
Are
dude?
you a superhero? What can you do? Okay, I'll let you show me.
Alright, we win this match no matter
I
what.
have a penny, watch out.
That's all good. I'll shoot the thingy, the nest.
Battle starts in 5.
I'm gonna swap off Scroll as soon as I get them out that corner.
2, 1.
That's the stuff.
She recalled her nest.
I'm hurt. A nice deep freeze.
The nest is down again.
Body blocking. Here we go.
No nest on Penny.
A nice deep freeze.
Oh, sweet moves, right?
You know what to do, spiders?
This is Star Wars, not right?
The more no bubble.
I'm all here.
I destroy Penny nest.
Walk.
A nice deep freeze.
Deleted. I get a heal. Damn. Yo, Ruza, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, dude.
Yo, I'm winning this.
Let's try this again.
They have one healer. I killed one healer.
I don't have to be center stage.
I was looking for one of these.
Yeah, this guy's chasing the fuck out of me. Damn.
Come here and let me help.
That's the stuff. Oh, sweet moves, right?
I said we are living again.
Undersea uglies.
Force the hell up, dude.
Ultron's really messing around. Oh, did you see that?
Penny no nest.
They're down 2 right now.
Did you see that?
Down 3. Oh my fucking god. Okay.
Only 60 seconds left.
Penny behind us.
I was looking for one of these.
God, let me play the game, yo. Like, why does that have a 3-second cooldown? Holy crap. That stuff is silly.
Oh, did you see that?
That's 3.
Like, let me play the game, bro.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Sayonara, suckers! Because they got suction cups.
Oh, fuck no. I got lasered. I'm dead. I think our Luna was missing. She only hit like 2 shots of like, or something. I don't know. Yeah, she was missing like crazy. Oh no.
I'm up.
Taken down Ultron before.
I'm walking.
No sweat.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Oh, gotcha.
So many deployables. Oh my god. Oh, it's still hitting.
Keep up the momentum.
What my B-hop? That guy's gone. Again. How's everybody's day doing though? Shit, we need to run predicts. You know, we've lost like a lot of matches. We're losing matches by just the dumbest shit, but we're not really even trying though. So, have a thing.
Yo, he's lost.
Kill his ass, kill his ass, kill his ass.
Good night. Yo, he's one.
Starler's one. Oh, he got healed. What about you? Having a good day. A little bit of rivals. A little bit of rivals. Totally not addicted. I'm kind of scared that my day might get ruined by Cuphead though. I must say, I am pretty scared. If I get that DM, it's cooked. If I get that DM, it's fucking cooked. I'm a little scared. All it takes is one Cuphead, bro. Should have thrown my brain off. No music. You don't hear the music? What do you mean?
I'm ready to put on a show.
Nice, that's one right there.
What do you mean no music? Can you not hear the music playing right now? What does that mean? It's probably not loud enough. I can turn it up. Hold on. Yeah, good luck surviving this.
Did you see that? Taking down Ultron before. No sweat.
The current score is 3-2-0.
That should be better.
Time to switch things up.
You've been getting more popular in the MRC recently? When you said MRC, I thought you meant like the Marvel Pro scene. I'm like, what are you talking about? Not the pro scene. Ignite is the pro scene. MRC is the online thingies that you can just enter. Online tournaments. You meant community. Have I? Doubt it. What's up, fool? How you doing? Have I? Old content, new content, you know, boosted matches. If you need a boosted matches, Street Fighter 5 machine.
Whatever it takes to keep them safe.
That shit is peak. I remember I played that last time when you asked me to. That is peak. That is a peak theme.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Stark. Goldilocks.
I need to finish this anime. This is from To Your Eternity, right? Yeah, this is To Your Eternity. I need to finish this anime. Well, finish season 2? 3? What season is it? I don't even remember what season I left off on.
3, 2, 1.
Wait. No, this isn't.
Need some help.
Here they come.
This is from Vinland. This is Vinland. Yeah, I'm tripping. Pink Blood is To Your Eternity. I'm tripping. This is Vinland. I'm thinking about Pink Blood. Pink Blood is To Your Eternity. 3-0. I need to tap in. I haven't watched the new season yet. I was gonna wait for all the episodes to stack up. Wait, they're on Loki? Oh my god, I gotta switch. Okay, this anime I remember. This is Millionaire Detective.
No, we killed him. He can't. He
More than ever. I'm gay. I love you. Thanks. Appreciate it. No, this anime was hilarious, bro. If you never see Millionaire Detective, it's a pretty short one. I think it's like 12 episodes, but it's hilarious. Oh my. Fucking tore guy's head off.
I suck.
Rocket.
Fuck did he ult? What?
There they are.
Damn, my mods awake? Do you have any mods? I said awake like I'm streaming at nighttime. I'm so used to streaming at nighttime, I said awake. Like, that's how you know I don't stream this early. I said any of my mods awake, bro. Holy shit. That's so evil, bro. Oh my god, I got headshotted. Yeah, I said awake. I didn't mean to say that. Can we get some predicts? Or are you not on your PC? Tell me at your PC, I'll run it. I'll do it. Well, you can do it for this match. Oh my god.
This might be.
Yeah, it's winnable. Let's give that up. YG, what the hell?
No stopping the Star Lord.
Not my PC, I'll hop on if you want. Apply for Streamer University? Sure. Do it after stream. Dude, I'm getting one-shotted. I got Terra caped and headshot by Ella, so it was a one-shot. Wow.
Can't keep me down for long.
That shit one-shot me, damn.
It's the grand finale.
Nice.
Can't see shit, can't see shit.
Look out behind you.
Much better.
Everybody wanna do what they wanna do. Not gonna bother with that one. Oh my god, Iron Man fucking died. Oh, this guy's just gonna keep ulting all. Wow.
Only 60 seconds left. A nice deep freeze.
Wow. Someone this match, sure, go for it. Also, have you seen your LARP counterpart? What are you talking about?
Us against the world.
Oh, sweet moves, right?
Did you get him? I think he did. Fuck. carbs. Oh, it's about that video? Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not gonna do that.
Might be a good time to stop them.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Did you see that? Swing monsters. Okay.
Holy.
Yeah, we might actually end up losing this.
Did you see that?
Hell no. We win it easily.
Is that all you got, Namor?
Oh yeah, there we go.
Come on, man. I need to get a heal, bro. Oh.
No way.
Every time I ult, the rocket just counter ults me, so I can't even ult.
Oh, did you see that? Just what the doctor ordered.
Better stop that vehicle.
It's time.
I have ult.
Just give them another inch.
I can bump you. I can bump you. 3, 2, 1.
Bro, this rocket always ults my ult every single time. Every single time. Like, without fail, he always ults my ult. Better off just playing fucking Elsa.
Yeah, bro. Namor the devil, bro. Dead ass.
The current score is
Like actually, man.
He said Namor was the
The
devil.
next season, I guarantee he's gonna have a team up with Cyclops where it's just straight laser beams. It looks at you. As soon as it looks at you, it
Laser
does
squids?
half HP, bro.
You gonna get laser squids or some shit? I don't fucking know.
Literally, bro. And it's like, it's oh my, and I know it's gonna
Laser
ricochet off the
squids.
walls and just hit you, and it's like, damn. This is crazy, bro.
That motherfucker's gonna get laser squids. Motherfuckers gonna get laser squids, bro.
Somjuu, can you play VP?
Bro. Hell nah, bro. Not against a Namor.
Not against Namor Hella, what? You want him to play it against Namor Hella?
I didn't bring all these bullets so we could play cricket.
That team up better get removed tomorrow, I swear to God. That team up has to get removed.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
If that team up is still in the game tomorrow, I'm gonna be so mad. That team up has got to get removed, bro.
Wild, Bucky. Go on, name your price.
1 raccoon skin hat.
Yikes. I mean, technically I ain't a raccoon, but something tells me I shouldn't push my
Wait, does every character have a team up in the game?
No. Well, yes.
5, 4,
Yes.
Wait, actually?
Yes, everyone has a team up. If you don't have a team up, you have a season buff.
Enemy in front of us.
Bro, you never knew that?
Hell no.
You're trolling. Is he trolling, chat?
Delete Namor, bro.
I can't tell if he's being serious. What the hell? Drop down, drop down, drop down, drop down.
I'll patch you up. Your attack is over.
Ooh. They're down one, they're down one. Walk up, walk up, walk up, walk up. They're down one.
Run. Need help, bro. Nice.
They're down two.
Namor.
W.
The current score
I was
is
not boosted. I was saying
3,
boosted.
2,
I was a bounce.
3. Time to switch things
That's
up,
a balance.
including which side you're on.
Cut that up. Cut that up.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Who's ready to go hunting?
Nintendo Direct tomorrow. Tap in, chat. We will be there. Tap in. I've seen enough Buff Phoenix.
Round 4. Go!
Who's tagging me?
Girl ever get a
Who's
bloody
this?
day off?
This is a nice spot. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Where I come from, we do not take kindly to poachers.
I'm not looking for bag
You
of
smash?
pasta as a
Hope.
trophy, mate. I kill
One can
bloody
hope.
monsters.
I mean, it's June. If it's not now, then it'd have to be at the Game Awards. You gonna do what?
I'm gonna go in.
2, 1.
Bet.
Shot to the soul.
Was it my BP aura? Was it the aura or what?
Bet him on side. He's one. No shield.
He's one.
Aw.
They're gonna TP.
That's a big gun.
110% it makes.
Yo, that's aura.
Beware.
Only 60 seconds left.
That's so annoying. I just want to get looked at, bro. Come on, man.
Bloodstone gem. Cheers, mate.
Oh, GG.
Final score.
GG's.
4, 2, 3.
Yes, sir.
GG.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Oh my god, that guy has 37 finals. What the fuck?
Damn,
Yo,
37
why does that guy
finals?
have 37? What the fuck? What the hell was he
Nah,
doing?
he went stupid.
God damn.
Bro, the whole game.
Like, god damn. That guy went crazy.
They haven't heard anything yet. Like the coaches and players hadn't been revealed. It was still. So yeah, if you happened to be there during her stream, you saw myself and several others in there. But yeah, man, time has finally come. I get to be part of the Sage M Slims. So I'm looking forward to it. It should be a lot of fun. Like I said, I know a lot of people who watch the stream and even people on YouTube have been asking, when am I going to be in one? It was never up to me, but you know, now it's finally my time. Should be interesting. We got a lot of variety when it comes to the types of people in this one.
Finally got in a slam.
You know, I'll do my best. No promises, but we're gonna work hard. As for coaches, we've also got quite the array. They've got Super Noon and Croc and Socks.
Vote on no. Here, I'll do a predict.
Cloud and Dillian, Diaphone and Zane, SQ and Sonic Fox, and then Red Ditto and Inzum. They're doing a different format this time around, where it's like it's all duos, right? So it will not be me.
Even the coaches are duos.
I will have a partner at all times. So obviously something I'm not familiar with and not something I have a lot of experience with in 2x scale. But I'm gonna do my best to be.
Oh wait, the teams aren't announced.
And,
Oh yeah, they're not.
You know, make it do what it do.
They can do what it do. Here, let me pull up the Nintendo Direct thingy.
Think you want to be today?
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Yeah, yo.
Yo. Any
Oh,
micers?
damn, Neymar, I didn't mean to ban you, bro. My bad, bro. My bad.
Oh.
I didn't see Neymar.
He's thrown. Look at this.
Oh, I mean, yo.
Lucky. Oh, he said.
My bad, bro.
He said. Fuck.
We banning.
He wanted that shit back. He did that shit on purpose.
You have a thing, man.
No, he did that shit on purpose, chat.
Ban thing last.
He
Ban
said,
thing
fuck. He
Yeah,
wanted
bro,
that shit to land on the more. What's up, Euro? He wanted that shit to land on Namor so badly. I'm crying, dog.
I'll run gamut. Just ego it.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
How much slots do I put for this Nintendo Direct? Only 4 things I really want. I'm making the thing for Nintendo Direct. Hold on.
Round 1, go! They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Shit, the match is starting. God damn it.
Wait, where'd our hook go? Can I not? So
Adam.
Why'd he switch to Adam?
we had a good.
You're gonna try not to fall asleep. Why are you falling asleep this early? It's only like 5 p.m.
Crack Adam.
Yeah, solo tank defense penny. This is gonna be fun.
You got it, bro.
It works. It works. Trust it works. I believe you.
Let him cook. Let him cook. Let him cook.
I'm confused here. Like if I was on screen, I wouldn't have any complaints.
W.
That's what I'm talking about.
Alright, can you push your mind so you
That might be the same match from last match. Oh god. What the fuck? Oh my god, bro. I hate fighting Hulk's blade. I actually hate it so much. I fucking can't. Yo, what's wrong with my game? Our team's getting ran.
Stop cart for a little bit.
Yep. Yo, Panda and DSM, thanks for the follows.
Back in the game.
Yeah, I don't play this.
I got raccoon.
Get that magic.
Yeah, she's not jamming.
Magic's anti.
Anti.
Kills magic. Kills magic.
Got her.
Alright, just get a shot, 50. Have I go? I have 2 healers. Can't hit me. Just more good.
Oh, Blade gets buffed tomorrow. Holy fuck.
Magic coming in.
Kill the healers from behind. Yeah, Rocket. Did nothing soon. Magic guy.
And she can't.
Where the fuck is everybody at?
Keep getting in the back one. I got you, Blake. Keep fighting. Lucky one. Nice. White Fox. Can't see me, but fine. White Fox one.
They double sword also.
Yeah, this shit.
Yeah, I'm close. I'm at 95.
What the?
I can't believe it.
Give me money, Infer. Give you money. I'm poor.
Steal. No, it's all the wrong thing.
Yeah, nothing to give.
It's all the wrong thing. I know.
That's one.
Son, bro, I hate Hulk so much. Ooh, born again?
Rocket.
Whoa.
Lucky one. Nice. Okay, top. I got it. One shot. Top right.
Where are you going?
Dad got red like 4 times.
That's it one. Back it up.
Oh my word.
Ain't she the one who married a billionaire wife? My wife's a billionaire? Is that so? Is that so?
Only 60 seconds
Alright,
left.
we have Blade.
I know what a billionaire wife want me. Play Blade. They don't want me to play Blade.
Thor.
Blade and Magic come in. Oh my god.
I'm about to ult their backline.
Respawn.
They're dead. Raccoon dead.
Nice. Magic behind.
She's really low.
Nice, nice. I got you, boy. Fighting.
This shit is so annoying, bro. I can't fucking kill nobody with my ult.
I got that for you guys. I have room for you. Don't keep playing that. Oh, nice, done.
Come on, Blade!
That rune.
I'm dead as fuck, but I killed their healer.
Nice. Then
Or no, that was Bucky Mups. My bad.
No, you get it.
They're chocolate.
They'll have something.
Chocolate, what are you talking about?
The final 10 seconds.
The hell?
Spider mode.
Got high ground. That's why I got that egg out. I got you. Bucky's one. You made it tough. I got you. What? Nice. I got you, Blake. Keep going. Keep going. I'm 95. We'll come back. Get it off, nice. I got love. I'm coming in, baby. I'm here.
Yo, she's one.
Wait. Yeah, Maddie one.
They're both low.
Nice. Magic.
Yo, I low-key carry. Holy shit. Nah, I dead-ass carry.
Let's go. W Spidey.
Even though 6 and 8, you kind of went crazy. It's a good shot.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
W Spidey.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to end.
Okay.
Spawn me.
Mother 3. Chat, you guys have any mothers? Chat, I got mothers.
I'll try Loki one more time. Whoa. Okay, chill. I don't use this character. I don't play this game a lot. Right?
You don't play this game?
My free time, you know. I just finished my my practical for school, you know. Just trying to show off. Okay.
I'm in Photoshop right now. If you're confused at what the hell I'm doing.
Wait, is that Somjuu boy, bruh?
That boy is crazy.
Or man? Somjuu man?
You said boy.
That boy.
Is this his...
This boy is crazy.
Nah. Cause it says Somjuu backwards. I was like, oh, I caught on. And I was like, oh shoot.
Tight.
Blado used to pull like moonlight.
Be like a fan.
Pull? If Blado had a black hole effect,
I generally.
that'd be kind of crazy. Don't know.
3, 2, 1.
That'd be kind of crazy. Don't know. Means you look good. Yeah, I know what he was saying. I was just trolling him.
Hey, come go ahead.
About the chocolate thing? I was just trolling him.
Yeah, I'm doing damage. 3 damage.
In the nest, in the tree.
I got it. That's gone.
Nice. Magic on you,
Magic one. There we go.
Holy shit. I got my ass tossed. How am I supposed to kill this guy? Like, what? Okay. Like, how am I even supposed to kill that? Like, what?
Or actually. Or what? He's distracted?
Or low.
Anyone also. I have roots. Fight. Throw one. Behind. I got you.
Oh, I got her.
I did the magic, guys.
Keep walking me. Never mind. Their healers are low though. There's a magic in our back line being annoying.
Is it okay? They're TPing.
I got high ground. I got you. Keep fighting. Good work. Keep going. I don't have angle.
I need someone else.
The BP on me. BB1.
Okay.
Oh boy.
I'm out of it.
I'm cutting in.
We're gonna have 5 ults. This is it.
Again!
How about here? I'm gonna switch.
Again!
Organic, no.
Again and again and again. Who the fuck is behind me shooting me? It's actually quite annoying. It's like tickling me.
Magic cover!
We have rocket, we get rocket. I have receptor too. BB. Nice, dead.
What?
Dead.
What? Where did that guy come from?
We can actually teleport, and then I can...
Where did that guy come from?
I gotta save freaking task.
What the hell?
Back in the game.
Some assistance, please.
Yeah, I have res also. Yeah, I have res. You can play this. BP, man,
Run it.
Nice, up here.
Oh my god. Walk with him.
Get to. You can see her. Oh, okay. I got it. Alright, I haven't lost thing. I'm only lost thing.
Enter coming for touch. They don't mean that.
I gotta stay at 10.
I'm wasting this.
Stand on top.
Down to 30 seconds.
Angela.
I have high ground.
Oh my god, that does that much damage, yo?
I have runes. On rocket.
Damn.
I got your rocket.
I should have blasted.
I thought you Hulk. Get him.
Yes.
Yeah, use your ult, Adam. Use your ult.
I don't get up press.
Use that shit quick before we die.
Nice. Yeah, we're good. One night. I have no runes. No, I can get you out. Angela's me.
You have no healers.
I'm very sorry.
Never worried.
GG's. Good job, team.
Somjuu carry.
W carry. W carry. Hey, 18 finals, goddamn.
Hold on, 18 finals with Blade?
Always.
Alright,
Rank 1 Blade, yes, sir.
Alright, man, I see now.
Okay, I gotta finish this stupid thingy. Banjo-Kazooie. I wanna put Banjo-Kazooie up here. Do I care for Banjo-Kazooie? I low-key kinda do. It's like made by the same people that made Bonanza. Donkey Kong Bonanza. Why do I have Zelda up here twice? No, I put... Oh, stupid. I should probably just show you guys this, huh? I'm making the bingo for tomorrow. I think I'm finished. I don't want to put too much spaces, because the rest of the shit I wouldn't care about. This is what I originally had, but this was the template, but nah. Oh, I didn't put Smash on here. Fuck. Smash Bros. Ultimate. I need to put Smash up here somewhere. Do I even vote anyone? Oh shit, too late. Oh, payout, we won? Yeah, we won. Yo, Chaotic. Thanks for the follow, and Rupert, thank you as well. Where do I place then? I guess I have his out up here twice.
Which
Is this that crazy blade again, bro?
Crazy blade? What was that supposed to mean?
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned
You said what?
Oh boy. That was like so good, bro. I don't know.
Round two, baby.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Now, who
Blade a goat.
from this match?
Yo, buff Blade though. Hold on. If I don't see Blade buffs tomorrow, I'm actually quitting this game. No, I'm joking. I won't quit, but we're gonna have some problems. We're gonna have some problems.
I need a blade buff as soon as possible.
You said it's impossible? Bro said it's impossible. What's that supposed to mean? I'm pretty sure Expedition will come to Switch too. If I put that. What else do I want to put? Trying to think of what else I want to put.
Thing here for the go.
Not much I really want to see. I feel like there's going to be an Ocarina of Time remake. And a few other things, but I don't. I'm trying to think.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this
Change
one.
this. Weight of my bride. Come on. Oh, let me lock in. I guess the new Star Fox game will probably happen too, huh? I want to see Pokemon Winds and Waves tomorrow. I'm putting that. Or Waves and Wind. What is it called? You ever think you'll play Overwatch? I played Overwatch like 2 days ago on stream. We played Overwatch for like 4 hours. I did an Overwatch video like last month. What do I replace?
Get ready.
This Mario Sunshine? Watch me take this shit off and it happens. If I gotta replace Expedition. Alright, that's it. That's all I care about. That's all I fucking care about. What rank are you? All I did was placements. I placed plat. Won a replacement match. I don't know what my actual rank is if I actually played that game.
I can't believe I got the blade on my team again, man. I'm just gonna start crying. This is beautiful.
Oh, that's a compliment. I appreciate that. No one's ever told me that before. Usually I get called slurs and then I'm joking. But,
Did you have a DD
oh, man. Oh, we're down one. Actually, I don't even think I can play Blade here. They have flyers. They have Ultron. I'm gonna get fucked over hard. Blade sucks into Ultron.
You're right, oh, yeah. That's 28 already?
Yeah, someone needs to kill that Ultron because I can't kill him. I got you.
Magic.
Kill that DD. Kill that DD. DD's dead. DD's dead. Push with me. Push with me. Strange is dead. Walk. Just keep walking. Nice. All dead. Or someone's still alive. I don't know who though.
Oh, we got Necros and Somjuu on the same team.
Necros? I'm Necros? Oh shit, hold on, let's go. I'm Necros,
Yeah,
shit.
look, you got the Necros. Look, you got the
He got neck.
LLL. That's Necros.
Oh, he got crazy neck.
Nice.
Yup.
Oh, the barcode name. I can hold this, hold on. Go strange.
Oh, Magic around the corner. Get
Yeah,
on
she's
it.
around the corner, yeah.
One.
Bury the lights. Oh, you're evil. You are evil.
No, I'm disgusting.
Nah, bruh. It's that deep. That's how you feeling?
Alright, let me get the rest of it.
I don't know if that was. I don't know if you need to do that, but all right. I don't know if you need to do that, but all right. This feels weird. You're not playing BP. It's like, I don't know. I'm so used to you playing BP.
We should play BP right now.
I didn't even know you had a Hulk on you. That came out of nowhere. Like every time I open your stream, you're on BP.
I got you. I'm pop here. I'm doing circles, dude. Come in, DD. Come here. She's one. Mike. Tyler, right side.
Kill this guy. Nice. I'm gonna want to shrink. Oh, he's low. Keep chasing him. I'll keep shooting him. There you go. He said, what the fuck is this Hulk? Hold on. Your Hulk kind of crazy. I can't lie. He said, what the fuck is this Hulk?
They don't even know what type of creature this Hulk is, bro. That's how you know.
They losing to a Hulk and a random ass Blade player. They probably so confused. Oh, I was nothing. I thought they was up there.
Somjuu. And me.
Oh my god, now I'm digging. Right now.
Nah, this seems a little unfair. Low key, this seems unfair. These teams are not balanced. What is this? Whatever though. These teams can't be balanced. You said run this duo more? We could probably run more. Yeah, I kept asking you when am I playing with Somjuu. I kept telling y'all I don't know. It'll happen eventually. It finally happened today.
I didn't even know it was an ability.
I wish I didn't waste my ult though. That's an asshole, bro. This Starler was just shooting that lot of me.
They wasted.
Why does this dude know how to play Hulk? This is so random. Dude randomly just knows how to play Hulk. Flats? I don't know how to get in contact with Flats. I've never played a single game with Flats. I need to play with Boger. Boger, you still here? He probably went to sleep by now. He was here earlier. I need to play with Boger.
Oh, Daredevil.
I got you.
Here.
That's what I need to play with. We should have been played actually, but we just... It's funny, I played fighting games with Boger, but I still haven't played rivals with him. Even though we both have played rivals. That's hilarious.
I'm up with my profile. Let me build my profile.
At TwitchCon, we're at
Wait, they're dumb as hell.
Whose hotel room was it? I think Steve's. Is it Steve's or Yipes?
92.
We were playing Street Fighter.
Close. Oh, wait, 3, 2, 1. On the right side.
Star-Lord is just focusing me so hard. You guys only shooting me.
Star-Lord? There's one behind. 91.
Good beaty. Nice. I got you. Kingsman? I hit up Kingsman. He didn't see my DM or something. I don't know. I gotta hit him up again.
Star-Lord on the right.
Either he forgot to respond or he didn't see it. Y'all told me to ask Kingsman. I hit up Kingsman already.
Stay there, I got you.
He probably just forgot that.
Captain Coach, bro. This is crazy.
Because he says hi to me when I'm in his chat, so I don't fucking know. I've talked to him before. I know, we played in that tournament. He probably just forgot to respond. Or he didn't see it. One of them.
One. Nice, dead. I got you, Blade, I got you.
Thank you.
Kill him.
That girl's dead.
Oh, here.
I got you, Luna, I got you, baby. Keep fighting.
Nice. Good job, guys.
Somjuu, dude, better than
3, 2.
You said what?
This guy clears Captain Coach.
Time to
Bruh.
select, including which side.
Play with Guang Guang.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'll fight to
Wait, I know
the
Necro
darkness that
streams. I know
spawned
Somjuu streams. Blade, do you stream, bruh?
Yeah.
Of course, bro. That's the goat, bro.
Bruh.
Wait, what's it? What is it?
It's my username.
Oh.
Oh man.
All I've known is the hunt.
Oh, what's up, guys? It's a definite real agent. W agent. Go recognize goats. Oh man. It feels so weird being live right now. I usually go live at 5 p.m. EST, but I got on a little earlier so I could play with Somjuu.
Want to know a little secret?
And also, I woke up early.
It was on my slay list.
What? Yeah, we're all in here.
Yeah, the playlist I put on when
Wait,
I was slaying
Luna
bears.
Snow. Wait, I'm Luna
gets my
Snow.
blood
Cloak and
pumping.
dagger.
Bro.
That was a killer track, but I gotta take it
What's
later.
up,
Your name is
Thanks, dude.
I'm like, oh, this guy's good too.
4, 3.
I was on my ult, but like my ult fell out. I couldn't play with Somjuu on my ult because my ult deranked. I could have gone my other ult, but I was like, fuck it, I'll just play my man. Losing or not.
Back up.
Wait.
You talking to chat?
Watch out for a Star Lord.
You're talking to chat. Hold on, lock it.
No, I just trolled. I didn't think he would destroy me that fast.
Back up.
Yeah, they're running anti-dive. Or anti-brawl, whatever you want to call it. God, this fucking Star Lord.
DD, I'll try to get you. Team up left, I got you.
Wow, this guy is annoying.
Nice. Wait, left for a bit. I have orb in the mid. Magic one.
I'm playing.
Nice. I got you.
Yeah, they brought out Emma to counter pick me. Oh, how annoying. It's just gonna fucking grab me and then my cheeks are gone. Wait, they have one healer. They have one healer.
I think. Nice. You can come back. I'm all here.
Yo, Magic's still
Oh my god, this girl.
Magic's the one.
This girl just keeps grabbing me.
Magic one.
Nice.
I gotta just parry her grab.
I got it.
Nice, where's the cloak ult?
Oh my. I'm out. Luna's close.
Oh, the ult didn't die, bro. Blade was ass.
Bucket's one.
Blade ult's so weak, bro.
Backing up.
Magic close.
Nice. You go crazy ult. Got you, Luna. Got you. Damn, wait. I'm dead.
Bro, did I not play?
Bucket said, it's on.
Jeez, what's up, Black Knight? How you doing?
Not there.
I was born ready.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Jesus Christ, this Star Lord.
Back up.
Yeah, they have two healers now.
I have DD and we can open both.
He has ult again?
I can't get you.
I'm not tripping, right? Didn't he just ult?
Oh my god!
Am I tripping?
Leave me. Good hit me. No. Think. Nice. I have over. Look at the left here.
Thing behind. Thing on point.
Mirror. Go in left side. Blade.
Oh my god!
Oh, nice.
On your left.
That was a fucking nice stuff for Somjuu.
I'm all here. I got you, Luke. No.
Oh, that's low key, my
That's
bad.
fine. Back up.
1,000 gods!
No, bro. He didn't die, bro. I was trying to execute him with an initial slide, but it wasn't low enough.
That thing glitched. I'm wiping here.
Well, I mean, the after slashes were gonna kill him. That's why, like, I did that. But he flipped out of it, and I framed the damage. If you're gonna, you can do that shit.
I'll pop here. If you can stall with Thor.
Better stop that vehicle. There's still a chance to
I'll warp right here, Thor. I can make it. Just chill. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Left side. On the left. Break if you can.
Oh my god, please, bro. I did no damage to this thing. This sword is so fucking weak, bro. Holy shit. So ass if you're not hitting something. Sword is so buns if you're not hitting anything, man. So depressing. Bro, this thing is crazy, bro. He's just trying to go up there to you.
Back in the game.
Oh my god, bro.
Come back with me. Kill Starwood, maybe? Kill. Nice. Or the thing on left side.
Run them down. We're here.
Thing one also. Magic behind you.
Magic behind.
I'm coming.
Got him.
I'm messing our CC.
I shot in front of him. See, this is what I be telling you guys. You have to shoot where they're going with Blade. I shot in front of him and he ran into the bullets. That's like the prime example of what I'm talking about. I shot in the spawn room, he ran into it.
Not 40. Yeah, and then back to the bus. Back to the bus. Back up. You can't make it. Go to the portal. You guys do it. War. Gotcha. Magic on Helix.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, she survives that.
Magic's one. Have Warble. Stay in there. One. Thing one.
GG's. GG's, everybody.
Yo, somebody get the door!
This guy clears captain coach, bro.
40 bomb.
victory. Big win.
W.
Play one more, Unc. Then I'm gonna get off.
Bet.
Sorry. I gotta watch the Knicks win today, man.
I forgot that's on the.
Pizza, yes sir.
What type of pizza you getting?
I be making like homemade pizza.
Oh, that's actually pretty cool.
Yeah. Like I use the keto freaking tortillas.
I see.
And then
But you need to do it when the cooking stream.
Hell nah,
bro.
See, the thing about my cooking, like, it's good to me, but like I feel like if someone else sees it, they're like, "Yo, what the hell is this?" You know?
Bro. I mean, I guess.
I'm telling you.
I mean, I guess. He says, like, what the hell? It kind of scares me. Doesn't mean I feel like you're not cooking it right then.
I don't know. You ever tried sugar on spaghetti?
No. What?
Come on, bro.
Bro, what is sugar on spaghetti, bro? You're gonna get diabetes, bro. What are you talking about?
Bro, that's like a black people thing, bro.
Bro, that's like me asking you if you tried that new fucking Kool-Aid. What is it? Pineapple Kool-Aid? Did you try that?
Hell no.
Exactly, bro. What are you talking about right now?
I might honestly try it. This shit look good, bro.
I can't hear it does. Like talking about some fucking sugar.
Like
perhaps. Perhaps.
If you ever make spaghetti and ground beef, just drizzle some sugar on top. I'm telling you, it's gonna change your life.
Mm-hmm.
It can't be no regular pasta though. Like, you know. That's
Okay.
Spaghetti pasta.
I give it a try. You're not wrong. Chat, can y'all test this? Is he y'all spinning or like is he actually not wrong or what? That shit sounds scary. What?
Same.
That shit sounds scary as hell. Yeah, no, I need to run duels. I need to run duels with what's his name? Greg Albert. His whole crazy. I played with him when I was playing with Kurt Cast. That dude Hulk get down. That's a Hulk player right there. That shit handle business. We were literally playing a brawl comp. That shit was disgusting, bro. We just ran the enemies down like crazy. I love playing with Hulk's blade. That bubble was too nice. Someone in there brawling with you. Like brawl comps with blade is just so nice. I love it. I love it. I love it. Oh, am I done with this? I think I'm done with this. This is all I want. Tomorrow. Murder Sunshine would be cool too. I kind of want to
say something.
A Wind Waker. Wait, what the what? What?
Oh, he's a common band.
Wait, what happened?
You're gonna play someone. Show us.
Oh, he was gonna play Star Lord. Poor guy. What's happening? We're just playing. I was doing a predicts for tomorrow for tomorrow's Nintendo Direct. Yeah, this is what I want though, so I'm gonna save this. Predict for balance patches. Oh, that's what I was gonna do. You're right. Right. I was gonna do that. Oh, let me put up the next and then the predict. We just won.
But only if we show our foes respect.
30 seconds before you attack.
Get ready. You need not fear me, little yokai.
Can I get a new Kid Icarus, man? Please, bro.
You are both the
Please, bro.
That is rare indeed.
Where's a tier list at? I gotta clear this.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
What's up, bro?
1. Step aside. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Today we are going to difference.
Apple, watch out.
Okay, buddy. All right, buddy.
I'm good to go. More.
I'm out of sight.
Wait, Gambit's not banned? Yo, wait, why is Gambit not banned?
Yeah, we're gonna ban it, that's why.
What?
What are you aiming at?
This guy's a cringe bag. He's trying to do the same thing over and over again.
Out of sight.
He's getting fucking healed. Bro, what? Or was it just the tankiness? He got healed. There's no way he didn't. Yeah, he did. Oh my god, I killed him. Hella. Oh my god, he was hella dead. That's so sad. He was actually hella dead.
Farewell.
Judge.
Oh boy.
Executioner.
I earn my name in every slice of cold steel.
The hunt is on.
Back in the game.
My
The tree is down. Restored. Boom, one shot.
Dinner time, love.
The hunt is on. Take cold steel.
There you are, cheeky git.
What the? My ult won't work. Oh, this she fucking silenced me, bro. I'm like, why is my ult not working? What the fuck? Oh, that's so annoying.
All right.
Yep. We kind of need a gambit.
We're not running gambit.
None of you guys play gambit?
I know.
Can you play gambit, please?
I can do rock at low.
What?
We damage boost one of y'all. Especially Blaze, Ultimate, or Punisher's a good counter. We also need a map here, guys. We got the most poke ever.
Oh my god, can we just please get on fucking gambit, bro? Like, it's just, this shit is so stupid, bro. Why are we not on gambit? I don't get it.
Yo.
Like, I don't know what to play here, because I mean, it's not on me.
Damn, bro, y'all need everything, bro. Damn.
Down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, we damage, we need shield, we need everything. I'm trying to keep you up.
Just walk into the spawn room if you die.
You ready?
What is this match? This match is so over. Holy shit.
Yo, literally.
This match is hella over, bro.
I don't know, bro.
The current score is
We took 10 years to get on gambit, bro. There's no way.
time to switch. Deciding which side.
Yeah, we're being spawn held. That's just crazy. It's all good though. It's just a team disconnect, so like I'm not gonna blame anyone. We're all doing horrible.
Yeah.
But you do have
Yo,
so
hella,
that's
that was
kinda
hella
crazy.
rude, bro.
Oh, no flame to anyone, dude.
This guy, bro.
To drown in my wake.
Yo.
Yeah, let's run that hella no more. Stall for as long as possible. We fucking lost. I don't know what this last match is.
Doing no.
I shall crush our foes.
It's cool, bro. I'm gonna go hella and fry him. Trust.
Yo, trust. We win this trust.
Powerful spells require extraordinary patience.
This match is fried, yo.
I think it's definitely still winnable if we like that 5 feet.
I'm declining that.
When you enter my realm,
We are staying in this match.
Get him, bro. We can never give up.
Let's fucking go.
Yes, sir.
Never bad, I never what?
Battle starts in 5.
How do we as a Blade community get a Blade buff? Get Blade a buff? I mean, the fucking funeral worked. I mean, I guess, like, they probably just think we're ass. I don't fucking know. That's the point. Young just probably thinks we're fucking ass. The character.
Bro. We got pushed back pretty fast. You got that TV back?
Yeah, actually,
I
ulted me.
TP back.
Alright, let's get it, bro.
I will not be stopped so easily.
Show me some, bro. Show me some.
Where did my health bar go? GG's.
Well played, everyone.
Well played, well played.
GG.
You put this stream in uni app? No, not yet. That was pretty funny.
Hey, man. W Games, bro.
W Games, bro. W Games as always. GG's, bro.
Damn, 0 finals across the board.
No, that's bad.
Nah, that's actually crazy, bro. Hey, man, but GG's, bro.
GG's, bro. That was fun as shit, man. GG's.
Future games.
Good luck to you as well, bro. Hope your team win.
Facts, man.
Alright. Oh man, that's funny, bro. Okay, well, let me do this tier list real quick before I queue another one. Wish list. Big nerf. What do I do? Slight nerf? Keep as is. Buffs? Should I put it the opposite way? Nah. Rework. I don't think I need an F tier. I don't need an F tier. Adam is S tier? Slow that down, son. Slow that down. Okay. This. This. W. Okay. We're gonna start with Adam? What do you think about Adam? Well, this is tricky though, because I want triple healer removed. If I want triple healer removed, they have to buff all the off healers. That fart cloud team up is buns though. Actually, I do need another tier. Hold on. Triple healer. Get rid of it. Work. There you go. Oops. I want Adam to get reworked because I want triple healer gone. Cloak. Definitely not a buff. Is Cloak fine? I hate the bubble. I want the bubble. Like, I want the quit on the bubble, like, raised just a tiny bit. The bubble is annoying. It is annoying. Yo, Somjuu, thanks for the raid, bro. I appreciate it. W stream. Nixon 7? W games indeed. That shit was fun as hell. W games. W vibes as always. Hear that, chat? We don't play to win. We play for vibe. But nah, though, I don't care if we lost or won. That was fun. Nixon 4. Wait, is this the last game? Is this game 7 or what game is it? I don't know what they're on. I don't keep up with basketball enough. Game 3? Oh, you got a ways to go. Yeah, I appreciate the raid though. Hope you enjoy your little pizza. I'll tell you, your stream making that pizza would be funny as hell, but whatever. I appreciate all the follows, guys. Right now we're doing a wish list for tomorrow. A buff nerf wish list for tomorrow. Support pool, that's triple healer slot. Well, actually, you can play support pool in 2-2-2. So I'm gonna just leave him as is. Cause he actually heals a lot. Nerf Gambit's ult. Invis, she's fine for now, I suppose. Jeff, I want his team ups nerfed, but other than that, keep him as is. Loki, I want his lamps nerfed. Buff all the off tanks, slow that down. I need your BP kids. Wait, what? Can we kiss? Hey, your chat freaky today. Let's see. Luna Snow. Yeah, that's a nerf to her damage. I want a big nerf to her damage. Her healing doesn't even need to get raised. She already heals a lot. Her damage just needs to get toned down. Tone her damage down and nerf the freeze. Bro, I mean, the DPS Luna shit I've been doing is actually pretty nasty. I can't lie. That's not okay. Mantis, triple healer slot, rework that character. I want triple healer removed, but obviously they're gonna have to like change like Ultron, Mantis, all like the triple healer characters. They're gonna have to like what, nerf their damage but like buff their healing, and probably Mantis' basic attack will be able to heal or something. Like, I don't know, like get rid of triple healer. Like the community has already spoken enough. Like they need to get rid of that shit. What's up, Cosmo? How you doing? No what? You want triple healer? Rocket nerfed? Rocket? I don't think Rocket's ult gain should have gotten lowered. I want his res beacon nerfed. I'm gonna put him in slight nerf. I want his res beacon hella nerfed, bro. That res beacon is cancer. But other than that, sure, whatever, he can stay like that. White Fox, I want her TP move nerfed. Would put it right there. Black Cat. I mean, obviously a big nerf. The res is so ass. That res is handy. You're tripping. You get a full respawn at max health. How is that ass? Because, like, think about it. You're in a team fight as 5v5. Oh, you got to pick. Oh, they're down one. Let's push up. Nope, he gets rezzed. Now you got to get another pick. Like, what? Then they can push you back after that because you wasted all your cooldowns killing or getting that pick, depending on your character. Or sometimes as Blade, since I'm a Blade player, I will ult and get I'll solo ult or get all in general, just get one kill. But then, like, oh, I only killed one person. But then they res from res beacon. So like, wow, I just traded an ult for a res beacon. Are you dead ass? Or maybe they should make it so res beacon shouldn't be able to res ult kills. Or something like that. I don't care what Cyclops is, as long as he isn't duelist, everyone doesn't need more. I got bad news for you. Nah, I don't know. I'm not in a preview event thingy or whatever. They don't ever pick me, so I don't know. Even if I did know, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Black Widow rework, BP buffs, rework or buff. I don't care, one of them. I care this trash. Honestly, I would rather him get reworked. Blade buffs. Oh, I should probably make a big buffs instead of just regular buffs as well, since I have two nerfs tiers. Big buffs. But it's tricky though. I'd rather Black Panther just gets reworked though, because like, for all the support players are gonna cry again. We saw that emote. Wait, what emote? That's not mine. That don't count as a 7TV emote. That don't count. Like BP could be a rework or a buff. Like I want him to get reworked to where like supports won't cry about him, but he's still strong. Does that make any sense? But how would you do that? Oh, he'd have to get reworked. You can't buff him. You'd have to rework him. I'll just put him in rework. DD, slight nerf. Honestly, it's like, I would say, how would you nerf this? I would say his info is what's so broken on the character, bro. The seeing through walls is insane. And also, they should like revert the devil's slam, the chain slam nerf, but nerf the toss instead. I don't know why they nerfed the slam instead of the toss. That was stupid. I was expecting them to nerf the toss, but now he's just a toss merchant. He's literally just a devil's toss merchant. You just spam devil's toss every time now instead of using chain slam, because the damage difference is so tiny. The damage difference is so tiny. That's not Blade. I mean, not Blade. That's not Daredevil.
Sometimes it helps to have a team.
Look at this damage. Actually, I should probably do it on the bot down there. Oh, look at the damage difference. Oh, how would I test this? Fuck. How would I test this? Come on. There we go. And you have to get a sweet spot for the chain slam. Look at the damage difference. That's like barely noticeable. It's barely, this one does a little less. Like it's barely noticeable. Because they nerfed the chain slam. The chain slam used to do more. And also you need to get a sweet spot, because obviously if you don't get the X at the bottom of them, it's not gonna do much damage. Like look at this. Look at the damage if I do it like that. Shit, I hit the sweet spot. Hold on. Try not to hit the sweet spot. Fuck, I keep hitting the sweet spot. There we go. I don't know why they nerfed that and not that, whatever. No overshields? No, DD needs overshields. Oh, hell no. He needs overshields. Oh, this is a lot of scary. This guy is so fun. Yeah, he needs a slight nerf. DPS pool, buff. Elsa. Keep as is. She's fine now. Hawkeye, I want Hawkeye to get buffed, but this motherfucker's annoying, so no. Hella. Bro, can they get rid of that team up, bruh? Can they get rid of that team up, bruh? The Hella Namor, please get rid of it. Please, I don't even want, she can stay as she is, but the Hella Namor team up needs to go, bro. I hate that team up so much. Torch, keep as is. Iron Fist, keep as is. Iron Man, they need to do something about Iron Man, I'm not gonna lie. I want his ult to get reworked. I don't like his ult. I hate his ult. I think his ult is buns. It's very easy to counter or stop. Has a million frames of startup, bruh. As a fighting game player, that seeing that ult is depressing. Magic fine right now. She can get a tiny buff, but I think she's fine though. Mr. Fent, keep as is. Moon Knight needs a slight nerf. Make Moon Knight 250, bro. Make Moon Knight 250. Why is this dude 275, bro, when he's just one-shotting people like this? Like, son, please. Please make Moon Knight 250, bro. I beg of you, bro. Magic is fine. I want him to make Moon Knight 250. Like, he doesn't need to be 275. Does alt suck? Oh, Mr. Fantastic also. I was about to say, thinking about Moon Knight. Moon Knight is not like the best, but it does its job. Area denial, combo ult, and area denial. Better than some people's. Better than Blade ult. Namor, keep as is. Fuck Namor though. I hate this character. Phoenix, big nerf. Psylocke, keep as is. Scarlet Witch, buff. I don't know how they'd buff Scarlet because low level play. I'd rather just rework her. We don't need a character that's like that. Like, we really don't. Spider-Man, keep as is. He just got buff. Squirrel, keep as is. Star-Lord. I want big Star-Lord nerfs. I'm not gonna lie. Or slight. He shouldn't have gotten buffed in the first place. That was ridiculous. Storm, I want Storm buffs. I want to play Storm, but she's so bad. Punisher, I want Punisher nerfs. Bucky, keep as is. Wolf, keep as is. Angela, I want Angela buffs. That tenacity change fucked her over like really hard. I want these three. Put Storm in there too. Oh, there's a pattern here. All the black characters are in big buffs. I mean, BP would be here too if he wasn't in rework. Honestly, rework Storm. Like, well, I'm gonna just leave her at buffs. Whatever. Cap, I want to select Cap nerf. Tank pool, keep as is. Dino, big nerfs. Strange. Can they like get rid of the portal, please? Portaling at last second. Get rid of that, but then like buff something else. Like, can they like when you switch to Strange, the portal should be on like a 20-second cooldown or 15 before you can use it. So you can't just portal for the last point. I mean, for OT. No portal on OT. I hate that shit. It's so annoying. I mean, I can't put him in rework for that though. That's the only thing I want nerfed though. I think he would be a fine character even without that. Emma, she got buffed through the roof, but keep as is. Groot, nerf his ult cost. His ult cost is 2,800. It should not be 2,800. Hulk, I think Hulk is shit. I'm gonna keep putting him in buff. I hate Hulk though. I don't like him. I like playing with a Hulk, but I don't like playing as him. I think he's weak. Magneto, keep as is. Penny, fuck Penny. I'm a dive player, so I'm putting her in nerf. Rogue, I want rogue buffs. I want big rogue buffs. Only rogue BP could ever get his percentage damage increases. The tank, like fist. Dude, I saw somebody say, what if BP's basic attacks applied the mark? Like, that wouldn't be that. Yo, supports would scream. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, what if he needed to do 2 basic attacks to get mark? 2 basic attacks, not 1. 2 basic attacks. 3. That's reactable though. That's gonna take way too long, bro. Cause you do like that. I think 2. Okay, maybe they can experiment with 3, but then like. If 3 is too easy, I mean, it's too ass, they can do 2. So it'd be like a mark on them. So I do like 3 basic attacks and then put the mark and then I can do this. And then like, you know, like stuff like that. It was weird playing BP. V melee should give it instantly. Nah, he should be able to do 2 basic attacks. Oh, V melee. This one has a lot of startup. I don't know if it's exact frames. It's almost the exact. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad about that. But then the thing is, people are gonna buffer that. People are gonna buffer that if you do the melee. Like they're gonna jump from a high place like that, you know? They're just gonna buffer it. Fuck, I'm doing this wrong. And then they're gonna dash, like, you know? It'll literally be like this. Or they're gonna like spin, mark supplied again, and then like, yeah, you know.
Wow, 4 in a row.
I don't know. Like there's many ways you can buff BP. I feel like I feel like that wouldn't be that bad though. If you had to do 2 basic attacks so that you wouldn't be able to just buffer melee to proc it. 2 basic attacks would be fine in my opinion. That's just me though. Thing. Fuck Thing, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, but fine, keep him as is. Or I wish this dude's damage would no. Give him damage fall off. I would want this Thor nerf. Slight nerf. It would be the damage fall off on his rune force. The fact that his rune force has no damage fall off is stupid to me. This move has no damage fall off at any range. It does the same damage at every range. I hate this crap, bro. I mean, I guess it's not that fast, but like, it's a pretty slow projectile, yeah, I guess. But like, shit, I get damage fall off of my gun and I'm Blade. That's not the same, obviously, but still. I'm a hater, man. Leave me alone. Fuck Thor. Fine, he can stay the same. Venom is fine. That's what I hope to see tomorrow. Obviously, this won't happen, especially I'm pretty sure like 2 or 3. No, not even 2 or 3. How much people I have in here? 6. I guarantee you like 4 of these characters are probably gonna go untouched. But whatever. We'll come back to this tomorrow after the patch notes and see if I was correct about anything. Because I know for a fact, like, what, Phoenix is probably not going to get touched. 4 is generous. 5 of them aren't going to get touched. 5 of the 6 characters I have listed up there aren't going to get touched. Oh, should I get on the Blade account? Should I do the Blade Max? I should probably get on the Blade account, huh? Let me get my cell back. 73 out of 100. Let me get my cell back and then I'll get on the Blade account. At least try to get my cell back. Wait, Ross didn't get in the slam? Are you serious? I'm sad. Ross didn't get in the slam. How did I get in again? That's unfortunate. Get some YouTube video? Yeah, I do need to do some YouTube content. Well, actually, there's some other YouTube content I gotta do. There's some videos I gotta react to. Like, I didn't react to the new Avatar Kyoshi trailer. And what was the other video I need to react to? The virtual fighter thingy. And they have some gameplay. A lot of shit I didn't react to yet. Yoshi's huge? Yeah, I didn't look at it. Leave the dino alone, bro. You know damn well we can't leave that dino like that. You and I both know we can't leave that dino like that. Be for real, please. You and I both know that dino can't stay like that. Who's online? Cam is on? What is he doing? See what Cam is up to. Oh my god, my entire friends list on 2x. Sinner replied to Panu on TikTok? Oh shit, that's what's up. Shine is on 2x. Are you cooking? Oh shit, he's cooking. Yo, he's cooking. He don't need help. This queue is gonna be long as hell, isn't it? Can I see the list again? The buffs and nerfs? Yeah, I got you. Hold on.
I'm not cooking. I'm not cooking, man. What's up, Infernasu? Never mind. I'm cooking.
Ow, I hit my freaking hand on my mic. That hurts. Speaking of mics, I gotta try to there's a mic sponsor I gotta do tomorrow. So my mic might sound a little different tomorrow.
She has a teleport?
Razer sent me a mic to try out. I just have to do a stream with it if I'm correct. That's it. Hope it sounds better than this one. That'd be cool. Use it as my new main mic. I don't know if I'm allowed to show it yet because I don't know if the mic is out yet. Let me look it up.
Let's go, team!
Which hero do you think you want to be?
This mic isn't out yet. I don't see it anywhere announced, so I don't.
Oh yeah.
I think it gets revealed tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Oh, Venom. Oh yeah.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Can you punish that super? Like, I know I didn't block it there, but like, is he just random or was that safe?
Okay, yeah, I can't show it on stream yet. I don't think the mic is announced. I think it gets announced tomorrow. I don't even know if I'm supposed to say that, but hey, good thing I didn't show it. Because I would have been leaking. Man, I didn't sign a contract or anything. I'm fine. Yo, Jam, thanks for the follow and Cosmic. Appreciate it. I need rogue buffs. I'm so tired of her being a team of merchant. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't like team of merchants. That's not fun. Nor is that cool. I don't like team of merchants. Team of merchants is not like. That's why I kind of felt bad for Hulk players in season 0.
Or are they banning
Remember season 0 where Hulks weren't able to get to play because everyone kept banning Hulk just to cancel out the Strange team up and the Iron Man team up. They weren't even banning Hulk to ban Hulk. They were banning him because of the team ups that he enabled. Felt so bad. He was just perma-banned, yeah. Gamma Strange. Whew. Gamma Strange. The team up of all time.
You'll need a top-notch team to win.
Persona 6 is real? Hell yeah. We will be there. Oh, what am I playing? Shit, I gotta play healer. God damn it. I was yapping. Too much fucking yapping.
I'm going in.
BP Star-Lord? We need a main healer. Purple, I'm not risking it. Jobless Domain Clash. Yo, Craigsy. Oh my god, I thought your name was Craggy for a second. I'd have been like, wait, what? Why is Craggy awake? Yo, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, I'm stuck in support jail this match. Does anyone else want to play support? Because I don't play this role.
Nah, I'm good.
Nah.
Alright.
We're gonna have a problem being on the same team.
I mean, I was just a simple question to ask. Worth a try asking. Hopefully this match cancels out because I don't want to play support. I don't want to play support this match. I really don't. Changing the playlist. Let's play some...
No more Black Panther in the world, buddy.
3, 2, 1.
I own Somjuu.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You don't own Somjuu. What the hell? Hold on. Slow that down. Slow that down. The song request on? Oh, I could put song request on.
GM3 say number 1. Hey, well, better.
Try requesting a song. See if it's already on. It might already be on. I just gotta turn it.
I might be gay, but I'm actually Camille's here. Gracia.
Try requesting a song. It might already be on.
Let's go.
Somebody fucks with Mike.
Let's go.
Oh shit, it's not on.
Invis one, guys.
I'll turn it on after this match. I'll do song request. I haven't done song request in a few days. I'm having a good day. I'll do song request. Although Cuphead could probably ruin this day. This fabulous day I'm having.
Yeah, we're running these kids down. You're down to Invis, right? Kill Invis, you win. Kill Invis. And this thing will think right, they whip it out of me. We break these walls, please. These walls.
Damn, I just got all unfortunate. P4 music? I'm down with that. See, this is why I want that Groot ult nerf. We actually win that team fight if Groot ult's nerfed. But for some dumbass reason, Groot ult costs 2,800. Why? I don't know why. That's a team wipe ult. I don't know why it costs 2,800. Yeah, we can go with cloak
We
ult.
can't break walls. I'll switch.
Let's go with cloak ult.
Us against the world. Walk up, walk up.
Destroy that, destroy that, destroy that, destroy that.
Break it, break it. Break it, break it. Guys, shoot it, shoot it. We walk up there. Go back. No, I'm
Son.
This is Samantha. Oh my, this guy is so gay.
Song request is on.
This guy is talking crap for sure.
I'm back to shed some light.
Alright, so we switched it up now, right? That's what it's saying here. I'll play Punisher and break the walls and kill
Changes almost 4 seasons. Yeah, I don't know how he escapes changes every season. Just nerf his ult cost. His ult, that's the only thing I want nerfed. I mean, I want his damage nerfed too, but whatever. He can keep the damage. Nerf his ult cost. I don't know why his ult costs 2800. It's a team wiper ult. I don't like what? And it, like what? Like he does a lot of damage, so he gets ult really fast. Dude got ult just as fast as I did. Like what is that?
Fighty dead.
I'm a support and he got ult as fast as me. Like what?
Venom 1, no E. Venom 1,
That
no E.
insane. Go close. I don't get it. Like that's the only thing I want nerfed on that guy. Just make it 3K for 32. It could be 3K, fine, but just nerf that shit. Like what?
It's not through. I'll be able to shred him.
He also has a team up with Mantis, one of the best triple support enablers in the game. No, she is the best triple support enabler. I have people on me. Oh my fucking god, this guy has ult again.
Wait, Deadpool ult here?
He has ult again! Son! He has ult again! How does he have ult again? Is that not crazy?
By the way, my fault, game.
They're gonna nerf Blade tomorrow? Yo, if they nerf Blade tomorrow, everybody in here holds me like a sub, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Everybody in here holds me like 20 gifted at least. Whoa, what you mean, whoa? That still hit me?
Alright. So, I just didn't mean to ult there. I kind of just fat fingered it, but.
Come on, Groot or
Maybe
Loki?
we just get off Hulk now. I don't know. Maybe Hulk can things not to lose here.
Play Rocket after this.
Playing Spider-Man, but we're not enabling.
Getting dove like crazy. Actually, I mean, Cloak's not bad, but I want to try out the Rocket buff.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
I'm not gonna use it. 2 of them dead.
Yeah,
We can go on my ult now.
Help me? I mean, everyone's dead. There's no point.
I wasn't sure we'd get this chance again.
There's Spidey in the
Yeah,
bag.
like,
You should probably switch to a different support. Switch to a different support, bro. Just play White Fox if you're getting dove by Spider-Man. Well, this guy's just sitting on support pool.
Kill him, shoot, everyone shoot him. I'm hiding.
Oh my god, bro. What are we doing? Yeah, do you want to play Cloak? I can give you Cloak, bro. I'll go Rocket. Like, I don't know why you're still... Like, I don't know. This match is over.
I've gotten Spidey one every fight.
This match is fucking over, am I saying?
I have Punisher. Can y'all pocket me? Can you pocket me in a second?
I'm over here being forced to play supports.
Hey, you wanna walk up? Pocket me. 3, 2, 1.
You're ready for it! We deliver.
Who didn't hit a shot on this? Spidey dead. I'm gonna I'll port. Hold on, rock support. I'll support. Rocket portal. I got rocket for you. Hey, don't T9, guys. Get on point. Don't T9. I've rocket and string from that. Go in front of the walkout. Put him in front of them. All the way up.
You didn't need it, honestly.
No, we're good.
A shortcut through space.
Now they can't walk up now. We're good.
Another strange work. Good medicine.
What the fuck?
Just on me.
Hey, back on. Dude, you gotta get off that pool, big dog. You just aren't.
What the fuck is happening?
Kill Rocket. Nice pick. Get him, Try to stay. Don't see that.
With the
amazing
Spider-Man.
That's what the doctor ordered. Some of my best friends are crooks and villains.
I'm stalling.
Are they winning now? Fuck no, they're not.
All right.
The current score is
Yo, Hulk, you gotta swap, bro.
2-0. Time to switch things
I'm gonna
up.
repin the song request
I
commands.
kinda just need help. Like, whenever I'm killing Spider-Man, I just need like get off my Deadpool here.
All the difference.
Yo, I get your one-trick Hulk, but like get off Hulk, bro. It's not helping the scene.
Alright, song request commands are
I can play
pinned.
support, I guess. Just get off Deadpool.
Someone's got to guard the galaxy.
My order is sharp. My mind.
Wait, so what are we doing here?
Round 2.
I'm going support for you since you don't play support.
My is sharp.
Bet.
Show our foes respect.
My
You're mine. We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
The Samantha guy had like 7 accounts, and it's just a fat loser, bro. I play this guy on 7 different accounts.
7 different accounts.
Amazing. I didn't think.
Saying the Samantha guy is smurfing?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Rocket said that we can sell some pics of you for like a fortune on OPR.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Make sure you use the setup, Star-Lord, the teleport setup.
Yo, Best, thanks for the 37.
Try to get too much space here. They're just gonna dive on me. Dive on me. Spidey.
I didn't get healed, okay.
Wait, Spidey's not. Yo, hit his shot. Like, genuinely, bro. Luna can't hit a shot. Oh, come here.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, Luna, you are horrid, bro. There's no carry you would have been able to do for our team. I just saw you miss 7 shots on a Spider-Man at 1 HP.
So what the fuck I do?
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Yo, Salak, just go Neymar, bro. Salak doesn't even work inside the comp.
Hey, I would have gotten the more.
Holy shit, we're getting rolled. Holy shit. Nemore's banned.
2 times, bro.
Nemore is
Nemore's
banned.
I would have played Nemore.
Nemore is
I
banned.
should I end up walking down and spawn?
Sayonara.
Wait, Venom, Daredevil, Spidey, Bucky, should I learn to climb? Daredevil? If you want to climb it, you're solo queuing Daredevil. Don't waste your time on others. Do Daredevil. You really want to win?
Up or back on? Spidey?
That guy doesn't die, it's crazy.
Kill those guys. Kill those Star-Lord, bro.
Hey, he just teleports out.
I'm ulting. Walk up. Walk up to you.
Can't see shit, bro. I feel the song quest.
Alright. That was fun. Just don't get off point, guys. Don't get off point. Kind of vulnerable. 6 and 7 on hold, bro. I mean, I've played with better.
Shit, I almost caught up to that guy in kills and I was on support.
Getting harassed.
Yeah, bro, by Star-Lord and Spidey, bro.
What if
Never
DD's
heard of
banned?
that.
Spidey, Daredevil, Bucky. Bucky then. Bucky's the solid one.
He's dead, he's dead. How'd he get ult again? You get alive, man, heal me. You gotta shoot. You're supposed to shoot these walls. There get 7 walls on your back line. Yeah, y'all are terrible, bro.
Oh my god, we have no healers left. Sucks and Psylocke. Yeah, you can do Psylocke too. How the fuck is he jumping? What is that? How the fuck is he jumping while...
You get off.
Don't mess with the amazing.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I'm shitter, bro.
I should have just played DPS from the start. This is why I don't feel. Oh my fucking god. I should have played DPS from the start. He had 34? Oh no, accuracy, not finals. I was about to say. On your ass off. Doing what? Hold on, I gotta avoid these guys. I can't. Holy shit, who's the other DPS that match? This guy. This guy is forcing support pool as an avoid. Now I can grind Thor as a fat chud after graduating high school. Congrats on graduating, dude. Congrats, dude. How close am I to Lord Daredevil? I'm literally 1 level off. Where is Scarlet? No, I'm 1 level off for her as well. I'm 1 level off for like literally both of them. Why am I GM1? It is extremely hard to rank up this season. You know that? So I'm GM1. Street Fighter 6 sold 7 million copies. Damn. W Street Fighter 6. 7 million is crazy. Is season 8 almost over? Yeah, season 8 ends this Friday. Check your history. Weren't you like GM2 the other day? Sweden. Sweden sounds fun to be in. Everyone I know that's from Sweden likes it. They like it a lot. Never been. Closest to Sweden I've ever been is Portugal. Oh, the guy's on the enemy team now. Hopefully he plays that support pool. Okay, this isn't gonna load. Oh lordy.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'll fight to
Coffee thing. Ooh, an Ultron. I like that. Let's see if anyone else is online.
Who
What time is it? 7 p.m. See if there's anyone else down to play.
No.
See if Panu's down.
It's the whole building, bro.
I think he's playing with someone right now.
You got scammed. You got scammed.
You was by yourself? Nah, I got raided. No, waited. Yeah, he's playing with people. Let's see. Let's see if. Damn, my entire friends list on Twitch is 2x scale. Holy shit. My entire friends list on Twitch is 2x. Yo, Shadowflex, what's up, dude? Or follow list or whatever. Somjuu, yeah. W Somjuu, shout out Somjuu. I want to put Aramori. Sure, comms are crazy good. I've played it before, I think once. She comms a shitload. She has really good comms. Where'd I put it? Here it is. How's 19-inch blade account? I'm about to get on it. Just about to get my Celestial back.
I'll fight to
Use a skin.
end the darkness that spawned me.
How long have I been live? 5 hours? What rank is it? I left off at Hey, excuse me, I'm sorry. Blah.
30 seconds before you attack.
GM 2?
Say, Doc, you never told me.
Wait, not GM 2. Diamond 2?
Exactly. I'm the master.
I think. Diamond 2? I could be wrong. Is it 2 or 3? I don't remember. It's 2 or 3. Free one Ultron drone. Hopefully he drones me.
The battle starts in 5.
Oh,
3.
he got off
2,
Ultron.
1.
God damn it! I have another support pool on my team. I supported the last one. He's not even playing support pool this time. Oh no, he's not even a real support pool player. I mean, that was obvious. He's playing DPS pool this time. Oh my fucking god. He's wanted to play Deadpool, so he was sitting on support pool doing literally nothing. He was complaining that we were dying to dive. I'm like, okay, switch to White Fox if you're dying to dive.
Get a healer in the down. Why are we walking? Oh, look.
Because we are also down too.
Support pool's notable. No, my issue with support pool is that 9 times out of 10 they don't even actually play support pool. They just really want to play Deadpool, but the role is taken. They just really want to play tank pool or DPS pool, but either A, not allowed to, or yeah, that guy got Oh my god, they're getting dove. 3 of them all turned around. God damn, I'm like, where's everybody at? Oh, that's so annoying. I didn't know they had a Venom. Well, I mean, I did know, I just forgot. I didn't know they had the Venom on them at the time. I did think it was a little quiet in my back line. That makes sense. 5, 7 more to go. Wait, what?
I unleash the Vishanti power. 1,000 gods!
I'm dead again. Bro, I can't, bro.
How are we losing this, bro?
Bro, why? You guys gotta walk up, bro. Like, I don't know.
I agree. Like what? Like,
I don't know. They're getting dove like crazy. But you guys gotta play more up. Instead of like, if you're getting dove, walk up. Don't walk back.
Wait, at least the dove? Oh yeah. Wait, you can go, man. You didn't know. Can y'all please walk up?
This is real firepower! So much for your beacon rocket!
My goodness, yo.
Bro, like, yo, Rogue and Strange, can you, like, walk? Like, that's, like...
I'm up front.
Or just go thing, go thing then. Just go thing, go thing, go thing. Any of y'all play thing?
I've been up front the whole fucking time.
You killed one, but we are still three down.
Only 60 seconds left.
No support.
Here they come.
No support.
Oh, sweet moves, right?
It's gone.
Keep going.
Put in my goat, bro. Come on, bro. Lock in.
Yeah, that's what he needs to do.
It's the ABA goat right here, bro.
Oh, hell no.
By the eye of Agamotto!
The final 10 seconds.
Bro, they're just perma-dead in the back line. Holy shit, I have to play no more. They're fucking perma-dead in the back line. I hate playing with support pools so much, bro. Oh my god, man. I hate playing with support pools, bro. I feel like I'm never getting healed every time I play with one.
Always rises again.
Sometimes it does feel like that because they're missing.
But it doesn't really matter because I'm still alive.
Denizens of the deep.
4 and 3, 3, 4.
Yeah, I don't know. The only people positive is me and this Spider-Man. Yeah, I don't know, man.
The current score is 0.
You good, bro? It'll go. One thing or you two, by the way.
Time to switch things
Like you guys have got to go like thing or something.
Yeah, I agree.
And supports, you guys got to play like White Fox if you're getting dove this much. I don't know why you're not switching to anti-dive. You're just sitting there getting dove.
Wait, do you want me to switch too? Hey,
Like none of you supports play support pool? Like you guys are just gonna keep sitting there dying? Just play White Fox.
I can play Bucky. I can play Bucky.
Okay, they're just gonna keep sitting there dying. Like I don't know, bro. That shit is insane. White Fox is literally so broken. Like, White Fox is so broken. Like I don't know why you're just not playing White Fox instead. Jesus Christ, bro. You can never get a support pool to switch, bro, no matter what.
30 seconds. Stay strong.
What about the Jeff? What was that supposed to mean?
Well, would you look who washed the shore? The surface world deserves a
The Jeff is gonna eat your ult.
one as strong as the waves.
Ult gets eaten? I mean, yeah, that's doesn't mean you still shouldn't play anti-dive. Like what?
I mean,
I could see that, but like it still would help you. He's not gonna always have ult.
3, 2, 1.
Like he's not gonna always have ult 24/7. Like what? It's not just like a guaranteed solution to fucking getting dove. Like, what? Be broken if you didn't have a downside. Like, what? White Fox can break.
I know it sounds really dumb, but
Break Jeff's ult. I don't know. I can't get a thing player, and I can't. Oh, we have a thing now. Okay. I'll just say like they don't want to go White Fox. They don't want to go thing, and they're just sitting there just getting dove. Like I don't know. I think I want to play no more. Hell no. Like why the fuck would I want to play no more? Oh my goodness. Like, oh lordy. They're just gonna keep diving us.
I will not be stopped so easily.
Why is that light hope bars off? 'Cause I don't need it. I don't really play any characters that need it like that. I don't play Magneto.
Denizens of the deep. Drown them.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, bro, ignore these two tanks, bro.
Yeah, GG's, bro.
Hey, but GG's though. Have a good day, bro. Good content too, bro.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, you're just gonna keep sitting there just dying. Like, I don't know. And even as a tank player, like, I don't know how you're a tank player. You don't know how to play no anti-dive tanks. That's so annoying, bro. I keep playing with support pools, bro. I'm so sick of playing with this character, bro. Lowest win rate healer in the game. One of the lowest win rate characters in the game for a reason, bro. Character is not that good, bro. That is a triple healer character, bro. I don't advise playing that character in 2-2-2 unless you're really good at him. It's crazy, bro. Respect support pool. I respect the good ones. There's not a lot of good ones. That's for sure. People finally seeing the potential in DPS pool. Nah, that character is mid. Nah, that character is mid, man. I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. Hold on. I don't know about that one. Hold on. Yeah, let me hit up Cam and see if he wants to play. I think he's in a match though. I think he's playing with people already. This pool looks like a prime DP. Solo Q is fucking miserable. We can't send a Q.
You know my legacy, but this
I'm in a
is a
3-stack
whole
right now,
new
but we could play in the mid a little bit. I got you, gang.
Okay, he's in a 3-stack right now. Yo, White Castle, thanks for the prime. Yes, White Castle burgers are peak, chat. I can stop the hate. Stop the hate. About the other cam? The other cam does not play this game. And he's banned on Twitch. The other cam is banned on Twitch right now, is he? Let me see. No, he's not banned right now. Oh! Oh, yeah, no, he's banned. The other one is banned. You can't ban people on your streams, remember? How is he banned? Bro, I don't know, man. Bro cannot just, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know what he be doing, bro. That shit is crazy. I don't know how he just keeps getting banned. Bro just cannot stop getting banned. Tell him get a voice changer is crazy, bro. Oh man, the wonderful life of solo queue. I'm not trying to win today. I'm playing for vibes, bro. So I'm trying to find a duo. Hold on. Change his name? Change his name to not Camphor. I don't know if I'd even want to play with him anyway right now. I'd have to switch to a different account. Kind of feel like playing my main. Boomerang a better, that has better cloak and dagger bubble. Yeah. That doesn't mean they know how to fucking use it, right? That doesn't mean they know how to use it, right? Yo, AJ, thanks for the follow. It is better, but it has a longer cooldown.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Way longer cooldown, actually. What? Not even just like a normal longer one. It doesn't give a burst heal like Cloaks does.
They call me Detong now, but Daredevil will do.
Now, who am I gonna banish from
Yeah,
this
most of
match?
the support pools I see throw that shit in for damage, yeah. They're not using it to like heal. Well, it technically is a burst heal if you get hit by it, but like, I don't know, bro. I'm actually scared for tomorrow. Tomorrow's patch day. Scared to see those patch notes, bro. Don't get it, bro. It's a bad thing. Been a thing. We have a Phoenix that can't ban Phoenix. We link up soon? My peeps leaving? No, you good, you good, you good. Take your time. If I'm free later, then yeah, I'm down.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Yes. Thing is banned. Let's go. Time is the direct tomorrow? What? 10 p.m. Wait, a.m. Chabnir, what's up, dude? Welcome to the stream. What's up? How you been? I think it's at 10 a.m. if I'm correct.
Sometimes it helps to have a teammate who sees things differently.
Cyclops to heal, stop it. Slow that down.
People think they can see right through me.
Oh man, I gotta stretch.
Men have said as much. I prove them wrong consistently, just as any diva would.
Well,
If they make Cyclops a healer, I'll donate 10 subs. He's not gonna be a healer, relax.
Gem.
They actually let you play DD? I don't know how, but yeah, I did get it.
3, 2, 1.
And support Clops don't even sound right, bro. Stop it.
Got it?
I'd rather be hunting dragons and the like, but I suppose saving the universe will do.
Our enemies are near. I can feel them.
Monsters of the deep?
Back to my
This should
old
be
self.
fun. Anyone want hosted Namor's beasties?
You're so scared of me. You gotta be kidding me. What the fuck? That was weird.
I see you.
What? I'm dead. My fucking thingy bugged out. Oh, I think I rested my palm on my control button. I took my reflect cooldown. Oh my god.
Yo, Luna, you sold me, bro. You sold me, Luna.
Did that wrong.
I see you.
Mike.
Damn! I'm in front of you, son. I'm in front of you. Damn, I didn't get healed there.
Nice deep freeze.
Justice.
That's
never
insane,
rests.
bro.
A little help, please.
My turn now. On the hunt.
Strange or something in your shield.
What? What is there? I just rubber banded. Oh, that's why. Oh my fucking god, bro. I'm like, how'd I end up over here?
Judge, jury,
Yeah, this is cooked, bro.
Just trolling.
I got hit by Magneto right click the moment I dived, so it like teleported me and registered like the thing afterwards.
Right, I don't think.
Nah, I can't. Bro, I'm good, bro. I can't play DD here, bro. There's just no way. There's no way I play DD here. Bad thing for no reason, bro. What the? This guy.
Yeah, let's get me out of here, bro.
Oh my goodness. Kill this guy. Yo, Taco, thanks for the follow. Yeah, he survives. Wow. It's insane, actually. I'm about to say, why is there a Luna frontlining?
Rock up top.
Fuck, is there a rock up there DPSing? He escapes? Son, that's crazy.
I wanna take my old core point, alright.
Yeah.
Judge, jury,
Right.
executioner.
Keep Punisher, keep Punisher. Oh my god, never mind, never mind, never mind.
Oh, it wasn't with me. He ulted so far back. I thought I was in it. That missed Nintendo Direct is tomorrow.
Guess Gonshu's got my back after all.
Angela on me, Angela on me.
Like Mantis. What?
The area's almost yours.
You would
Bro,
have
I can't
survived on
fucking
Mantis.
heal you, I got
son.
Angela on my ass, bro.
Yo, put it back off. Put it back.
What the fuck is wrong with my game?
Bro, come on, feel me, I got Angela. Portal.
Yeah, no portal back is crazy. What are you doing?
Until we have a winner.
What did you not portal?
Yo, someone's taking.
Dude, this guy is that dude. Does your brain fucking work, bro? Like, how do you not portal back when you're first dead?
Who are you attacking, bro? Me?
Man, I said, nah, fuck the
I believe
portal.
that whole portal just fucking goes Hulk mode and just jumps back.
Yo, bro, I need feel for Angela, bro. Really, I need it.
Not surrendering this, bro. No, also ass. Yeah, it is pretty ass. But it's so good at air down, setting up, combo and ult, so. Has to stay like this.
Hulk, bro. I gotta get it.
You got your ship. Because if you do, let's get out of here. But we're supposed to save the world? Fine. We'll save the world.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Yeah, he gets it really fast too.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I swear, if this outfit gets ruined, there will be.
I'll patch you up, Somjuu. Much better. Never bring earthworms. I was looking for one of these.
Oh my.
The mission area is yours to capture now.
There's no way this guy just got that lucky.
Time to port. Oh, sweet moves, right?
Fuck.
I am ready to put on a show.
Push, 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 push.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh my god, he got bubbled.
Judge, jury,
Alright, bro.
executioner!
I'm back, baby.
Wait a second. Oh my god. You guys have not been hearing the song across this entire time. Have you guys, huh?
Capture the mission area.
Wow.
Control C.
I was playing on the wrong browser.
Oh, sorry, sorry, Emma, sorry. I was in the belt.
Hmm.
We need people. Oh, shit. Yo, that's
I'm over here like
Did you see that?
wondering because oh shit. Oh my fucking god, this guy won't leave me alone. I hate Angel players.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Just Snowflake too. Even more annoying.
alright. Kill it out, kill it out, kill it out.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway.
How did I die? Wow.
They double.
Let's try this again.
Okay.
They've almost got it.
No stopping the Star Lord.
I'm hurt.
I'll patch you up.
We need push.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Bro, I got an Angela again. I got an Angela.
What the fuck is happening, yo?
Let's try this again.
Matches are cooked. I'm just yelling, Angela, Angela. What the fuck, bro?
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
We're just yelling, Angela, Angela, Angela. Oh my god. That's hilarious. Shit, we going back to diamond with this one. We're going back to diamond with this one. Let's go. Let's go. I just realized Coney's in the slam. That's hilarious. That's gonna be pretty funny. If you D-rank, let me get on. Nah.
Sometimes it helps to have a teacher who sees things differently.
Why you go me? I said big fan. Where'd you say that at? No, you didn't. Oh shit! I didn't see that. What's up, dude? Thought you meant like the end of the match or something. But I did not see that. What's up, dude?
Double KO.
That match was hard.
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row. Five. That's amazing.
That's what I call justice.
6 in a row. Way to go.
Mantis, when? Son.
You're on
Son.
my radar. The beast. My justice. Can't run from justice.
Double KO.
I just got off TikTok.
That's what I call justice.
What do you mean?
The beast.
DPS Luna since you're donating.
Double KO.
Adam Warlock when? Hell nah. Hell nah. Freak Bob 323. Freak Bob is crazy. Y'all know Freak Bob chat?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
They call me Detong now, but Daredevil will do.
I'll fight to end
Play Blade.
the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish?
Is that a
from
comp
this
name?
match?
Hell nah. Hell nah. Had to tell you again. You said it on TikTok? Oh. You did. Great man Phoenix, please. So long until he's forced off blade this time. What are you talking about? I'm not forced off blade. Oh man. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Is Black Cat insta ban now? Yes. Black Cat is a ban. The Khonshu skin? First one?
End the darkness that spawned
You don't like the other one?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
You not a fan of the other skin? That skin is not even that bad.
Round 1.
I earn my name with every slice of cold steel.
If I see a snowflake, I'm gonna swap off tank.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
That guy's a dickhead.
Wow, you look tough.
You look
Yeah, we lost. We fucking lost already, bro.
I don't listen to music.
We fucking
I
lost.
punish criminals.
Well,
That's a GG, bro. I'm telling you.
let's go. 3, 2, 1.
That's an actual weirdo, bro. Ooh. The aim though? We D-ranking today, are we?
What are you aiming at?
Alright guys, taking no damage. Oh. Who the fuck is my team at? Oh. Why do I feel like I'm 1v5ing? Where the hell is my team at? Yeah, I've been frontlining for 10 years. He said better run. Oh my god.
I am ready to put on a show.
Slice and dice. Slice and dice.
No one's shooting you? I mean, no one was. Oh my god. The only person that can shoot me to is Phoenix. I killed her earlier.
I suck. Only 60 seconds left.
Should have got melted. Low key. Low key, I should have set my off with portal. I'm about to ult these gooners. That's crazy.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man. Boom, one shot.
Y'all die to that guy, son. Just use the ult, bro.
What are you aiming at? A thousand gods!
What the fuck?
Oh my god, he has 2 uppercuts. He just does it again.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
No, you saved her. What the fuck?
Slice and dice. You might want to stay there.
Man.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Cast takes I was born for duty.
You think I was playing tank? I don't know what the fuck is happening, but whatever, bro. This Ultron better drone me, bro. My team is arguing with each other, so I think it's a little loss. There's actually no one shooting me? I mean, there is. I'm just killing them before they can kill me. What is pushing me? Oh, he died. It's embarrassing.
Boom, one shot.
Tiger White. People want Blade to be a Vanguard? No, he does not need to be a tank. I'm not playing him anymore if he becomes tank.
What are you doing?
I'll drop the character so fast. Because they're going to take his damage away. Like his old playstyle be a little different.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! 1,000 gods!
My God.
Back in the game.
God, I can't fucking reach anyone. They're all just running away. You have Snowflake on you too? Jesus Christ. They have no healers. Just go in there. They have no healers. Use those ults. Oh my God. Go take that fucking point. Like what? What sort of no healers did you guys not understand? Okay, don't double support all. Like decide who. Oh, they can't make it in time.
I am ready to put on a
She's walled off. She can't make it.
The current score is
Christ, dude. Color Unite's the best song in that game. Easily. There is no
time
debate.
to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Round 2, go! Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Day and night. No monster's getting the best of me.
Said battle theme.
Battle starts in 5,
Fuck it, it counts.
4, 3,
I play it right now. I'm battle with it.
1.
Back in the game. You're not in this alone.
Oh, kill's gone. Still not up.
Why are you guys so far back? What happened?
I should be singing lullabies.
Oh, Spider-Man dove you guys? Oh.
No, cap is stalled. Cap is stalled.
Oh.
Takes a lot more. I was born ready.
What did I say? We killed 3. What the hell?
I'm cutting in.
When I walk in here?
You should be playing shuffleboard, old man.
What are you aiming at? I was born ready. I'm cutting in. Back in the game.
You be fucking kidding me, bro.
Fine.
1,000 gods!
That's 3.
Armed
Oh, we're moving point. Nice.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Enemy located.
Okay, whatever, I suppose. Just 1v3'd.
As good as
There's 1v3 their entire back line. Aim labs. Brother, there's a whole fucking structure in the way. Oh, that's the wrong button. That guy got bodied. Oh my. Cheating? Who's cheating? You better not be saying I'm cheating. I'm playing fucking Blade. Fuck would cheat on Blade. That guy almost walled me off. Yo, ult me, Ultron. Oh my goodness, bro. Bro missed. Why's my freak Bob just sitting in spawn? Rockin'. Bro's about to get me killed, bro. One of these good rolls are gonna be killed 100%.
Can you heal?
Better watch your back.
Oh my god. Okay. Jesus Christ, bro. Hey, you tanks need to fucking die. I don't care.
Won't be seeing
point?
you around, Susan.
Check hits. The check hits? Hold on. For me? But check hits for me? Hold on. Y'all give me some money? Little old me? Little old Blade player? For me?
Armed and dangerous!
Look at this sprint, look at this sprint. There you go. Good cap, good cap.
A nice deep freeze.
I had you covered this time.
This time.
Final score 2-2-1. Another epic victory! Big win!
Not D-ranking today? It's a first. This guy, bro. Oh man, oh man, oh man. That shit is just so funny to me. I'm sorry. That shit is just too funny, bro. Doing that 16 finals? Oh my god, we broke the losing streak. What? Was she DPSing? Oh my god, she was. What the fuck? He's DPSing his Luna almost every game. He pulled one for this, yeah. He's DPS looting. Okay, buddy. Tomorrow's Judgment Day. And tomorrow decides if I uninstall this game. You mean? I ain't get my damn TikTok account fixed. My goodness. Why you hating on the freak? I ain't hating on the freak. It's working. It's working.
Meow.
Okay. What made him say that? I don't know, man. You gotta cure this addiction. Addiction not even that bad for real if you think about it. This new PvE mode is sick. That in 2x. New PvE mode tomorrow. The Pearl freezing is crazy. What's up, come on? Hey, how you doing? Appreciate the follow. The climb. It's like a PvE mode. Super assist costs nothing. Taunts have armor is crazy. Two more air dashes and ray form. What the hell? It's a funny one.
I think it's that rocket again on the team.
What? That insta-procs is passive? Oh, hell no. There's a thing in an insta-procs echoes time winder when he throws it. Oh, it all looks different if she's in soul form or not. Cool. It's yellow if she's not in soul form. If she's in soul form, it's green. I didn't even peep that. Zone or Zed? They need to drop Yone, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Hoo-wee. They need to drop Yone, man. I need Yone. Revenge Diego. I think next they're gonna do well, we don't know what's next, but maybe I'd guess probably Riven. Yeah, probably Riven. I want fucking Yone. Give me my fucking Yone. Give me my fucking Yone already, bro.
I fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Send it bad, but I want her over Yone. So, you know, ball.
Round one, go! 30 seconds.
I don't even know if I even want to child Thresh tomorrow or Thrash or whatever his name is, because I'm not gonna play him.
When I was a boy,
I don't play big bodies. I don't think there's a single game where I play big bodies. Is there a fighting game I play big bodies? Not at all. I hate slow characters. Slow characters drive me insane.
Y'all want a triple dive or y'all want main tank?
3,
I like this comp.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I is not a big body. Son. That is not.
Oh, look at them turning around me.
Bro, I can up there in one.
I'm kidnapped.
Cat behind.
Cap can die. Cap can die.
I had you covered. Slice and dice.
Look at all these iframes you got, bro.
My friend moves known as hell.
What the fuck is this Luna?
Ooh, jump scare. Thought you was gonna escape. No, no, sir, not today. Not today.
Black cat can die. Black cat can die.
That did so much damage. Was BP 1 HP?
How she get so much overshield, bro?
No, we lose that. Damn.
Limit that again. Limit that again.
The hunt is on.
You're down.
Black cat. Black Panther can die. Need heals. Left. Oh my god.
I was about to ult, but I died too quick.
We're walking back. Rigger.
I was born ready.
You know this shit not tough? Or it's not tough? About to say, that guy better die.
Walk. Down DPS. I'm on their Luna. I'm on their Luna in the back. Nice. Don't ult it. Don't ult it.
We have got God of any minute. We're walking back with the top.
I'm gonna die or...
White Fox is dead.
Damn it, it's just so much damage.
Luna in this room. Luna in this room. I need
Black has dead.
I'm gonna go get her.
Oh my god, that black cat is going crazy. Oh, is that ours? Oh, that's ours.
I got a BP.
Tremble before bow.
Bro.
Freaking black cat. I am ready to put on
Holy fuck. Yes, thank God, bro.
Oh my god, yeah, literally.
Bro, this Spider-Man just killed me out of my face. Wait, what? Since when can he
The
do
tether
that?
move, if he did the tether tackle, it goes through
I
iframes.
don't know what the fuck he did.
That move goes through iframes. I know what she's talking about too.
You know what I hate? I hate going at the same fucking people every time.
Nice heals, Invis. I mean, well, whatever her name is.
Yeah, thank you. Can die.
Black cat.
I'm cooked. Oh, I'll let you off.
As good as new.
Play back a little bit. They do that iron fist now. We're coming.
I can't. I'm grounded.
The hunt is on. I'm cutting in.
Lily's a little aggression over here.
Like, Iron Fist in the back. He's one, bro. He's dead.
Stay close to the healer so you get ult charge.
That cloak can die too.
Yo, kill white cloak.
Cloak dead.
I'm about to say, if this girl don't fucking die.
Look at this thing.
My fucking white foot, so I can hide it. I'm so confused.
This is insane.
Man, alright, that's Clobber, White Fox.
I'm just got him here.
We have 2 support ults.
Got him off thing.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh man, oh man, oh man.
Takes a lot more than that. I was born ready. I'm cutting in.
Match cloak for cloak. Match cloak.
Yo, this guy, how does he have 10 kills with Black Cat? How do I have more kills than him on Blade? What the fuck?
Look at DPS tool.
That's not okay.
He's dead. He's dead. They're down DPS.
That's not okay, bro. I am not that good at this character, bro. There's no fucking shot.
Cap can die here.
Fuck did she go?
Back part. Back part. Keep 3 on. Keep 3 on. I grabbed her. I grabbed her. I grabbed her. She died. Stack for you. Nice. Close by herself over there.
My man making Black Cat look balanced.
Stack up
Oh
on
no,
cart,
bro. To be fair, you're the only one that plays him. Nah, there's other streamers that play Blade.
Yeah, Cap can go.
There's just not a lot. I can only name 3. I mean, the only one I can name is Chris and Avenue. Avenue, I don't even know if he plays the game or not anymore because he like half plays it. Because he wants to play Apex or something. I don't know what he said. Chris, this dude Chris is doing 10v1s or some shit. 20v1s. So I don't know what the fuck Chris is doing nowadays. I have no idea. I'm dead. I don't even know if Chris has been playing this season. But he's doing Marvel Rivals 20v1s. That's pretty funny though. That is hilarious. Apparently they're popping off too. But I don't know. I haven't seen them. Sounds funny.
Stack 3.
It's like, other than that, I mean, I don't know.
Thing has all.
Yo, they're thing.
I grabbed him after that.
I'm TPing.
What? I'm looking for Cat Boy. Okay.
Black Cat in the back.
Interesting. Good name.
We have to know we're down here.
How? That shit punched me through the fucking portal. Or did a dimensional punch? Yeah, aight. Son, he did a dimensional punch.
Good ult.
Why is he not walking? Oh.
I've always hell yeah.
On their cat, on their CMD. No, their cloak is so one up there.
I can't fucking get that girl. There's Ultron drum. This motherfucker is not gonna take any damage, bro. I have to switch off Blade because someone has to kill the Ultron. I fucking hate triple, bro. Why is my character not good in the triple, bro? What does that even mean? What's up, June? And what is this girl crashing out about? To my ear. Oh shit.
Including which side you're on.
She's crashing about something. I can't hear her though.
That's on me.
All the difference.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
You can go back to Cap.
Let's go.
Round 2.
Staying in the light is a constant struggle.
I'm counting on you, friends.
A shield? Not bad. I'm cutting in.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Mommy voice ASMR. Yeah, that's her name. I don't know.
Numerous occasions that I would make a wonderful spy. Sorry, Miss Hardy. Tiger Division operatives go through a rigorous.
Does she actually? Oh, that's what you said.
Round one.
Don't be so sure.
I don't know.
A little bit of charm.
And what is up, June?
The battle starts
I didn't
in
say that already.
4, 3,
June bug.
2, 1.
You on the run after this? Yeah.
Them from securing the mission area.
I'm down. Hold on.
I'm focused. There's a difference.
Oh, look at that plane thing.
Thanks for the shit.
Cap thing.
Okay, like if that guy doesn't kill that, kill a face. Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Thanks for the raid.
That's still behind.
Okay. I want to go back there, but I can't.
Broken.
We found my weak spot.
Cap to die. Cap to die, bro.
Yeah? I'm glad Cap can die.
Black cat down.
Got that. Got that.
Wow, girl just won't fucking die. She's 100% anti-healed. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, nothing dies. Nothing ever dies. Nothing ever dies in this game.
Burn it, burn it, burn it, burn it. Please. I need help.
Nah, we don't have any to burn it. Oh man.
We just need more damage. Like Punisher. We need a TP?
I actually don't beat her. It's so stupid. Just iframes my shit. I don't know why that move is still in the game, bro. That move is so busted. I don't think it should iframe. I think she should just take reduced damage or something. Iframing is just ridiculous. Oh, great.
They're down all front.
Just live, just live. I have my ult after this.
Nice. Cloak ult on point. Cloak ult on point.
Oh, great.
Please, stop trying to fight everything and just heal our team. What are you doing, mate? Like,
Ding.
Oh, Lordian.
I unleash the Vishanti's
It's fat, it's fat, it's fat!
Huge.
Slice and dice. That's good as life.
It takes me way too fucking long to kill this cloak and dagger, bro.
Yo. Gallant, you play Punisher, bro?
My man making Black Cat look balanced, bro. That's insane. I don't know how you do that. He's lowered too, bro. That's insane. What? I parried that. Okay, I guess I didn't. Like, I don't know.
Yo, Gallant, could you play Punisher, please?
I gotta switch to Star-Lord.
Yo.
I'm gonna be so real. I don't even think it's our Black Cat. We just don't have enough heals.
Turn around, you throat.
Like, whether you wanna believe that or not.
Hell yeah.
Better stop that vehicle.
Back in the game.
Big clobber, big clobber. Where
the fuck did she go?
Fuck,
We gotta heal.
Oh, he got the res off. Bad.
I was born ready. This could all come down. Assemble!
I'm dead as fuck. This is I don't know.
Can't even match that. I get COVID and I instantly get tough by like 50 fucking people. Holy shit, man.
White Fox, could you please play Rocket or something?
Just die fast or don't die at all. I'll stagger you.
No, they're not gonna swap. I have to actually like.
Rocket would be good in the triple healer. We need that damage boost.
Back in the cave.
Only 60 seconds left.
Yo, the thing died.
Hell yeah.
Oh man.
I was blinded. I couldn't see nothing, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold point while Venom does what his thing.
They're down a healer. They're down a healer. Focus Ultron. Focus Ultron. He's the one keeping all of them up. Hey, bro, like.
Dude, there was a black cat holding our back on.
I know. I'm not mad about thing. It's just we need to kill this Ultron.
Oh, she fucked up her thing.
Target number 1. Nice ult punisher.
That was too easy.
Thing can die, dude. Ultron. Nice. Really nice.
They got black cat.
Oh no!
Back
in the cave.
We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh fuck! Who's sideways? It didn't go correctly. It didn't go in correctly.
Like he doesn't die, bro.
Robbed. I mean, it's nothing I can do. The way the porter he put it down, it didn't. On my POV, it looked like it was facing forward.
It was fat.
On my POV, it looked like it was facing forward, but it wasn't clearly.
Holy, bro. Thank you for swapping, yo.
GG, guys. Oh my god, bro. I hate fucking triple support. So cringy.
Zam.
Another epic victory! Big win!
Oh man. Did I look at the Stream University trailer? Yeah, I did. Yeah, already level 57. Yeah, 19 finals. Holy shit. Cooking. We make Blade look balanced? We is crazy. Where's Cam at? Shit, he's in a game. How about him afterwards? The fuck you mean we is crazy? I make Blade look broken. I don't know about you. You played with Somjuu earlier? One night with you? GG's, dude. Noticing Black Cat background, but I've yet to see Black Cat gameplay. The skin is atrocious. You tripping? This skin is fire. You're tripping. Yeah, you're tripping. You're tripping. How is this skin atrocious? How? Tell me. This is a fire skin. Pull up cam stream. Is this match about to end? Oh my god, his timer is so fucking high. Oh no. Yo, his timer is at, oh my god, 111 hours is crazy. Oh nah. That's Subathon going crazy. Calling loads to put Gunnar skins for characters he barely plays. Excuse me?
What a song, man. What a tune, man.
I gotta wait for his match to end. What the fuck is playing in my ear? Jesus Christ, hell no. Jesus Christ, bro. Sunyon. Sunyon ring. Go destroy my eardrums. Sunyon ring destroyed my damn eardrums. Where's the general chat for this?
Meow.
There we go. I want to predict. Remind me to pay it out though. If you don't pay it, if you don't remind me, then yeah, I don't want channel points. Critics up, vote, vote, vote. What context can get lost in the general? Give me a second.
Meow. Meow.
Alright, my bad. Okay. Yeah, there's a 5-second quote I remember on requesting songs. I need to change that bot. We're gonna get a new one. I don't like this bot. The one I'm probably gonna switch to is one that's Spotify only or something. I don't know.
Well, I'll pop now. I'll pop now. Bro, the ult is crazy. What?
Yeah, that is way too much. Yeah.
What about a portal? Take a 9-second touch. I get it. I get it.
All my Apple Music people, I mean, I think all you're gonna have to be able to do is put the song name. And I think it'll work. I think. I could be wrong. I don't know. But it should work. I'm alive 6 hours. This is winnable for them. Yeah, I'm waiting for Cam to finish his match. We're about to play. If Dino, Black Cat, and Gambit are untouched next season, it's over for the game. That's what Donatello just tweeted. That's facts, though.
Meow.
Please fucking nerf them, please. Please, bro. Please. We need this shit, bro. Please. Oh. Oh. How long has this game been going on? This game's been going on for... I can't see it from here? 17 minutes. Okay. Game needs to nerf Gambit, nerf Dino, nerf Cat, nerf Phoenix, nerf DD, give Widow some sort of buff, give Blade buffs, nerf Pun, nerf stuff. They'll make I feel like Cyclops will be broken, but we'll see tomorrow. We're literally gonna find out tomorrow.
Meow.
Snap, crackle, flop. It's a funny name. My history looking like. I shouldn't have played DPS this match. I'm actually so pissed. I mean, I should have played support this match because our DPSs didn't know what the fuck they were doing. I should have just locked Psylocke from the start. But then again, we had a what? This guy. What was the other guy? This guy was 7-11. And what was the other guy? 13-7. This guy wasn't bad. This guy was 6-8 though. Guy refused to get off Hulk. Son refused to get off Hulk, bro. So he's telling me I MVP every match I win. What if I lose? I don't MVP. How does that fucking work? Storm buff and Dino buff. Maybe I should have went to another match. Because I think his match was like, oh, this match didn't just start, but it was like halfway through. Guess not. So then he's gonna have to wait for me. But then he might go into another match and it's gonna be, unless we're gonna keep going into matches waiting. It's better if one of us just waits for the other. I gotta finish the subathon stuff for next month. I'm probably gonna do subathon next month. Well, actually, I'm most likely gonna do it next month. Everybody's out of school. I don't want to do it in September again. Well, didn't I do it April last year? I don't want to do it in April. Yo, what's up, Davo? Thanks for the raid. You signed up for Shimmer University? Sure, dude. Were you from the VV shift to a Squadra this time? Why'd you switch up the game? No VV this time? What happened? Why'd you switch it up this time? I'm waiting for Cam to finish his match, then I'll play with him. Tell him to hurry up? No, there's no point. That doesn't... Nah, don't do that. I'm not gonna do anything. He can't make the match go faster. What? Not the prog sleeper. Oh yeah, my ingrown toenail went away. I think, at least I think it did. I put medicine on it and I guess it just fixed itself. I don't know. Cause I was supposed to definitely get that shit out, but I guess I don't have to. What's up, Texas Mike? Put ingrown toenail medicine on it. that band-aid and it just fixed itself. Oh man. That shit paint like crazy though. Just fix. I think it fixed itself. I mean, what like it was literally paint of an ingrown toenail. Alright, where's this guy at? Alright, let's go. Yo, Yosha, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I give you host. You can queue us whenever. You don't play no more? Roblox? No. What the ages ago?
That man, what's good, bro? My shit was tweaking. I couldn't talk.
Oh, you're good. I'm doing good. Just chilling. I got on really early though.
How your game's been going? Good?
I kind of ran it down with Somjuu earlier. It was pretty funny. But they alright.
Y'all cooking or y'all getting cooked?
I mean, we was cooking, and then we weren't, and then we were, and it was like on and off. It was alright. But we weren't playing seriously. We were just trolling around, just like trying to get content.
I mean, that shit's better than anything else.
Yeah, it is.
That shit is vibes.
You hit sell today? I de-ranked from sell. I was already sell like an hour or two ago. But yeah, your host. You can kill us whenever.
Got your game. Shit, it's been a minute. I'm like, man, I haven't run my guy. What he fucking with? And then you pulled up the same day I said that out my mouth.
Yeah. What was I doing? I don't remember what I've been doing. Oh, I've been playing fucking Cuphead. I've been playing on alts, practicing different roles. Practicing tank and support. Yeah, I was practicing tank and support on alts. No, not on this account. No.
Nah, I know. I'm not gonna lie. You gonna know the truth?
What?
I did ass practice every hero I know how to use on just like I just hop in ranked and play.
Oh, you're crazy.
I ain't never kidding, bro.
You're crazy.
It's just not, I'm not gonna hold you. Some heroes in this game, I naturally just know how to use them. If that makes sense.
Oh yeah,
like,
that makes sense. Yeah.
Their kit feels like something I could do.
Yeah, the healers aren't really hard.
I can't. Yeah, exactly. There's a few heroes I'm like, nah, I can't play this motherfucker. Like I can't play Spider-Man, bro. I know I can't.
I feel that.
But like, I can play Strange. I can play Cap. I can play Venom. Like, there's a heroes. The first time I picked them up, I'm like, oh, this shit ain't that bad. I feel comfortable in a roll tank. Like any tank, I'm like, I could do this. But like DPS is where it gets a little weird. Beyond like Iron Fist and Venom, I mean, Wolverine is like a little odd.
I need to practice Wolf. I need to get better at tank shredders. Who knows?
I did the Adam to GM.
Yeah, hell no. I know how you did that. That sounds boring.
I was fucking hooping though, bro. You should see.
That sounds insanely boring. Oh nah.
It was boring. And basically, I'm not gonna lie, I was carrying games, but I was only losing games when they were refused to go triple for me, and we desperately needed another support alt like that.
Ah, I see.
Those are the only games I lost, or the people that were just mad because they see Adam Warlock and he's like, I'm not playing. I'm like, alright, man, quiet then. Go ahead. I'm not swapping.
Got mad respect for Strange players. I don't. No, I'm joking. Strange is fun. That dude does dummy damage. Dummy fucking damage. Boss Talikita.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Oh, I should have put up some cooking videos. That's what I want to look at. It's cooking video time, chat.
Now,
Cooking videos. Cooking videos go crazy. Don't you get? No, the ones I'm looking at don't be copyrighting me. And even if that warning went away, if they were to ban me, I'd get a warning first. usually like how it goes is that you get a warning first, and then you get a strike, and then a second strike, and a third strike. With the when you get a warning, the warning expires after like 3 months or something like that. That's the warning I got a while back. If you get a strike after warning though, okay, that's when you fucked. Because the first strike, well, I mean the strikes expire as well, but you can't. What can you not do? I think you can't upload for a week or something. And I think on the second strike, I never been to the second one, but like I never had two. If you got 2 strikes, you're doing something wrong. Like whatever your content you're doing, you shouldn't be doing. If you get 3, your channel's just terminated though. If you get 2, I think you can't upload for like I think a month or something. I don't remember what the levels are, but all I know is that you get 3 strikes, you're terminated off YouTube. But the strikes can expire, but it expires after 90 days. But if you get more strikes while you already have a strike, you're doing something wrong. You're just trolling. Whatever type of content you're doing, you shouldn't be doing it. You probably doing some crazy shit. Like you doing some like fucking Ouija board at midnight, Michael Jackson challenge or some dumb shit that you shouldn't be doing. Summoning Michael Jackson ritual Ouija board at Walmart. What the fuck are you doing, bro? Oh nah. Oh nah. Like I remember that one guy, he got banned off YouTube. That guy was an idiot, bro. He's banned in Canada too. He's banned from Canada. His content was just like doing Ouija boards at midnight with dead people, trying to summon them, just clickbaiting. Or he would do like what would he do? He would do staying in Walmart overnight. Or sometimes he just break into places and just stay overnight. Yeah, J Station. That dude was a friggin' idiot. That guy was an idiot, bro.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
I don't know if he's still on YouTube, but he should be terminated. I'm not gonna lie. Unless he's a changed person, he should be terminated. If he's still doing the same content, that guy should be terminated. I don't like fucking on people's pockets, but that guy should be terminated for what he's doing. That type of content disgusting. Now he's clickbaiting with dead people's names and shit. And like 12-year-olds will fall for it. And you just get the ad revenue. Smack a bunch of ads on it.
Their Venom feeling, bro. Shit's weird. It's literally just tasting my Venom.
That guy's so low. Oh, I have my thingy down. I'm stupid.
Enemy ahead. Prepare to engage.
What the fuck? That guy's so low. We'll just do it. Let's go follow. Oh no, that's extra. Yeah, eat shit. Yeah, that's dicky. That's crazy levels of dicky. I don't know why he ulted me. They have no support ults now for those. What I miss? I miss Florida. Florida, as crazy as the people are in Florida, that shit was fun. Kind of miss Florida. The weather fucking sucked though. I don't know if anyone lives in Florida here, but that shit was raining like a lot. That swamp ass place. That shit kept raining. You live there? No, I was. Me and my friends went on a trip to Florida like 4 years ago. Or something. 5? I don't know. No, not 5. It was a while back though. It was me, Nano, Me, Nano, Sumo, Rag, Dex. There was a fuckload of us. Fino. There's a shitload of us. I don't remember who else. It was like a boys trip. Kensai. It was a shitload of us. We literally just went to Florida, bro. We just all like got a B&B. Split that shit. Did we split it? I don't remember if we split it or not. Rag? The Rag? What the? Your friends like that? Yeah? Rag the homie. I've been to his house. I've been to his house. That's the homie. Fuck me. This guy just keeps ulting me. I'm dead. Okay. Yeah, Florida was nice. It was just Roblox friends? Nope. I know all these guys are.
I love how we let the dinosaur.
Yeah, Dino being through is not it.
He's gonna have to solo tank. I'm not doing this shit.
It's because we have a Lord Dino, that's why.
Let's take that we in band just for him.
This Daft Punk? I got one clipped. Sounds like Daft Punk. Oh, it's not. Garlic butter steak and mashed potato bowl. Sounds pretty good. You trying to share some or what?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Nah, these motherfuckers are tanky. Y'all got anybody else that's not a tank over here? I can fight. Devin Cyclops here tomorrow. Hope for a good patch. This game is. I swear to God, this game's in trouble if the patch tomorrow is not good. I'm scared. I'm low-key scared, bro. I shit you not. I am so scared to watch that patch tomorrow. The dev vision, because once Z-Young turn on, that front will turn upside down, bro. Like Guang gonna get you happy with the Cyclops news, and then the moment Z-Young talk, big ass sigh. Like I have never seen. What the fuck? Oh, you put it up here. Okay, I can't destroy that. It's way too high up. I must hold as much as I could though. I don't think Cyclops is gonna be a tank. I'm pretty sure some people already know what role he is, but they're not allowed to say, of course. I'll tell you guys now, I did not get access to early access. They ain't hit me up for early access. I still never got into one of those early accesses yet. I mean, even if I did get early access, I wouldn't be able to say, but I can tell you I didn't. That's for sure. Unlucky me. I don't got enough views yet. My view count too low. My view count too low, bro. I'm gonna be in the stream if you're gonna do a live reaction. Yeah, I will.
I have to go and tank Buster so I can stop this shit because this shit's so annoying, bro.
Go for it.
I can't even dive because they're both running from me, and then the dinosaur's just in the front line. So I'm like, okay, I'm just have to beat him out the front line then.
I'll go Punisher for the dino.
He was fucking 11-1. He was like putting his team on his back.
Go Cloak and Dagger. I'm gonna feel for you.
Yeah, I'll play Punisher for the dino.
Yeah, if we just jump in, he will literally explode. Like literally.
I don't know if I'm gonna be live the moment the update. I mean, not update. The patch notes hit. What time does Dev Vision come out? Usually at like 11, right? 11 p.m. EST for me. Oh shit! I am gonna be live because the Nintendo Direct is tomorrow. Okay, lucky you guys. I might actually do an early stream. Lucky you guys. Damn. Oh shit. Lucky you guys. I was gonna say, I don't know if I'm gonna be awake for that. Because I'm not gonna wake up just for one Dev Vision. Damn, okay. I'll do an early stream tomorrow. Lucky you guys. I won't end immediately after Nintendo Direct. I'll keep streaming. Damn. And then patch notes, the balance notes don't usually drop to like 5 p.m. EST, right? Or something like that.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Sure, I'll do an early stream.
2, 1.
Trying to remember if I have anything planned tomorrow. I don't think I do. I don't think I do.
Thanks for the ride, big guy. I'll carry us home.
Bro, if they buff Blade, bro, oh my fucking god, bro, it's rats, bro. Eternity, hitting Eternity next season, 100%. Locked in, bro. I would say I do a 24-hour stream playing Blade, but I'm not doing a 24. I do a 12-hour though.
Bro, I need heals. I'm the only tank. I'm not getting no heals. Why is everybody looking for one person?
I'm not walking forward. Fuck this Venom, he's so bad.
Whoa, there's no one.
Smoke screen.
Bleed? No, he needs to get bleed. I don't know why he doesn't have bleed. His ult should fucking bleed. If that's all they give him, it won't be enough though. Unless the bleed is a lot, because Dino's bleed is even a lot of damage. It's not a lot because, I mean, obviously it's supposed to help his other skills do damage and change the property of his other skills, of course. Like his bleed makes his half do a lot of damage.
This is real firepower.
Tokon at this rate about to show more love to Blade in this game. Hopefully I'm wrong though, but we'll see. I mean, actually no. I mean, there's no way I'm gonna be wrong because I mean the way this guy's been out for this long and he's been this bad, they already will no matter what show more love. I wanted them to make it so that when he's at 10, when he uses his spin on his ult, I mean not his ult, on his basic attack combo, it does anti-heal and it stacks and keeps stacking up. It does like 10, and if you do another spin, another 10. It just slowly ramps up.
Judge, jury,
That'd be fire.
lights out for scum.
Also, I want his E to give him more movement speed. And they need to get rid of like the swordless form without E on. Just get rid of it. It doesn't need to be a thing. It literally doesn't need to be a thing. Like there's no reason to ever be in your sword without your E on. Like if your sword is out, it should just like, oh my fucking god.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Like you should never be in that form. Like there's no reason to ever. What does it even do? It doesn't do anything. There's a reason to be in gun form. There should only be gun form and then the sword form with the E on. That's it. There's like no reason to ever turn your, because when you turn your E off, you press E, which would send you back to gun form. You don't turn your E off and keep your sword out. There's no reason to ever do that. Like that's literally, it does nothing. It like if you don't want to be anti-healed on yourself, just switch to your gun form. You don't.
I think we have W keys, man. We just walk backwards all game. Guys are like terrified, but press the fucking W key. I'm begging, bro.
Can we get a like a? We get a cloak and dagger or something? That's probably too late, but.
Judge, jury, execute.
Down the dinosaur, can we shoot that one?
Sorry, what?
What's it getting?
Spider-Man's one, that's man's that. They're down to.
This guy just gets ult so fast.
This is not over.
Up there, beautiful, baby.
Out of sight.
Oh my god, bro. Supports are just always dead. This is so sad. Yo, DPS, thanks for 48.
Final score 0-2-1.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
This is why you don't fucking unban the dino, because you just get diffed and it's lose.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
He said, where you gonna punish him? I'm chasing those cheeks. What the hell? It's a big dino diff, unfortunately. Yeah, that's like, I don't know. If the dino's not banned, I mean, the whole match revolves on this fucking dino. Like, even when I killed the dino, I wasn't getting healed, so I just died immediately after I would kill him or something.
No, because they were terrified of Spider-Man and fucking Venom. They were just jumping on their head and they just were blowing up.
Unlucky.
That's where he thrives. They distract the back line and he just walks forward and causes chaos.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
My
I saw log
aura
this
is
much.
sharp. My mind is sharper.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Okay. Holy champion team? Except the Star-Lord. Except the Star-Lord. Gambit ban? Let's ban that Gambit. Don't let that guy play the game. There will be no Gambussies in my matches, bro. No Gambussies allowed. No Gambussies allowed. Avengers.
The right
Go
heroes
to
can
Black
make
Widow.
all the difference.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Holy shit. There's so much people playing 2X right now. There's gonna be a lot of people playing 2X tomorrow too because of the update. I'll play some of it probably. But I don't really care about Thresh or Senna. I've never seen a game drop 2 characters. I don't care about neither of them. Well, I kind of do care about Thresh. She looks pretty cool, but Senna, I have no interest in playing Senna.
Yokai and villains. They all fall by my blade, just the same.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Senna Phantom.
Doctor Strange, wow.
We're in this together, Sandy Bowen. Get the stars out of your eyes and let us fight.
If the Bronze patch is bad, it's probably gonna be your least played season. Probably. I hope not. Because I want to play this game, but like, I mean, I already play this game when my character's the worst, so it can't get worse than that, right? Unless they what, full on just nerf Blade tomorrow, like what? That was the Yahoo guy and his fuck ass Punisher.
Are you backing up? What the?
Yeah, we're gonna need a mag. This guy mains Punisher. Fought him before.
On the card. Alright, everybody back then.
Float bubble down.
There's just no way one mag is just. I mean, one cap has my whole back line just running back. They're like charging backwards, bro. Like I have 5 people shooting me, but one cap has my whole back line just charging backwards.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Step aside. Now the boat.
Punisher's got some sort of nasty turret. Tandy needs help. This is our
Judge, jury,
Yep, he has already.
executioner.
Out of sight.
They hit a checkpoint.
Oh my god, are we just gonna have to use this? Are we gonna use the support ults? What happened? Why did we not use ult?
Why you guys just S-king, bro? It's one cap diving. You guys just S-king.
Better stop that vehicle.
You guys know if y'all keep backing up, they get more pressure.
Okay. That was interesting, I suppose. They destroyed already? Whoa. That's quite crazy. Damn, bro. No one's dying. Okay, that thing just bonked me.
Judge, jury, executioner.
What a difference.
Oh, he was one. Just needed one person to shoot him. I'm dead. That was literally 1 HP.
I am ready to put on a show.
Nice. Cooking. Cooking. Oh my god. I was on the more. Oh my lordy.
This will do nicely.
Better stop that vehicle.
Embrace the dog. Sayonara.
Only 60 seconds left.
Damn. that's not good.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. Okay.
Much better.
Out of sight.
Better stop that vehicle.
Yo, Mag, do you play Thing? Or if not Thing, Emma or something? Good, bro. That's 2 support ults or healer ults. Just curse. Oh my goodness, bro. This is such a frustrating match. The game's been going good so far, like on and off. I'm really not since I deranked. Yeah, I ain't though. Wow. Damn, she just knows where I am even when I go invisible. That guy's 0-5. Yo, this guy is 0-5, bro. My man is.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, they just keep running back. They like run. They literally.
Bro, our Magneto needs to switch characters. I don't know, man.
Score is 0-2-2.
Do you think you'll find that you'll play like Marvel Rivals? What? What does that mean? I don't even know what that means.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
My order is sharp. My mind.
What does that even mean? Did you just take my Yo, did you just take my Psylocke? What are we doing?
Why you on that weird shit, bro?
Why'd you take my Psylocke? What? Son, what?
Round 2.
Is this guy trolling?
And bro tried to delegate to Star-Lord, bro. What's up with him?
What if I don't want to play Star-Lord? Like, that's odd. Why would you just take my character?
This is all so much bigger.
You didn't even ask, bro. Just did it.
No, that's not the Mag. That's fucking weird for that.
What he feeling like today, man?
I don't know. Like, what the hell is he doing? Like, I don't want to fucking play Star-Lord.
How did he's a
Okay, how do you know I play How would you know I play Star-Lord? And also, what makes you think I want to play Star-Lord? You also play Star. I don't want to fucking play Star-Lord. You're better on Silent? Okay, bet. Fine, let's do it. Go for it. Thanks, I.
Why you asked, or you don't just
Never mind, brother. Like, I mean, I'm okay with it, but like, just ask. Like, what's? If you just ask, I mean, I wouldn't complain about it. It's just weird to do. That's so weird.
Yo, this tank is by himself.
But who does that? They just stole my fucking character on the half. My dagger not throw? My dagger didn't throw. What was that? There's a hella flanking.
This is real firepower.
Yeah, peep game is too late though.
Oh, they're hella no more. This fuck ass team up, bro. Okay. This team needs to get fucking deleted from the game.
I'm back. Sayonara.
Get that vehicle moving again.
No way he gets out.
I'm just dying. Together to victory.
Okay. Like I sit behind a wall to hide from her fucking two shot, and she just pulls me. Like, all right, bro.
These amps are like just not in, bro. It's like I have 5 people came back and we're never gonna press Q.
I actually have 3 support ults. Bro waited till Rocket died.
Somehow. Can we shoot the all?
God, this guy wants me.
Only 60 seconds left.
What? He wasn't even facing me.
Backline. Please walk forward. I'm begging. I'm on their backline.
I don't get out of sight.
Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Okay, man. He wasn't even facing me, by the way, but all right. You want to
Throw the amp
tomorrow?
progression, please. Cap this one again.
I might be. I'm gonna do a long stream tomorrow because we're gonna do Nintendo Direct, and then this game's gonna drop patch notes.
Go in that room. Hella. Just live. We must have all. I'm running around the cart.
I can't ult yet because this fuck ass cap.
Hella's alone. You're out here, dead. Cap is one.
Son, this guy always knows where I'm at. Oh my god. Okay. Either he's extremely lucky or Jesus Christ. Damn. Man knows where I'm at every time. Whew. Do you think you'll find another game that you'll play like Marvel Rivals? Oh, is that what you meant to say? I don't know. Am I gonna do Streamer University? I don't know. Hopefully I can get into that sentence. I don't think I'm gonna get into that. I don't think I'm gonna get into that, bro. I know like 2 people that are in it, but I don't think I'm gonna get selected for that one.
She's by cap.
Shoot off. Not shooting, you're gonna die.
God damn, bro. So much moves to stall. They have one healer.
Hey, no healer, walk. No healer. Okay, cap, please. Go forward. They have no healer, guys. Press the W, please. Just live this. It's just him. Just live it. Just heal each other. I have all in 4 seconds. Come here, walk now. Walk aggressive. No backline.
I was behind you guys. Careful, careful, careful. I was behind you guys. Somewhere to the left. Somewhere over there. I see her. I see her. She's right there.
We must observe this location. Sayonara.
I keep missing my art clicks. You can go to stream. If I get in, sure, I'd go.
I got 3 DPS.
I don't think I'm gonna get in. I don't know. I gotta stop saying that because sometimes I say shit and then I end up getting in and shit. But I don't know. You can't be disappointed if you know you're not gonna fucking win it or get in the shit. You know.
Don't worry, Herbie.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
I'm gonna hold first here.
Oh, Invis in a sec. Invis in a sec. Then, 1 2 4. Walk.
Bro, the team up won't come out.
Hella.
I was mashing that shit. I was about to get so mad.
Now support the clip.
Like, I'm about to die. I need this shit now.
We're going
so close.
Us against the world.
Trying to mid dodge, please. Yeah, support. Go.
Dude, there's no way, man. There's no way I got headshotted. That's the one thing that'll fuck me over. Let's go. GG's.
Final score 3, 2, 2.
God damn, bro.
Playing passenger, bro. What the fuck? Nah, he was just. Yo,
You're good, bro.
this is a cardio match.
God damn, bro. You trying to take my Psylocke. Like, brother, I'm cooking on fire. You're just gonna take the damn. Like, what? Bro saw me cooking on Psylocke. I can do that too. Took that shit. What the hell? Why is my own teammate sabotaging? Who does that? Bro took my character. Jesus Christ. Let me show you something. You play Star-Lord instead. No, that's not how that works, bro. Just ask, bro. I wouldn't have mind playing Star-Lord if he just asked. Actually, I do mind because I don't want to fucking play Star-Lord, but still. Like, just ask. Instead of asking, this motherfucker don't take my shit. That's fucked up. He just snatched that shit like, oh, it's mine now. Mine now. T-Pain? Holy shit, that was T-Pain. Hop that ass on my carry. Let me show you how to work. That's just hilarious, bro. I've never seen somebody do that. Like, we're doing so good. We're winning a match and you just snatch my shit. Bro, snatch my chain. Bro, just snatch my chain.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Those some food videos. Am I on the wrong YouTube channel? Why is my For You page just fighting game shit?
Don't bet DD. I play DD if Cat is
darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I got the new Panda Express Cantonese barbecue brisket. I'm actually pretty excited to try this. Apparently, this is like a char siu barbecue sauce. Ooh, wow.
Panda Express has barbecue brisket.
Just by picking this up, it's tender as hell.
What's
I
up,
had to wait
Sleepy?
like 10 minutes to
GG's.
make it when I got
Thanks for
there.
following.
There it is in all its splendor. Let's go. Let's try it, man. That is easily the most tender thing that Panda Express has ever served. Nice fatty pieces right here. Look at this.
Oh, that shit look good.
I'm actually pleasantly surprised. I didn't have high expectations for this. Everybody's hyping this up. That's never a good thing. But
y'all hate Panda, right?
Little bit. Well, actually,
hold on.
A little bit of spice to it. Not too hot.
Y'all hate Panda. Y'all got mad when I put Panda. What I want to put it? I wanted to put it A tier.
I promise.
Y'all motherfuckers got mad at me. Hold on.
I don't think I'm going out on a limb.
Panda might be up next.
Orange chicken, the best thing that Panda Express has ever served. Like if you served me this at a regular Chinese food spot, I would get it and do it with this. That's good, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. Price-wise, let's talk about it. They charge you $1.95 per order extra. They charged me $6 extra for each one. So this ended up costing me, I got the bundle that comes with a drink, $20.95 for this plate. You can do with that information what you want.
$20 though? Wait, hold on.
Cantonese
whoa. That don't sound right.
Apparently this is like a char siu barbecue sauce. Ooh, wow.
He got white rice.
I can already tell you.
Noodles and brisket. That's 20?
I had to wait like 10 minutes because they had to make it when I got there. There it is in all its
Wait, that don't sound right. There's no way this is 20.
I got the new pen.
Nah, there's something not right. That's not $20. That's not 20. Hold on. My cheap ass. That's not $20. Hold on. Never mind. Panda can stay that low on that tier list. Never mind. There's no fucking way Panda is $20, first off.
I earn my name with every slice of
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Hold on. Yeah, it does depend on where you live, yeah.
Girl makes some epic mixtapes.
The hunt is on.
If you in Cali, that sound right. It is brisket though, yeah. You're right. But bro, $20 for white rice? Brisket and noodles?
The battle starts in 5.
That sound like a 15.
3, 2, 1.
That sound like around 15, 16 or something. $20. Maybe he ordered for delivery though. But I don't know. Cause that picture was from like Uber Eats or something. Oh wait, but actually that wouldn't show the delivery fee and all that. I don't know. Bro, this fucking swarm. I didn't want to go in that form.
Holy shit.
I really get healed?
Your healers are out.
I die. Oh, come on.
Hell yeah. Taste cold steel.
Them pieces were tiny. They were like slices. It's probably a lot. Those are slices. They look like tiny. I don't think those are tiny. Oh, it's fucking Tender Ninja again. Oh my goodness. I'm like, why am I fighting a fucking torch? What questions? Why the fuck am I fighting Adam? Where's my team at, yo? Can I stop moving a fucking dino, please?
The last thing I need is to end up dying. Slice and dice.
Oh shit, I got dead.
Oh, dude, it's that 4-player from earlier.
Oh, it's the Shanks guy that was 0-5 or whatever. Oh god.
He's hold on.
Let the double out! Born again! 1,000 gods!
Adam, I killed Adam before he ulted. Adam has no ult. I think Cloak might have ult.
Yo, we beat the brakes out.
Dude, I fucked that Daredevil out of his ult.
Damn.
Good rocket ult, by the way.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
The spider Nor? Oh, it is. I need to watch that.
That's flanking right side, by the way. Left side now.
Supernova!
that here.
I say, are we using ults? I can't see shit.
Taste cold steel. That was too easy.
Down the hill.
This fucking torch just sitting in the sky and I can't kill him because I'm Blade.
We held for as long as
Oh,
we
we
could.
banned Star-Lord. That's not good.
The hunt is on.
I mean, I could play Cell. I can kill him.
We
but-
had the double, we had the cap and Luno to survive that.
Oh man, do enough damage.
Cap in the back. You can go cap.
Down both healers right now. Fine, we lost, fine. Time to go. I'm TPing. Wait, I'm gonna put you behind them.
I'm opening a portal.
You're behind all of them.
Let the double thousand cuts!
Dagger is yours. They're gonna get that TP off though. Let's prepare our DDO for that.
Yep.
No. That was the slowest portal ever. What was that cap doing? Standing still like a bot?
I thought they were.
Brother was standing still, just smacking the damn thing, bro. I don't know why you're standing still in a hero shooter. Whatever, I suppose.
Trying to delay so the healers would be back, but he fucked it
I
up.
earn my name with every slice of cold steel.
This map should be a lot easier to deal with that stupid torch.
This dude Lucky Zeal posted a Senate application to get into the tournament. I'm crying. Oh man.
I'm counting on
You see this?
What? Don't got a raccoon joke like everyone else?
I don't. And Quill was right.
Senna, this is my application for the $150,000 tournament. My name is Lucky Zeal, and I feel like you need some Mexican representation.
Mexican
so here is my
representation.
application. Get it, man.
Battle starts in 5.
You wanna go?
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Why does he do this? This dude Zeal is so stupid.
Please let me in. I need this. Senna.
Bro, I swear to God, Zeal has like a fucking humiliation kink. I swear to God. I swear to God, there's something wrong with this dude. I swear, bro. Mark made one too? Oh my goodness. Asking for a date. Oh, I saw that one. I saw that one.
With the DDO.
You said, fuck the tournament. Can we go on a date? Like,
Because I'm purposely trying to keep them down.
Oh,
To
no.
kill them. The heads up, they went punishment
he
for
said,
me.
fuck the tournament. Let's go on a date. How about that? Have all walk with me.
Corner.
They're on support.
Fucking shotgun. Are you dead ass, bro? Why did Luna not ult?
Slice and dice.
Guess we probably don't need it.
You captured more than half of
shit. Out behind us, to the right side. I'm fucking dead.
Where did this guy come from? Oh my god. Oh my god, he saw my toes. Say you swear to God. He saw my toes. Really?
That dino cannot.
Ready for action.
My toes?
Break this bitch.
I have ult soon.
That's a weapon of war, Castle.
Watching my Luna in the front line. What the fuck am I watching? He just decided to frontline.
The turret is 1 HP.
Ship shape in no time. Hell yeah. Almost ready to dive in.
Alright, we can start next fight with Mo. Unless Blade is gonna.
I'm gonna go first.
Come here, Gabe. Come here. I got you.
Thank you. Bro, Punisher's won again. Oh my fucking god, he just dies. Res is. I fucking hate Res Beacon, chat. I hate Res Beacon, bro. This is what I'm talking about, bro. That shit is so Mickey.
Yeah, they did.
You kill him and then they just auto get res.
Okay, so why don't
That's what I want. Nerfed on Rocket. That shit is so busted, yo. Yeah, we got a portal. I had to fight Punisher twice. Like, he just shotguns me. I kill him, and he shotguns me again after resing. But we're not portaling?
No, we have touch. We have cap.
Okay.
I have ult. I'm gonna go in with ult.
Bet.
Rocket combo with me. Rocket combo. DD1.
This is real firepower.
I do fucking damage to this thing up close, man. It's actually better for me to back up and use my damn fucking guns. That is stupid.
Slice and dice.
The target fire, brother.
You got him seeing good now, one here. This must be their. That was too easy. Sorry. Taste cold steel. Open season.
You've got to be fucking shitting me. Bro, my gun is not equipped for this, man. Please just die.
Shame.
My gun is not equipped for this. That's his only ability, though? Rework him. What? They can give him something else. Is this an LTG? Oh my god. What am I listening to? There's no way
This
you
is
guys are.
MVP hard. What the fuck?
My team just full of trolls. I'm crying. This team was fine. Like, I don't know. Well, who trolled? I don't fucking know. I don't think that was that bad. It was a close match, low key. Go plug this Twitch L publicity. L publicity is crazy. I was telling the guy that said I was the best blade. I wasn't telling them. I wasn't just plugging. I was talking to that guy. Yo, what'd you guys do for 6-7 yesterday? This song is ridiculous. What the fuck am I listening to, dude? The lie's on. Is she winning? Oh, too late. Dying on the toes is insane. Bro, that guy fucking saw my toes and fucking chased me. I'm so bad. What's up, Purple?
Do you think you want to be today?
Saw my toes and he chased me.
They call me Detong now.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Alright, can I play not support?
Son, put the support in the bag. More food videos.
Today, Outback Steakhouse, but this time I only ordered things that I've never had. Trading into Bloomin' Onion for Bloomin' Shrimp for me is kind of wild, but I want to try their Bloomin' Shrimp. Let's do the first shrimp again. Now let's try this.
And that should look good. That's shrimp.
Like, I don't know what it tastes like. They should put a sodium warning on the Bloomin' Onion. It gets overdone sometimes and it's a little salty. I kind of knew what I was expecting getting
6
into
out of
this.
10.
I don't mind these. These are their Sydney shrooms. So they got fried mushrooms.
I've never had fried mushrooms. Are those good?
The ones I had at Longhorn were better than this. There's just
Fried
way
mushrooms.
better sides at Outback in my opinion.
Are those good? Has anyone in the chat ever had fried mushrooms?
Scallop pasta. Now it comes with an Alfredo sauce. I have 5 shrimp and 2
They've done
scallops.
right.
So there's the shrimp.
They
It tastes
taste
like
like
their version of a blackening seasoning. Let's try the scallops.
Pick your hero.
Definitely not overcooked, not chewy at all. I wish there were
I'm
more
not
shrimp and
judging.
scallops in this, but it's not bad. Outback Steakhouse, but this time I only
Just
ordered.
order them.
This is the most angry that you'll ever see me in a video. We got Buffalo Wild Wings brioche bun. I've never had their sandwich with this buffalo
That
ranch.
thing looks small as hell compared to him. Either he's big as shit or that thing is small as hell.
That chicken sandwich is raw. A chicken sandwich from B-Dubs, and it is raw. Like, I never thought
Oh
it would be subjected to the
no,
blue like
that's actually raw.
But this is legitimately not cooked, bro. That is unacceptably disgusting. I'm
Yo,
glad
that
I
shit,
caught
you
that
can
as soon
actually
as I bit
see it.
I
That
knew
shit's
something was
raw.
wrong and I spit it out immediately. I can't believe that, bro. I
Ew, bro.
pulled the tenders out and I tried to check them beforehand because I didn't want to bite into raw chicken again. That's raw.
From the grave on my watch.
So we're gonna pivot. You
Oh,
cannot
I
serve
want
people
YouTube, yeah.
raw food, and the only thing that you're gonna tell me is you're gonna give me more food after you serve me uncooked food. One thing that you cannot do in
Ew, bro. Nah, you can't do raw chicken,
any
bro.
food industry is serve somebody raw chicken. It
That's
wasn't
raw
undercooked,
chicken,
it was-
bro.
I spent on a burger, fries, and a shake $29 and
Blue Business Cash, 5 guys. Oh fuck no.
Battle
5 guys, bro. Oh my god.
3,
Too cheap for that.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'm too cheap for 5 guys, bro. I can't lie.
Can't be
We're
brave
gonna lose
without
last game, I
being
forgot.
afraid first. Our next victim.
You have an Iron Man? Oh lordy. Okay.
Going back line 3, 12 more close.
Wait, Black Cat's not banned? Oh, that's funny.
One back line, one back line.
Yours to capture now.
Okay, bro.
Fuck, I'll stop playing.
Shit is so fucking whack. I hate this character, bro. Like, oh my god, man. I wish Blades got through bubbles, bro. I just die there because he just bubbles himself. It's so annoying, man. He just bubbles himself. Oh my god. He just bowls himself and I just get nothing off of it. Ooh, Hex. Next to a follow. Is Blade a tank buster? Not really. He can just kill tanks, but he's not a tank buster. I wouldn't really call him a tank buster, but he can kill tanks. I had a follow? I mean, not follow. Heal. Gunta, what's up, dude?
Might be in the back one here.
Damn, we keep losing someone. We keep losing someone before we can push with you. Black Cat's anti. Nice. Oh my. Son, I need to get healed, man.
Can we shoot this Angela?
Son, I need to get healed. This is ridiculous.
Look at her. Please. Oh my God. I'm on close.
Bro, blame me. What's up, dude?
Double fog.
Maximum pulse.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Alright, when I was about to kill him, that's so stupid, bro. Alright, when I was about to kill him, that sucks.
I got it.
Oh my god. I don't know what is happening, but alrighty. Oh, that rank command's gonna act. I'm at gym too. This is Celestial. Slash, I just can't get healed. Celestial's high, yeah, Celestial's high. It's 99.40% of the player base. It's the upper whatever the fuck. You're higher ranked than 99.40% of players. That's, yes, that's high. Struggle is real.
Oh.
It's bubbled. No bubbles now. Can't kill shit though. I'm taking so much damage, it's not even funny.
Arm still has all. Nag has all. Come back with me when you want.
Going close.
Maximum pulse.
Us against the world. Knock it down.
1,000 gods.
I killed Cloak through ult.
Yeah, no support. Walk this.
Down to it. How many? 3, 2, 1.
It's between you and Chris. Same Twitch every session. Hey, bro. At least I get paid to do it. I guess at least I'm streaming it. I could be doing this shit for free. At least I'm streaming it, so I get money, I guess. I mean, depending on the day, it's not a lot, but like, hey man. It's something.
Iron Man's alone, guys. Look, he's sitting in the sky by himself.
Fuck, that guy does so much damage, bro. Why does support pool do this much damage?
So much. I'm on close.
I guess I was vulnerable. No, he doesn't lie.
Down two. Iron Man dead. They have no heals. They have no heals. Come on. One. Good job.
Nice.
Grab.
Good job. God damn, I don't know why I play this character, bro, but whatever. I'm too far in.
I just can't get an angle with capping this shit, bro.
My whole life, all
Like
I've
literally,
known is
I
the
just have to
hunt.
play Venom.
I'm too far in, I gotta commit.
Anytime I dive, Angela's back there.
You in a stadium slam? Nah, I didn't sign up.
Fucking Iron Man shooting me. I just need to be more tanky.
I didn't sign up.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I'll watch it. I didn't sign up. I didn't feel like doing the time investment.
Only if it's to show you how sharp mine is when it hits your throat.
Really? Oh, sweet.
Also, there's like, I don't know. I want to play 2x, but like, I don't have a second character. Well, I guess you won't need a second character for that event, but like, I don't know. Weak. Weak for not signing up.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You know how much practice you got to do for those? I've done 3 slams now. Or 2? I've done 3. Yeah, I've done 3 slams. You know how much practice you got to do? I'd be streaming the game right now if I signed up. Practice every fucking day. That's a big ass time investment. It's not like a one-day tournament thing. Like, you gotta do a lot of practice, and there's round robins and shit. That shit is exhausting.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
They're in trouble right now.
Watch Iron Man. Watch Iron Man. Look. He's looking.
Maximum pulse!
Oh, this fucking Iron Man needs to die. This character sucks at shooting flyers, yo. Oh my god, I hate it. Is it Treya? Oh yeah, she is an S1, huh? That's pretty cool. Blade dash to leave you grounded. Why would I need to do that?
This shit hold. This shit hold. I kick a dot, low kid. Never mind. You try to ult again. Let him walk up a little. 3, 2, 1, running.
Oh my fucking god, I can't fucking finish these guys.
Come back.
Can I play the game, please? Holy.
How the fuck did she not die?
I'm gonna do this, go.
Iron Man, look out. Iron Man?
All I have is Iron Man and those 3, last 3.
On the floor.
How much? You get mad?
What?
How much?
Nice, good.
Oh. Wait, Luna. Oh, she dipped. I don't know where she went.
I'm so tired.
Right behind you.
I didn't see them.
There's only 2 of them with no heals on point.
Me and Hulk are fucking them up in the back. Okay, me and Hulk killed them all.
Get mad, free kill.
Yeah, they can't portal.
Nah, you did.
GG's.
Yeah.
I mean, that was Exotate. Is he streaming? Oh, he is live. I got my soul back. 99.25% is ridiculous.
So I forgot. Yeah, I did see that, bro. I saw his vid. I'm like, I knew it immediately. He got in. Infernasu, GG's, bro. GG's, bro. I feel like low key, the Blade Hulk duo is like underrated because you can brawl, and you have like an extra like layer of protection.
Who do I do that shit with?
But nobody plays Blade. He's fucking dog shit. I think the Black Panther team up would have been better.
Who did I do that shit with before? I don't remember who I did it with before.
Like they could have gave Black Panthers like so many cool things.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bad GD? No, I don't remember who I did the duo with. Whatever. Whatever. Ninja. Isn't that fucking Craggy's account? Ninja? Craggy's account. How did he name snipe Ninja? This dude Craggy is a troll. Is he up here? Oh, he's not up here right now. Sci-Fi's at 15. There's a bunch of pros up there.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I don't want to play now.
Those who oppose me shall be left to
My order
I don't fucking know, man.
My mind is sharper.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Are Q's good right now? Ain't bad. I mean, they gotta be good. I just ranked up. So, I mean, that's something. They gotta be good since I ranked up. They gotta be good, no? I've been playing for 7 hours, though. I should probably take a break, huh? No, what season by far? Not even close. I'm down horrendous. Damn. What happened to you?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Reaction break? Probably. I need to eat. I'm hungry as shit. There actually are videos I need to react to, though. Damn, so after this stream, I'm gonna come back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Fuck. For the Nintendo Direct. 10 a.m. We're gonna come back at 10 a.m. and then we're gonna react to Nintendo Direct, and then after the Nintendo Direct, doing a treehouse immediately after. Nobody knows what game it's for, but the dev talk should drop at 11.
Round 1.
And I guess I'll just keep streaming until I get tired in the end. I don't fucking know.
Stay strong.
Farewell.
I'm a morning streamer. Oh god. I'm a morning streamer now? Is that how this works?
Almost all of my time has been devoted to running Tiger Division Solhi.
I'm a morning streamer now?
Too busy saving the world with your
They banned Blade?
to save the world with your
I don't know if they did, but I feel like playing Star this much.
No, it's not.
Is this Riz?
The battle starts in 5.
It might be, honestly.
3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Xbox. I fucking hate Xboxes and Nintendo's times, yeah. But Nintendo's always been 9 or 10 a.m. every morning. Because, I mean, obviously 9 or 10 depend on, like, daylight savings. But, like, it's always been... They always do this shit. son.
Wow. Okay.
Wait. Okay. Black Cat's not banned. Nice. I'm like, wait, how'd I die this fast? Fucking Black Cat's not banned.
He's stalling.
What is it? What?
What is this portal?
That's on me. I misclicked by accident.
Oh. I'm about to say, like, what am I looking at? This new tech or what?
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Nice.
You won't be needing that. Danger at your rear.
Need Mountain Guzzler. Oh, hell no.
Better stop that vehicle.
I'm trying to get my TikTok fixed. I'm in the process of it. I contacted support. Enough's enough. I'm tired of getting bullied by this damn AI. It keeps bullying my TikTok. I need some real people. To talk to. I've been getting bullied on TikTok for the last time. See, I fucked you again. Yeah, I got kicked out the content creator. I mean, not content creator. The incentive program. I got kicked out of something. I don't know what it's called. It's basically the thing that makes it so that your TikTok gets money. And also my videos keep getting disqualified from monetization or some shit. Think of it as YouTube, but like I keep getting demonetized over and over. And also, I'm appealing that ban from the other day or other week.
She's one, hold on.
About the ego you? Nah, I already contacted support. I mean, I have the clip and all. I have all the proof. Like, that shit was a false positive of doom. I showed you guys the clip. I mean, go look at my Twitter. It's up there.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man. Us against the world.
Just so wanted, bro.
Okay, I don't know why that girl's standing so far back, but all right. She just, for some odd reason, is standing all the way over there. That's so weird, bro, but all right.
It's an endless universe.
Somehow,
I keep
Install everybody for this.
that one healer.
Okay.
That's the boost I needed.
Can't keep me down
Bet.
for long.
It's just me and you. Play
Bet.
live. Play live.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Please stop missing. Please! Oh my god! Please, dude! Oh my god! I was standing still, she's still missing! Yo, is she panicking or something? I think she's panicking. What is she panicking for? Oh, nah. Yo, relax. Calm down. Just calm it down a little bit. She was panicking or something. I don't know. Just hop on Rocket. Like, what the hell? Yeah, we might have to run anti-dive. This isn't working. I'm gonna go no more after this. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know how the hell Black Cat made it past ban phase, by the way, but or whatever, I suppose.
It is literally one. Press hit the board.
So cold.
Oh, did you see that? Woo, that's the stuff.
Okay. How easy is that to hit? Like, is it really that easy? Because I feel like that always happens to me when I'm playing a hole.
Hit box, hit box.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
This isn't working. This isn't working.
That's 3. Don't give them another inch, or else.
I sense them. Close.
Denizens of the deep.
I'm an easy target. I am Asgard's might.
Okay.
This one, bro. Nice block that, block that.
The back line.
Only 60 seconds left.
Our black cat woke up. 97, not really, but oh, there you go. She's going crazy.
They switched to strange.
Yeah, they're portaling.
Wasn't that the Punisher from where everyone was lost with?
Praise in the open. Final 10 seconds.
That is.
If it's dead, not supported.
You're down both.
Just gotta live, yo.
Oh, that sucks. Oh, got blocked.
I am barely wounded. Slow down. I will not be stopped so easily.
Oh no, man.
Candy, watch out! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Disappear!
It comes to the point.
I can't see anything. Like, I don't know where everyone's moving so fucking fast. Everyone's moving so fast on my screen, I can't find nobody.
0, 2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Hey, I want to show this crosshair.
Left to drown in my wake.
Put it right now. Right, put this thing in that. Oops. Show this one. Animate that is an insane name.
Round 2.
Just like the pressure of the ocean, I shall crush our foes.
You still get money from ads because you got music. Huh? Oh, do I? Yeah.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The music doesn't pop on the VODs.
Those who oppose me shall be
That's only on YouTube where you don't get money from music. If you have it in your thingy or whatever, if you have a cover of music in.
Creatures of the deep. Well, I got a lot more arms than I do.
Yeah, music doesn't save. It's because the way I have it wired, it deletes.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Song Quest is on.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I had a feeling they'd have a penny.
Cat dead, cat dead.
I got both their dogs. Move
Push
up.
up, push up, push up.
Good fix, good fix.
Break nest, break nest.
Broken.
Mine now. That iframe move really has a fucking 3-second cooldown. Those have lost their fucking minds. Swap the Thanos GG. Thanos? It's almost a player. He's open. I'm playing this shit. I'm not losing this match. 6 penny players in a row. Bro, that's like when I was playing with Panu. When I was playing with Panu, for some odd ass reason, there was a shitload of penny players. I don't know why. I have no clue why. We ran into like 5 pennies back to back to back to back. Shit was so weird. They're all low. They're all low. Damn.
Gotta take that space next time, yo.
I don't know how we didn't take space there. Penny the elo glitch. Especially with all the poke being banned.
It's fine, just regroup.
We're in over our heads.
Okay.
The Phoenix burns once more.
A little help, please.
I'm hulking.
Thumbs at 7. Okay. Thankfully, tomorrow's video is already done because I edited it earlier. Yo, the Squirrel Girl's won. Why is no one killing the Squirrel Girl? Do y'all not see that girl? It's like she's invisible to them. Like, brother. Let me scratch my head. Spider-Man and Squirrel is insane, by the way. Yeah.
Us against the world.
All my entire team died. Oh my god, bro. Fuck it. I'll just play Black Cat. Like, I don't know why this guy... Like, we didn't ban Black Cat for this guy just for him to shit it up. Jesus.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Director's injured. Make it to the fortune for me. Invisible? Come closer. I can hear you.
Okay.
We don't give up until Null is no longer a threat. Got it?
That guy's going stupid. How long are we lasting? Excuse me? Damn gooners. Damn gooners.
I'm hulking.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Show me that shit.
Can you burn this? Can you burn it quick?
Okay. Oh my god, bro. Oh man. Okay, she just never misses the stun. Okay, that definitely missed, but okay. I don't know how that hit me.
Down two.
They're immortal? I don't fucking know. I just need one person shooting shit with me. Had her 1 HP for so long, she just teleports. Like, okay. Oh my god.
Give me that luck. Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Very frustrating, I must say. Very frustrating.
Look at you. Dead. Down one as well. Live.
What? That kills me. Oh, I died to her fucking path, bro. Okay, I guess you don't Black Cat or a White Fox. You gotta wait till they teleport. That shit is whack. Okay.
Only 60 seconds left.
You do it, they're just gonna teleport. That's just the matchup, I guess.
You won't be needing that. So
Thing, no shit.
Give me that luck.
Thing, no shit.
Okay.
Gonna have to TP.
Okay.
That's support.
The final 10 seconds. Unlucky after all.
They're down support, by the way. Down support.
Deliciously dangerous. Sorry, squirrel girl. It's my nature. Us against the world.
Okay. Don't die first either? Yeah, definitely don't.
Final score 2-3.
That sucks. Oh, why do we not ban Black Cat again? So annoying, bro. Just ban this shit. I'm not good enough at Black Cat to play her on this account yet. So her not being banned is not good. We didn't ban it because of someone else playing it, but they didn't play it. The hardest match indeed. Yeah, okay, so wait, why do we not ban Black Cat?
No fucking idea. Then it's just like if we don't ban the hero, she just goes and jumps in and just gives
Oh
her life
my
up for one kill.
God.
It's just stupid. She was literally giving her life up for a kill, bro, and she was getting it every time. Our supports also just made the wrong picks. Like Invisible was right there, and we stayed on Cat for so long. I mean, Fox for so long. Fox does shit against her.
Well, I suppose. Oh my god, bro. More Black Cat, bro. Oh, we should just ban this shit, man. Okay, man. Okay. You haven't been voting? Voting on what? Speaking of voting, I'm gonna refund these predicts. I'm gonna run ads now before the match starts. Oh, ban phase, what you meant? Yeah. Definitely need to pay attention to that. That's actually making me lose matches. What's up, Bobber? How you doing? What is TNS tonight? Street Fighter? Take a look at this. Oh, wait, no, this is Guilty Gear. What the fuck? Not even in a match yet. Thinking here I want. Nope. Anything. Oh my god. That guy again. I'm gonna lose so much if I lose this match. I'm the only Celestial in his lobby.
I'll fight to end the darkness
They
that's
blade again.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Oh, they just. Oh, the stream crashed. The stream crashed for this. They're about to do the next match, winner semis, but the stream crashed.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Okay, we ban Black Cat first. I'm gonna ban Gambit. Why is that guy banning Star-Lord? Ugh. I guess. Bro, please ban Gambit, please. I don't want to do this. Oh, hell no. That is not what I want to do, man. Thank goodness, bro. It worked out. They banned Dino, we banned whatever his damn name is, Gambit. After this match, I'm gonna eat. I'm hungry as hell.
Back from the grave on my watch.
Bro? How'd that guy just fall off the map?
Stay strong.
What the fuck? Somebody fell off already?
Yes, our Deadpool just jumped off the map.
What had other plans?
What was he thinking? Like, I don't whatever.
Be careful over here. The battle starts in 5, 4.
This song is long as shit, damn.
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Anyone else feeling like this is gonna suck?
Here they are now.
Back in the game.
A nice deep freeze.
bodyguard Bucky. Why is he back here, bro? Like, go walk with your team, bro. Oh my god. This guy is just sitting in the back line, bro. Oh man. Okay.
Watch how the white fox works.
That's so
Jumping in
annoying.
Like a bunch of idiots, bro.
It's just Luna Snow over here.
Like literally, I'm watching.
That's
the whole
so
team just
fucking
charge in.
annoying, bro. I'm literally about to just dive them and then this guy's just sitting in the back line. Start walking up with his tanks.
Back to what I just brought.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Thanks for the laugh, love.
And they got the one Bucky as on guard dog duty every time I come here.
Yeah, I switched off the dive. Like, he literally sat back there while his tanks walked up. It was ridiculous, and I just died to the guy.
Sitting back in the field is so annoying.
Guy plays Bucky like it's season 6.
This is real
Hey, look out. Look how he's playing. He just knows he has the protection.
They've made it halfway. Stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Breathing gunshot.
It seems we have company. It's clobbering time!
Shields up.
Thanks for the laugh, love.
A little help. There's still a chance to stop them.
I am Asgard's might!
Watch this, mate.
Double kill.
How embarrassing.
They're frying chicken and fried, and she got burnt on the side. Son, how much you put that in for, bro? Lock in?
I like despise watching Think players have fun.
How much you put it in for? It literally should say on the side how much. Forgot to take out. There's no timer on your air fryer?
Downfall every day.
You don't have a timer air fryer? You forgot. You don't have one with the timer on it? Is Tenacity gonna fucking save me? God damn! God damn! Can I play the game? Oh my god! I was in the air for like 10 seconds. I was in the air for, I shit you not, 10 seconds, bro. That shit did not kick in.
Backing off. Like literally, he keeps running back.
Oh, much better.
That Tenacity is literally fake. It's not real, bro. That shit is fake. Sometimes it procs too easily, sometimes it just doesn't proc at all. Use a ladder though. That time that shit kicked in, I was already dead. Like, I don't know, that shit is ass.
This is real
I can't even ult this. Team is dead.
Yo, we can't brawl or anything, and we just constantly ask you.
I can't even ult that. Team is just dead.
Like they're just jumping forward and keep asking.
Don't give them another inch.
That ult, walk up. Oh man, okay. Yeah, that team up is really fucking good, or like.
The current score is 0.
Yeah, alright.
2, 3.
I'm going Punisher.
There's nothing I can do for this shit, bro, because our supports just run.
I'm just gonna go Punisher. I'm just playing the back with them. Just keep shooting tanks.
Just run, I just can't do this. Just run back. Like literally, just run back, run back, run back, run back, run back. It's just impossible to play.
Shit is crazy, bro. Oh,
like pain bros are not that hard to play against. They just run away. Like literally, just keep running. If they run, we're gonna die.
Flip the match. Nah, it's winnable. It's frustrating, but it's winnable.
Round 2.
People, I hurt you.
Okay.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Gotta lock in, I suppose. How much you can really do other than lock the fuck in. If I lose this, I'm gonna D-rank. Like, actually, though. Because I'm the only cell in this lobby.
You might want to look the other way if things get ugly, kid.
I think I'm D-rank. I'm pretty sure I am. I'm about to lose like fucking 40. Okay, not 40, but I'm losing like 20 something.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
So how did I get die? They're down one again. Walk up, they're down one.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Okay, like if you guys don't kill her, I don't know. Like I don't know.
This is real firepower!
What the fuck was she doing? I don't fucking know. I have zero fucking clue. But if she doesn't die there, then like I give up.
I guess 4 DPS is the wave, man.
I guess so.
Rages through the roof.
They literally just use that T and just run at me. Does so much damage. It's not very clear when he has it on. I don't see his arm. His arms weren't green on my screen.
What the fuck was that? Yo.
What happened?
He just altered nothing.
Wait, he ulted nothing, really?
Judge, jury, executioner!
Did he really? Yeah. I was still locked in and knows what the fuck, whatever the fuck he did.
Down and out.
Just like I just had to pull this out, bro.
How don't they just mag his ultimate at once? Oh wait, no, they just switched the mag, didn't they? They had to get rid of my ass.
Real firepower.
Fucking Rocket saved his ass, man.
I'll patch you up.
I'm not done yet.
Invisible? This is a nice spot.
The fuck is that placement? Yo, that spot is horrible. Son, that spot was horrible. I don't know what you just said. Oh, okay. We can put it in front of them. Like what?
Judge, jury, executioner.
Okay, I mean, I guess.
So I think has to be his protector, bro, because this guy is just like following behind him like a
The
dog.
mag behind us. Okay.
Like this thing is following the mag like he's his boyfriend, bro. Just literally holding his hand. Like this nigga's move coming
He's holding
crazy.
his nuts.
Like literally, bro. If I'm even near him, he follows him.
Bro's actually holding his nuts. Oh my god, that fucking got me. Wow.
Force burst.
Look at him. Look, he's looking for me already.
Please, bro, I need your help or what? I can't help you. Nice.
When this one gonna be interesting. You have no front line, so he's gonna walk forward and shoot.
Who the fuck is this cop? These all placements are so bad, man. Just hide it. Oh god, whatever. It's working. Thank god these guys are so much bad. So much worse.
Terrible for losing this against a team.
Yo, these all placements on this rocket are so bad. They're almost destroying it every time, but thankfully these dudes are idiots and they're standing still and shooting it, so I'm just lasering their heads. Like, god damn, bro. He's not even like hiding it behind a wall. He's just putting it right in the open. Just say, here, take that shit. Do I play dive? Yeah, kinda. I play both, but yeah. This rocket, bro. I mean, but it's fair to be fair. He said he doesn't play rocket, so it's fine.
For the best.
To be fair, he did say he doesn't play rocket, so I can't be that mad at him.
That's how I like it.
Rather him play than like we have no support, so.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I really don't feel like solo tanking, so I'm about to pull this shit out.
You can't have my new arm,
What is he about to pull out?
I'll make it with your while, Bucky. Name your
What the fuck?
Nah, yeah, I'm not about to tank, bro. Fuck no, you guys don't deserve a tank.
Something tells me I shouldn't.
I'll play tank with you.
I'm not a hero. I'm the
I mean, we kind of need you though.
The battle starts in
You're our
5,
win con right now.
4,
Nah, I mean we need a tank though.
I'll do it. You go back with me.
all you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Infernasu.
Yo, Youngin, thanks for the 34. Appreciate it, man. Oh yeah, hell no. Oh hell yeah. They have a Groot. Fuck yeah, you guys need a Punisher. There's a BP on me. We gotta walk up, walk up, walk up. They're down two. They're down two. Walk up. Look at Groot. Look at Groot. Look at Groot. This fucking Emma Frost won't leave me alone. Was our Iron Man not shooting the Groot?
I'm not done yet.
Oh my god, I had Groot so low.
Bro, are they fucking stupid? Bro, they keep on before they stay back.
Didn't you?
Yeah, I don't know how that Groot lived. I had him 1 HP.
Those guys are about to shoot at us.
Oh my god.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Anyone willing to help?
I'm ulting again, I'm ulting again. Oh my god, he was rocket ulted, so he just fucking lasered
They do
me.
not deserve a tank, bro. They don't. They really don't. We killed 2 people in the beginning and they
He was
fucking
rocket
don't
ulted, so
come
he just
forward,
shredded
bro.
me.
Like that's insanity to
Which
me.
side you're on.
I don't get it, man. I don't get it.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
Oh, we lost. Yep. This game is over. Smile the game.
Round 4.
This game is over. Check Black Panther's name. It's lesbian sex. The arcane thing? Oh yeah, I ran into that guy before. Yeah, that's a meme online. He's not the first person to put his name in that.
You kids should stay out of this.
It's our world too.
Ho ho ho. Iron Man isn't even playing him correctly. Yeah, he's not even using his beam. He was just literally blasting. That Groot was 1 HP. If that dude beamed the Groot with while I was lasering him, he would have fucking died. But instead, I don't know who he was shooting. I think he was just shooting at the back line. The Groot was literally 1 HP while they were down 2.
It took us a long time
Yeah, that guy was one shot, man. I don't know, man. I'm gonna lose so much. That's GG's. Like, I'm about to lose like a fucking million. It's a demo game, I think. God, bro. No. Oh my fucking god, bro. No. That's unfortunate.
I just want to slam my head on my desk, bro. That game just gave me a headache.
That's so stupid. I know we lost that. That is so silly.
Just troll, bro. That's all. It's just troll, man.
Oh my god, my blade win rate.
Bucky's ass, bro.
Why is that my blade win rate? Why is that my blade win rate? I can't touch it. I can't touch it. I can't play Blade anymore then. If you want me to keep that. Play Daredevil then.
They call me D-Tongue now.
Mm.
The higher the price.
Yeah, I played Dino. Did I get the final token on Team at Evo? Yes, they already said the next stop is Evo. They already announced it. Did I have video upload? Yep. I did upload, nice. We have 2 tanks already? I hovered before them. I'll go DPS.
Oh, pick me, please.
Okay. It's gonna be one of those games, I fear. It's gonna be one of those games. It's gonna be one of those games. Oh. Slick Rick.
Pick your hero or villain.
They fucking banned my Dino, these dickheads.
They call me D-Tongue now.
I'm not feeling, bro. I'm not feeling. Predictions for tomorrow? I didn't make predictions. I made a wish list, though. This is my wish list for tomorrow. Take Smash off, son. Let me cook.
I've traveled to hell and back.
You can run the solo support. Just kill for me, and I'll live with the team up for Deadpool. Just run the solo.
Nah, bro, I'm not
No,
letting you solo
hell
support, bro.
no, hell nah.
Just play with your best
Why are you saying hell no when you don't want to hop up support?
Yeah, bro, you don't swap.
Bro, everyone just play with your best at it. Only the GM lobby.
Nah, bro, cause come on. Come on, bro. It don't matter, bro. It don't matter.
Hell nah. Why are you trying to get him to switch off 222 healer? Is this guy trolling?
Nah, bro, I need you.
Bro, self-sabotaging the fucking team. Shut up. He needs to shut up.
Bro, we need this.
My man needs to shut up, bro. Why is he trying to get him to get off 222 healer? Well, not 222 healer, the second healer. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm about to just throw.
Brother, what are we doing? Come on, Jeff. Not a pistol.
I'm dead.
There's still work.
Capture the mission area.
My guy is trolling.
We also let you know that DD character. We also messed up in there.
Yeah, bro, why didn't we ban Benjamin Netanyahu?
We all went AFK at the exact same time.
Okay.
That is much better. The Lord Icon do bonus damage.
Knock me out.
Okay.
I always get back up.
Okay, well, I can't see anything because I keep getting blinded.
Are you just feeding?
Nope, I keep getting terror caped. I literally am getting terror caped. I literally can't see shit. No, the moment I dive, I get terror caped.
I have 3 of them, both the subs and a DPS, block wood. 3.
Oh my lord, Jeff, you're the goat.
We have done our part.
When we go for an Emma grab, pop the name or I'll pop the Emma grab and just kill the one. That makes it a 5v6. Just C&D or something.
I am ready to put on a show.
Let the devil out! Hope I make the cut!
This will do nicely.
They're dead. No, it's not.
Out of sight.
Yo, Daredevil, bro. I fucking Deadpool, bro. Squad, bro.
Come on, bro. One of y'all, we could win this. Just one of y'all gotta fucking hop on support. Just one fucking game, be a cook.
Be a what? Wait, what did he just say?
Like, just hop on support, bro.
He
One of y'all,
said,
we
be a
win this.
what? Be a what?
Just hop on support pool, bro. What are you
Bro, hop on
doing?
fucking support pool, bro. You're actually
He left the game.
my
You guys just
God.
made him leave the game. Good job.
Let it happen. We have to play a little bit for the thing to come through so we get the actual force compensation.
Y'all just made him leave the game. Oh my fucking
Run
god.
this.
is truly stunning.
Sound like you're doing
Yo,
anything.
Jack, bro, why are they throwing this in Pistol, bro? What are they doing?
Yeah, Jay, why are they throwing pistol?
Yeah, bro, why are they doing this in Pistol?
Don't worry.
Because there's a Jeff on
They're
the
throwing,
team.
they're throwing because we have a Jeff on the team.
He
Yeah,
left the fucking
You're
game.
nasty, Jeff.
4, 3, 2.
Yeah, I'm playing like shit right now, I'll be honest with you, thanks.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I left the beaches of
Bro, he's playing fucking Deadpool, bro. All the versions of Deadpool are not good. Oh my goodness, bro.
Here they come now.
I hate like all versions of Deadpool except like the tank one.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Behold the god of thunder!
Capture the mission area.
I fucking hate all the versions of Deadpool, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. I hate the fact that he's a multi-character as well. A multi-role character as well. I'm gonna dash to the wall.
Out of sight.
Son.
The enemy has arrived.
What? Why the? Oh.
You're mine. That's better. This is not a battle we can face alone.
Your team's capture progress has passed the
Armed and dangerous! Again!
Out of sight.
The hell is that?
us against the world.
Why would he try to do that?
Out of sight.
So when do we surrender again?
They've almost got it.
Save your sins!
My hunt can take farewell.
He came back. This dude's a bitch, bro. What the fuck? He came back thinking that we
Why would you
surrendered.
join back, bro? Oh my lord,
Oh my
Still get point.
This guy's a dickhead, bro.
Support the guy.
He joined back thinking we surrendered just to get back on the game. This guy's an actual asshole, bro. This guy's an actual asshole. This guy is a prime grade asshole. He wanted to check how long his suspension was. He wanted to check how long his fucking suspension was, bro. This guy's a dickhead, bro. Point compass. I lost 16. How is that point compass? Why did you drop one final on the Thor? Does it even fucking matter? We're down one. How am I supposed to drop anything? What? We're down one. What the fuck am I supposed to do? What do you mean? Why did you drop one final? How is that even a question? That's like asking me, why did I keep playing the match with one person gone? We're down a whole ass player. Like, anyone's performance does not even matter. We're down a whole player. What's performance matter regardless? We're losing the match. Like, anything after that is literally just invalid or irrelevant.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
One final. Like, is this rage bait or something? Like, we're down a whole player. A whole player left the game. Why does me dropping a kill or two matter if we're losing regardless? We're surrendering the match. Well, obviously, don't get so mad. I'm not mad. It's just a stupid thing to say. It makes me worry for you. It makes me think you're stupid. If it's obvious, why would you say it? Like, I don't, it just, I'm concerned for you. Like, what? Like, are you okay? Why say something so stupid? Exactly. It doesn't make any sense. Can't even joke. Bro, how am I supposed to know you're joking? You're a first-time chatter, bro. What? I don't even know you, man. That doesn't make any sense. You're a first-time chatter saying that. How am I supposed to know if you're joking or not? I just met you. Joking was on your team? Then you would know it's a stupid thing to say. Like, what? Are you trolling or like, I don't know. Then you would know it's a stupid thing to say that, especially if you're on my team. Like, I don't know how you're like, how is this even, like, I don't know. I can work for that direct tomorrow. Should be fun. Yeah, it's a singular brain. It's just, it doesn't make any sense to say then. Like, how am I supposed to know you're joking if I just met you? Like, it just doesn't. Even if you were on my team, it just like, it just comes across as just rage bait. Like, I don't know.
You as glad as I am that
It just makes it like you're just trying to rage bait the stream.
Yeah. I just wish I'd had the chance to take him out myself.
I don't get it.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of other lunatics you can use those swords of yours on.
There better be, because I'm getting tired of standing around and talking.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You're welcome.
Oh shit. I'm shredded.
Extron doesn't even know what's coming here.
You got mad? I've seen a clip on TikTok. Within an hour? Okay, I just don't get it. Kill this guy. Oh man. Where the fuck did he go? Oh man. Last ever been mad on stream? Yeah. When? I don't get mad. You think I get mad? Fuck no. I have too much fun to get mad. I don't care about stuff enough to get mad. I get mad at TikTok. fucking shadow banning my fucking account. I need to get my fucking TikTok fixed. That's his secret. He's always been. I don't know. I mean, I play Blade, so I mean, I don't know. I'm moving too nice. Okay, well, alright. Gonna be perma shadow. Nah, I'm getting it fixed. Pissed that Liza P. But that's fucking Liza. It's a Souls like, bro. Who doesn't get mad at Souls like?
Game, or we just fucking playing with ourselves? What are we doing? Can we walk forward?
Your powers are mine!
I am ready to put on a show!
That is so much damage.
Behold the god of thunder! Time to make them pay.
Expedition 33 Simon boss. I wasn't mad. I was frustrated. That's different.
Armed and dangerous! Again!
I don't remember the last time I've been genuinely mad. Like a person or something.
Nah, one support, guys.
I am ready to put on a show!
I don't care about enough about shit to get mad. Never something I cared enough about to get mad at. I'm dead as fuck.
Only 60 seconds left.
I can believe in anger. I have no enemies.
Guess Somjuu's got my
Get that vehicle moving again!
Got 4 people in the corner of me, guys. Are we gonna walk out of the spawn and just fucking look at them?
Oh my god, we're getting bodied.
We're dying in spawn.
We're literally dying in spawn, yeah.
Like, are we like, what? Are y'all shooting them? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, zero shield tank. They're just sitting here.
Oh, whoops. Oh, I got frozen. Those matches are rough. Be like that.
Again!
Okay, well, we can't walk.
The score is 0-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Bad Jamaican 999. That is a funny name. We can try different shit if y'all want.
They won't be standing much longer.
This shit is not working.
Pick me, please.
The higher the pressure,
I'll tank.
the more dazzling the diamond.
It's not even worth trying.
Quick, ask some questions. This is a rough match. You got Grake out of your team? Who's that? Yeah, I'm tired.
Round 2, go!
Hit my 8 hours.
But
I got my 8 hours. Might be time to get out of here. No, we're not surrendering.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Relay deploy. It ain't cheap.
It's been way too long since
Wait, it yeah, I started dummy early, remember?
thing, Amy. Almost all of my time has been devoted to earning time.
Overtime?
I get it. Too busy saving the
Oh,
world.
yeah, switch games or I get off this game?
World with your old friends. It's all good.
Maybe I get one more win.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Some uninvited guests.
You play Cuphead today? No. I don't think Elia asked me. Not that I remember she did.
Bottom.
I don't remember her asking me.
Some rejuvenation would be nice.
What the fuck is wrong with my game? Why can't I click?
Final score 0.
I guess I didn't buffer.
1.
Or my shit was bugged. I don't fucking know. Yeah, I had time to go watch Avengers and Age of Ultron.
Well, you can't
We were in
expect
stream.
them all.
God damn. That was fun. I gotta do one more.
That was something, bro. That shit was nuts, bro. It felt like we were just literally just getting our shit cooked. I'm just like, damn, we're not even.
We couldn't even
back.
go to the
They just
spawn.
walked
We were
us
getting
down.
spawn camped by a Hulk and
No shield tank, by the way. They were just jumping forward and literally just attacking.
yeah, Hulk and Thor literally were just spawn killing us. Do one more. Went on for way too long.
I hear that game.
Void is online? Oh shit. Look, is Void doing online? The hell is Void doing on? Last one I'm doing. I'm way too tired now. And I gotta come back at what, 10 a.m.? Yeah, I'm gassed. I'm gassed.
Double KO.
Tara's gonna be there? Is he streaming? Did he say he'll wake up? I doubt it.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'll play Iron Man, but the character sucks.
Who's ready to go hunting?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
How's the night going? Pretty good. Having a blast. Rivals, as usual. He said he would. Let me see if he's live. See what he says. Oh, he's not live. I can't check or ask him or whatever the fuck. Has he ended? Oh, I see, I see. Also, lore low-key dope. Yes, it's pretty cool, pretty cool. I'm gonna ban fucking Namor. Oh wait, Phoenix needs to be banned. I was gonna ban Namor. I was gonna switch to Dive, but never mind.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Spurs up 6. 5 minutes left. A lot can happen in 5 minutes. A lot can happen in 5 minutes. A lot can happen in 5 minutes. Oh man. Okay, I'm yawning way too much. This got me my last one. I've been on for too long.
I'll do this myself.
Ow.
As per bloody usual.
I've been on for too long.
Cheers, mate. 30 seconds before you
No reason to me to do a long stream. It's not update day or nothing. Chill, little combo 8 hours. Quota is met. Quota has been met.
Good for you, old man. But age doesn't always mean wisdom.
I'm not raiding after this though. That's the real question. Hold on. Who do I send y'all to?
4, 3, 2, 1.
I'll scan my stay on normal. What the?
Friends have saved my life far more times than weapons.
Thanks for the love, love. Love that kick!
Someone's...
I ain't gonna bother.
I'm a blunt instrument. That's how I like it. Battlefield ready again. Get down, sniper!
Oh, that's a fuck ass spot. Bro, let me fucking play the game. That shit is so cancer. He just stuns me and stuns me and stuns me.
He just went in there and popped up.
Yeah.
Oh, that man,
He keeps stunning me over and over. It's so annoying.
I heard poof. I said, oh, he getting busy.
You left the door open, Steven.
Need some ranged firepower.
How annoying. Oh, that was Spider-Man as well. I can't just get on my turn.
You heard me coming. Out of sight.
Just help get that vehicle to its destination.
Good aim. Oh, thanks. Okay, this Luna's DPSing.
Target located. Final judgment is ready. Judge, jury, executioner!
I'm ready to put on a show.
Wow.
For mutant kind!
What the fuck is he ult? What the fuck did he just ult?
I don't know. That shit was gone.
Spider-Man won. Oh my god, bro. He's killing me. Oh my god, can I play the game, bro? Oh lordy, this is actually so annoying. I'm getting lasered by the Star-Lord over and over and over.
I re-upped.
Nice enemy rocket. Oh yeah, I don't know what that goes cooking. He had some rough teammates. Yep. Be like that. It's fun though. It's fun though, no? The first part, the second match of the first part is hilarious though. One with the Strange that was 1 in 10, and then it was defending the fuck out of him for no reason. I didn't even care that he was 1 in 10. My issue is that his boy got on my ass, even though that the Strange was the problem. I'm like, bro, what are you doing, bro? This shit was ridiculous, bro. Yes, it was that match. That match was Looney Tunes as fuck.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Okay, I'm just getting hard focused, clearly. What it's in, bro. Dude was on my ass. I don't even remember what I was with Blade. I wasn't even doing bad. I was doing like the same as the other DPS. Just that the fact that I was playing Blade triggered him.
Victory may be hard to see, Zero, but it's getting closer.
Judge, jury, executioner!
I'm ready to put on a show.
Okay, bro. I can't use this fucking ult. I gotta switch characters.
Anyone willing to help?
This cornball ass Spider-Man, bro. He was fucking shooting me.
My kingdom shall rise as swiftly as the seas. Protect your key. That is much better.
That fucking hurt. Get that vehicle moving again.
Boogie. Boogie. Should I go mag? We know they're mag. Actually, I'll just go Star Lord.
I may be commercial, but
Only 60 seconds left.
By the eye of Agamotto.
enjoy the active fire. This is real firepower. Wait, shields? Sweet. You belong to me. Oh, not to have me.
All kinds of it. Get you back on course.
Rocket beacon is offline.
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh, did you see that? Slowing up. Sweet moves, right? I'll patch you up. Sweet moves, right?
Final 10 seconds.
Here they come.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Just a little flavor, right? I knew that would work.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
You're welcome.
I'm opening a portal.
The dragon
I am ready to put on a
Oh
show.
man. Good damage for him. Fuck. What's up, Swifty? Blaze not enough DPS and no one's dying. Yeah. Bro, no one's dying because our tank is 1 in 10 and he didn't land a single ult. Until I told the guy to ult. Told the guy when to ult.
Time to switch things up.
I remember that match. That match was hilarious. But yeah, he just kept yelling at me like, bro, your boy is 1 in 10, man. Like, take some accountability, please, bro. You Vanguard?
With me on the front lines, we can't lose. Pick me, pick me. You know, unless we do.
We want to play. We tank pool?
Round 2.
It's about damn time I
Should I
showed
do
with me
ammo?
on the front lines, we can't lose. You know, unless we do.
Nah, I can't do strange because we're gonna need TP.
Unlike some X-Men, I don't care.
A couple days ago?
And fears me.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think I don't remember.
You can't have my new arm, Rocket. I'll make it with your wild, Rocket. Go on.
The song? I don't know. You requested it.
One raccoon skin.
Y'all requested it.
I mean, technically I ain't a raccoon, but something tells me I should push my luck.
I am Groot.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
More bad guys. Just what we
This
need.
is a challenge. Try raising 2 superpowered points.
I'll patch you up.
I suppose that helps.
Don't mind me. Just riot.
That's so low, man.
I was fine, but thank you. Do your part, I suppose.
Okay, that guy pulled me. God damn, that does so much damage.
I am ready to put on a show.
Is she gonna use her ult? Invis, please! Holy hell! Oh my god! Who's about to die? She's about to let us just die, bro. What the fuck?
Oh, wait till the whole
Jesus
team dies.
Christ, Invis, you, you held that for way too long. I was too close. Holy fuck! Oh, okay.
Nah, but she died.
I popped it as soon as I got res.
Holy fuck! Yeah, but she shouldn't have done it in the first place if she just used it, but whatever. Holy fuck, that scared the fuck out of me. I'm like, damn, bro, we getting our asses beat. We getting our asses beat. We gonna get this on or what? This shit was way too close. Press the, what's that Deadpool voice line? Press the button already. It was literally that. Press the button already.
Only 60 seconds left. They look like they need business.
That helps.
I am ready to put on a show.
My good deed for the day.
Hey, my team is out. I'm gonna ult them.
I'm gonna initiate fly from up here.
Sure. I'm not quite ready.
Final 10 seconds.
I couldn't cancel it.
This is real firepower.
Keep playing until we have a winner.
And already forgotten.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Double KO.
I box him in the room.
Nice.
1, 2, 0.
Nice. GG's. Alright, that was my last one. I'm fucking gassed.
Put the big wall and put 2 walls in front of that.
I'm fucking gassed, mate. I'm
Solo thinking
fucking
has to be like the worst
gassed,
experience
mate.
of all time. I was up there getting humiliated, bro.
Oh man. Good hustle indeed. Alright, that was my last one. GG's, bro. I've been on for like 9 hours.
Nah, for sure, ski, bro.
Yeah, we can run some again soon or something. I'm way too tired. I'm playing like shit now because I'm tired.
Nah, yeah, I'm fucking exhausted too, brother. I ain't gonna lie, man.
Alright, see ya, dude.
Alright, later, broski.
I can feel myself playing worse. I'm fucking too tired for this. Overtime, bro. I almost went to 9 hours. Almost went to 9, bro. Alright, chat. We got a pretty big stream tomorrow, so make sure I'll be there at 10 a.m. I'm still gonna be live after 10 a.m. I'll probably be live till like 6 or something. I don't fucking know. Another early stream tomorrow. Nintendo Direct at 10 a.m. and then the dev talk for this game will drop at 11. And then like all the info and shit will drop, and then I think balance patch will drop at like 5 p.m. or 4 on that time, or like 4 or 5. All the rivals news drops tomorrow. Will he be a tank? Will he be? Oh, I'll do a predict if he'll be a tank or what? What role is Cyclops? Tank? DPS support. I'm not putting strategist, vanguard, all that, but you guys know what I fucking mean, okay? I'll put 30 minutes on the predict. Go ahead and vote. I'll end the predict tomorrow when we see it. Oh man. All right, chat. I'm gonna send you guys to. Who the fuck is on, bro? Who the fuck is on, bro? I just send you guys to Kim. I think he's staying on. Hold on. I'm pretty sure he's staying on. I can check though. Where's me? Let me see if he's getting off. Bro, he's AFK. God damn it. I was about to rate him, but he's AFK. I don't know if he's getting off or on. Off or on. I mean, staying on. What else is on that I can send you guys to? There's someone new, I guess. How long have you been streaming for? I've been live for 8 hours and 50 minutes. I'm trying to find someone to raid. Oh, tomorrow. A long ass time. Like a fucking long ass time. I don't fucking know, man. There's the mic. I rated Mike recently. I want to put 100k on tank. Holy shit! What are the poll? Oh my god! What is this predict? 20k on support, 272k on DPS, and 145k on tank. We'll see tomorrow what happens, bro. I swear to God, if this guy's the support, I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm going to lose my shit and be so damn sad, bro. I'm going to be so fucking sad. I don't care if we don't need another DPS and there's too much of them, bro. It's fucking Cyclops, bro. Let's be real. Please, please, bro. Let's be real. Please, bro. Lock the fuck in, bro. I need this shit, bro. I need this. I need this shit. I'm gonna see you guys to Lily Pichu, actually. I never rated Lily Pichu back. She's playing 2x kill. She's practicing for the slam. All right. Oh, it's her partner anniversary. Perfect. Actually, perfect. All right, chat. I'll catch you guys later. Say hi to Lily Pichu. Please don't backseat her. She's practicing for the Sage Jam slam. Anything else I need to say? Yeah. Be here tomorrow at 10 p.m. EST. Oh, wait. AM, not PM. AM. The Nintendo Direct is at 10 a.m. my time. If you don't know what time it is for you, just look up Nintendo Direct on their Twitter and just translate the fucking time. But yeah. All right, chat. Say hi to Lily. See ya.